Spoštovane udeleženke, spoštovani udeleženci, pozdravljeni na Nabavni konferenci 2020. Letos izjemoma v novembrskem terminu. Zanj smo se odločili, ker smo do konca smo upali, da nam bo uspelo se dobiti v živo. A razmere so takšne, kot so, izkoristiti jih moramo najbolje, kot gre. Zato delamo preko spleta. Že od leta 2002, letošnja Nabavna konferenca je 19. zapored. Organiziramo jo skupaj s partnerjem, Združenjem nabavnikov Slovenije. Zato na tem mestu pozdravljam Marino Lindič, predsednico Združenja nabavnikov. Marina, pozdravljena, živjo.
Živjo, Peter, živjo.
Živjo. In te lepo prosim, da pozdraviš udeležence in nas popelješ čez program letošnje konference. Izvoli, Marina.
Hvala lepa, Peter. Drage kolegice, kolegi nabavniki, dragi predavatelji in dragi ostali udeleženci letošnje nabavne konference. Prisrčno vas pozdravljam na letošnji, kot je Peter že omenil, 12. nabavni konferenci. V zadnjih mesecih in tednih smo doživeli dramatične spremembe v našem zasebnem in poklicnem življenju. V tem času izjemno neugodnih razmer smo nabavniki morali čez noč obvladati popolnoma nove rizike, novo nastale situacije in probleme ter se prilagoditi, tako kot ostali sodelavci v naših podjetjih, novim načinom dela in novim realnostim. V svojih podjetjih smo napeli vse svoje sile, da smo lahko zagotavljali nemoten potek proizvodnje in skupaj z ostalimi sodelavci dosegli impresivne dosežke. Na žalost gospodarske krize še ni konec. Tema, ki se je premaknila visoko na dnevnem redu v zadnjih mesecih, je digitalizacija. Izbruh covida je pokazal, kako hitro in celovito smo izkoristili digitalne možnosti za informacije, sodelovanje in učenje. Seminarji, oziroma zdaj so postali webinarji, in večinoma v obliki izobraževanja so se čez noč preselile na splet. V Združenju nabavnikov Slovenije in Planetu GV smo tradicionalno nabavno konferenco zaradi novonastalih razmer iz maja preselili v novembra, ker je, kot je že Peter rekel, smo upali, da se bomo le lahko videli v živo in se bo epidemija unesla. Žal nam je drugi val epidemije covida to preprečil in tako smo virtualni. Prepričana sem, da bomo vsi pogrešali naše prijatelje in znance za klepet med odmori, za mreženje in izmenjavo svojih izkušenj. Na letošnji konferenci se bomo posvečali temi, kakšna je in še bo nabava naslednje generacije, ne le kako zmanjševati stroške, ampak kako povečevati dodano vrednost v nabavi, digitalizaciji, trajnostni nabavi, o novi organizaciji nabave v novih časih in kako in kakšne bodo bodoče kompetence za nas nabavnike. V uvodnem plenumu bomo pogledali, kakšni so globalni trendi v ekonomiji in v nabavi. Glede na novo nastale razmere smo malo prilagodili program, tako da smo vključili dodatno še dve aktualni temi iz področja covida. Na okrogli mizi se bomo poglobili v ponovno zelo aktualno temo, s katero smo se večinoma intenzivno soočali z izbruhom covida. V tem plenumu po okrogli mizi bomo pogledali od bliže, kako z digitalizacijo nabavnih procesov v praksi in uporabo umetne inteligence v nabavi. V naslednjem plenumu bomo govorili o trajnostni nabavi v krožnem gospodarstvu. Prvi dan konference bomo zaključili s podelitvijo priznanja Nabavni menedžer 2020. V petek zjutraj bomo začeli dan z izzivi vodenja in organizacije nabave. Pogledali si bomo, kakšen je potreben profil bodočega nabavnika in kako izgleda nabava 5. generacije. V zadnjem delu konference bomo osvetlili, kakšne so spremenjene kompetence glede na spremembe v nabavi in kako v naše time vključiti milenijce, in na koncu se bomo posvetili že tradicionalno dvema mehkejšima temama in ter letošnjo konferenco zaključili s povzetkom obeh dni. Drage kolegice, dragi kolegi, tudi na letošnji konferenci bomo gostili vrhunske mednarodne iz Avstrije, Anglije, Danske, Francije, Hrvaške, Italije, Madžarske in Srbije predavatelje ter seveda domače predavatelje z aktualnimi temami iz teorije in prakse, zato vam želim veliko novih idej in rešitev za nadaljne delo. Močno upam, da se bomo naslednje leto 13. in 14. maja ponovno lahko srečali v živo v Portorožu. Sedaj pa uživajmo v letošnjem programu.
Tako je, uživajmo. Najlepša hvala, Marina, za prelet čez program. Torej, letos delamo preko spleta, vaše sodelovanje je zaželeno in lepo prosim, sodelujte preko funkcije chat ali Q&A. Vsi, ki smo aktivno udeleženi, bomo na vaša vprašanja se potrudili odgovoriti že tekom konference. Torej, uporabljajte gumba chat oziroma Q&A. Prvi govorec je dr. Martin Wagner. Doktorja Martin Wagnerja Slovenijo povezuje njegova bivša zaposlitev. Bil je namreč glavni ekonomist na Banki Slovenije in kasneje strateški svetovalec guvernerja Banke Slovenije. Sicer pa je predavatelj na Tehnični univerzi v Dortmundu in tudi gostujoči predavatelj na Ekonomski fakulteti v Ljubljani. Po izobrazbi je matematik in ekonomist z doktoratom z področja tehnologij, kar mu gotovo pride zelo prav pri razumevanju sedanjega časa. V prispevku bo podal makroekonomski pogled na trenutne gospodarske razmere, tako z vidika Slovenije kot evropskega vidika. Dr. Martin Wagner, are you with us? Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning. Yes, I am with you.
Great.
It just took me a second to get the mic up.
Okay. So great to host you again at the procurement conference. Sorry that it's virtual, so we will extend our invitation and hopefully you will accept it to come back to our conference also in a physical forum, not through the internet. But the floor is yours. Please, Mr. Wagner.
Thank you very much. Thanks everyone. Thanks everyone for participating already this morning. Thanks again for the invitation to everyone who is involved in this conference now virtually. Yes, I'm the boring guy with the numbers and the tables, all about this economic stuff, and it's a bit surprised actually to myself that I'm invited back. But that of course also sets the incentive that also this year I will drown you again with some numbers and figures and so on and so forth. So many thanks for inviting me back, especially to Gospe Lindic and Zizek, who have been helping here with the preparations. Thanks again. You know much better than I, because you are partly all of you are in the business community, that your businesses have been, are, and probably will be pretty much affected by this COVID crisis. So before I then go to economics, I hope that you're all safe, sound, and healthy, and that it remains like this. That would be the best if you make sure that we're all staying healthy. And now I will try to sort of share my presentation with you. The promised numbers that I'm going to drown you with. Let me see how do I do that. One second. Bildschirm freigeben. Where is it? Do you see my presentation now?
Yes, we see it.
Very good. Thank you very much. I tried to make it big. Okay. So I would like to address this to address three points in this presentation that are, in my view, linked a little bit. I would first like to put the situation, since we have a global crisis at the moment, I would like to put it both into an international perspective, but also a little bit to a historical perspective, because from an economic history perspective, if you want, each of these crises that we have had in the last 100 years has taught us a very important lesson. And I think it's important that we also compare the current crisis a little bit with other crises. After that, I would like to zoom in describing, which might be carrying alls to Athens here, but maybe it's important for our discussion later. I would like to zoom in on the Slovene situation, what we observe in different parts of the economy, in different sectors. And from there, I would like to then speak a little bit, and we could then maybe extend this also into the discussion. And I hope that we have an intensive discussion today as a substitute for being together about policy measures that have been undertaken, that maybe need to be undertaken, and what the implications of these policy measures might be in the short, medium, and long run. But I hope we get to there. And clearly, this is a very high-dimensional problem, if you want to put it like this. Different parts of the country, although this is becoming more even now as the crisis spreads out, are differently affected. We will see when we look at different business areas or sectors, as we call it in macroeconomics. We have very different both effects already now, and also projected and predicted effects on different sectors. And we will obviously see difficult times. To put it more optimistic, we are living in interesting times. Okay. Since I'm representing also the Bank of Slovenia here, like always, I have to state that whatever I'm saying here, be it smart or be it stupid, especially if it's stupid, is really only my personal view and not that of the Bank of Slovenia or the European system of central banks. Furthermore, I'd like to thank two young colleagues from the Bank of Slovenia, Banka Slovenia, that have been helping me with preparing the presentation. That's Pionare Zaka and Mark Pošlep. Thanks to them. And then there's one more caveat that is a little bit a showbreaker, if you want. Some of the figures that I use here, because I want to use official Bank of Slovenia numbers, are basically stemming from what we could today, from today's perspective, see a little bit outdated, because they are coming from the big forecast exercise that is done at the European level and country specifically twice a year, once in June. BMPE stands for Broad Macroeconomic Projection Exercise. And the new detailed forecasts will be presented by, first at the European level, Christine Lagarde on December 10, and will then be presented on a country disaggregated level about a week later, also in Slovenia. So the latest updated view from Banka Slovenia on the economic forecast, unfortunately, we have to wait still a little bit, approximately a month. However, if you find the time and interest to actually look at the June 2020 projection exercises, Banka Slovenia, like the other central banks in the Euro system, actually prepared 3 scenarios. I will come back to this. And the numbers that I use here are basically from the so-called baseline. And there was also an adverse scenario already discussed in June. And the adverse scenario is a little bit becoming much more likely than it was before. Also, if you look at the assumptions that have been underlying the baseline and adverse scenario, for instance, in spring already in the adverse scenario, we were assuming that an adverse scenario, or the adverse scenario, could take place if we are facing a second big wave of infections in fall, which we currently do. And one final caveat or warning, please somebody stop me once I have reached my time limit, because as soon as I get into all these figures and numbers and so on, I could go on forever, maybe a little bit like Fidel Castro in his best days, 4 or 5 hour talk, no problem. So please stop me. Okay. So what we see here on the left-hand side is what you all know. We see that in spring we ain't seen nothing yet, because we have the new confirmed cases in Slovenia. I hope you see my cursor as well. I'll try to point what I talk about. And the total confirmed cases, and we see that fall is basically dwarfing what we have seen in spring. And we have seen in spring already that in order to contain the epidemiological crisis, very severe economic measures, lockdown, have been necessary. And already, I think at the beginning of October, it was sort of to be expected that a second lockdown type situation would emerge and has to emerge. And from an economics perspective, the COVID crisis is in 3 dimensions, really something like a perfect storm. Perfect not meaning anything good here, a perfect storm, because it has all ingredients to be a really very strong crisis. It's a crisis that affects the demand side, that affects the supply side, and that is truly a global crisis. We'll get back to all these points. Demand side is basically people are in the time of the lockdown, for instance, people are not allowed, depending on country, you have different regulations, of course, as you know, to partly even go shopping. So people are not allowed to spend money. and especially consumption goods are not being bought, as you have probably experienced. And here it's in addition to the legal restrictions that people are not allowed to go shopping. Of course, it's the uncertainty about the future of the economy that also is depressing business climate or consumption mood. And the same goes true also actually for investment demand. Although, of course, in many countries during the first wave, we have seen that it's actually consumption that was most affected, and investment being a little bit less affected directly. Then there's, of course, also the supply side. Businesses and firms have been shut down partly by legislation. So not only were people not allowed to go shopping, shops were not allowed to sell or even open, and all these things. And why is that important for us? I'd like to sort of keep for us, make sure that we keep in mind for the discussion later that we have supply and demand components. And why is this important? Because supply and demand shocks require different economic medicine, to stay in a medical metaphor, to actually get the help of fiscal and monetary policy out of this crisis. And this is also exactly what happened in most countries in terms of policy response. In the first wave of the policy response, both monetary and fiscal policy tried to stabilize economic activity, make sure that the supply side sort of keeps afloat despite all these limitations, whereas over summer and over the medium run, many of the policies have also been, excuse me, focused more like in classically business cycle, conjunctural policy type styles to address demand side issues, stabilize income so that consumption demand, for instance, would be stabilized. So this is where we stand. It's clear that this is a problem, and it's clear that we are in a lockdown, and this might be persisting. Although recently we get a little bit positive news from 3 pharmaceutical companies that they are basically close to filing for admission of their vaccines. What we also see is, yes, economic policy and health policy can react and do react and are effective. So there's a stringency index which has been first actually developed by the University of Oxford, that is combining economic and health policies and other social policies and measures together into a single number, an index number between 0 and 100. And we have calculated that using also Ministry of Health data for the Republic of Slovenia. And we have seen that, yes, spiking up all these restrictions basically contained the first wave. And then these restrictions came down again. You all know that at some point we are allowed again to travel and do all sorts of things. And I would expect that this is cut-off date early November, that we have to face a second period with pretty strong restrictions. I would also like to say, and I would like to say that actually for Austria, not to talk about Slovenia, in Austria, my impression is that basically we all, meaning individuals, probably companies, and also the government, were either overly optimistic or overly tired to make sure that we would optimally prepare in this period of time for what would be expected in the infection season in fall. This is now as it is, but clearly some of the confusion that we at least observe in Austria, and it's maybe not so dissimilar in Slovenia, is really due to the fact that many of the preparations that could have been done over summer just have not taken place. And this is probably something that we should keep in mind for the discussion and or for the future, that optimal preparation to a crisis that ranges from the number of masks and tubes and so on for the hospitals, but also to having prepared legal texts that are valid, especially in Austria, that seems to be a problem in the times when you are actually not suffering the peak of the crisis. Okay. So we are in the middle of a second wave. The second wave is epidemiologically much worse than the first one. We have lockdown measures for a few weeks to come. We will see dramatic numbers probably in hospitals. Okay. What we also see is, and this is different from the spring wave. In spring, there's the same landscape would have been looking very different across parts of the country. And the darker the color is, the more intense is the virus spreading across the country. What we see now is basically there's no green or yellow or gray yellowish things. So it's all parts of the economy of the country are actually now pretty much under epidemiological stress. So in that sense, the second wave is also a little bit more intense than the first one. But the international dimension is, you probably know these numbers. I mean, you can look at basically all sorts of countries, and in most countries, what you see is that you have phases where basically there is a danger that the epidemiological situation gets out of control, and then with very tight economic measures, actually, with very tight measures that have strong economic impact, it was possible to contain the situation. But there's basically almost no country in the world, except for, I just recently read in the news, officially in Turkmenistan, there are 0 COVID cases, actually, whatever these numbers mean. And what we also see in many countries is that the number of positive tests in all the tested people are actually going up. So that means we are in the first truly global recession since 40 years. What do we see in this figure here? This is from 1980 to 2020, of course, a forecast for 2020 and 21. Here we see three lines here. We see global GDP growth. We see global GDP growth. We see GDP growth in the advanced economies. That's the lower line here, and we see GDP growth over the group of emerging markets and developing economies. And the 2 gray bars are, this is the global financial crisis, 2008, and this is where we stand this year and the next year, according to the June forecasts from the International Monetary Fund in this case. And what's important is the following. This is why this is the first global recession in about 40 years. In the global financial crisis, the world as a whole basically had 0 growth. And that was actually driven by that in 2008, growth in the emerging markets was also dipping quite a bit, but was still positive enough so that the weighted average, if you want, of growth in the advanced economies and in the developed economies together was about 0. What we see now is that even in the emerging market and developing economies, we have a recession. So all parts of the world basically are in a recession in 2020, which means that global GDP growth for the first time in about 40 years, and you could stretch that back even further, is negative. I mean, if you read the latest numbers, it could be that China actually stays positive in terms of growth rate in 2020. So we have a deep crisis. It's in all sectors, it's in all countries. And we all hope, and I'm sure we will discuss this, these are the June numbers, that it's actually a quick crisis like the global financial crisis, where also lots of fiscal policies and monetary policy actions actually help to get out of this crisis very quickly. And what the baseline scenario that we see assumes, and that's June, that's not October, basically is that expansive monetary and fiscal policies, you know all about these 5 or 6 or probably soon the 7th package of the Slovene government concerning COVID-19, together with expansive monetary policy, tries to probably shoot us out again of this crisis. Whether this is the case or not will be important to discuss at the end, or maybe hopefully together in our joint discussion, because the question about what's our belief, how long this crisis lasts, will be very much shaping the discussion about which type of policy measures should be taken and should not be taken. For instance, all these labor market measures to actually subsidize workers that are temporarily laid off or not working full amount of hours, that of course is in some sense, if you want, a bet on the situation or on the case that the crisis does not last for too long. You cannot subsidize the labor market over 2 or 3 years. Then you have to think about different things. But this short hour subsidy schemes, they are very effective, as I will show later in a graph also, if the crisis is actually a short crisis. A second general remark that we can already make at this point is countries that are in good fiscal state, basically meaning the debt to GDP level is not too high. These countries can refinance themselves on the financial markets at low cost, are of course having a bigger possibility to counteract crisis. And how this actually shapes the movement from one crisis to the next will also be discussed in one of the coming slides. So this is and you experience it. This is a deep crisis. On the other hand, we have seen worse. This figure compares, this is now the US, and I have taken the US and not worldwide GDP because it's easier to get data over 100 years or so back for the United States, and also the United States are a very representative big economy, at least for the advanced economies in a certain sense. And what I have plotted here is the following. We have here 4 crisis episodes, and I have normalized for each of these crisis episodes the value of real GDP at the peak before the crisis actually hit at 100. So what do we see here? For instance, what does the line 2019 mean? We had 2019 GDP, US GDP, and the forecast for 2020 for the US is around a drop of around 6%, and then it's going up again in 21 and 22. That's the Fed forecast actually from June also. So that's the current crisis. What we see here is the impact of the global financial crisis on the US. Again, we start at 2007 with 100. 2008, we had a small decline in economic activity. In 2009, actually, US GDP dropped by around 3% and then moved up again. So yes, on the one hand, the COVID crisis with 2020 and 21 and so on being forecast here, as I mentioned, is worse than the global financial crisis for the US here. Okay, the situation is slightly different for other countries, but on the other hand, the situation is much less worse than the Great Depression of the 1930s. If you compare this here with what happened from 1929 onwards, from 1929 to 1933 or 4, US real GDP actually declined by something like almost 30%, by about 1/3. And partly the difference between these paths and this path is really the case that in the 1930s, policymakers, economists also were not equipped with the understanding and the tools that actually economic policy can contribute forcefully to actually help coming out of a recession. It was actually the New Deal policies of Roosevelt, President Roosevelt, that actually after 4 or 5 years of basically super steep decline, the New Deal basically only 4 or 5 years later led the way out of the crisis in the United States. And actually, in that sense, not only intellectually, this was a contribution. I mean, this was the Great Depression was the beginning of macroeconomics as a field, also with Keynes' general theory and fiscal policy and deficit spending and so on and so forth. But this New Deal policies also had actually long-lasting impacts on the productive infrastructure of the United States, because lots of these infrastructure projects that have been undertaken in the early 1930s were actually, or are basically still to date, very useful for the United States. So for instance, the interstate network was strongly built here. And also a lot of huge electricity generation projects with big dams were built around the 1930s. So basically public policy actually was at the time able to lead the way out of the Great Depression, and actually also had the ability and will, let's say, to have long-lasting beneficial infrastructure projects. Why do I mention this? Because there's a lot of talk about whether this crisis that we're currently in should not be also used if there's a lot of public expenditure, public investment, whether we should not spend this money very cleverly on maybe not highways anymore in the classical sense of the word, but maybe highways, fiberglass, high-speed internet to the last village or something. That would also be infrastructure that could be needed in the years to come. So there is a possibility to actually counteract recessions. Both policymakers and economics as a discipline have learned. We are not in this situation. We are far from this. And we know how to deal with crisis in a much more systematic way than before. How does this look for Slovenia? This is our June baseline scenario. And for Slovenia, it's, as I said, it's a little bit different than for the United States. We have approximately the same dip as in the global financial crisis. So this is for Slovenia then from 2007 to 2008 to 2009, when after 2008, also the global financial crisis led to a big recession, in Slovenia. In the baseline, we think it takes about 2 years to get back to where we have been before, which is hard enough. One more remark on Slovenia. You all know it, and you know it probably better than I do. It took a long time in Slovenia. It took from 2008 approximately until around 2013, for about 5 years, to actually get out of the aftermath of all the implications of the global financial crisis induced debt crisis that has been in Slovenia. Why do I mention this? Because for two reasons, actually. One, I do personally believe, and this is my personal opinion, this is not the opinion of the Bank of Slovenia, that the crisis in Slovenia could have been shorter if measures to actually sort out the mess would have been taken earlier. It's often in life the case that unpleasant things you want to postpone, but if you postpone them too much, it's actually more costly even later. And I think this is a lesson that we should take also for this crisis. Don't postpone, don't procrastinate. It's going to be cheaper in the end to sort out issues earlier. But on the right hand side, this is our adverse scenario from June. And the June scenario basically tells us that even in 2022, we would be 5 or 6 percentage points below the GDP level of 2019. And maybe if you're getting closer to this one, so the difference here is baseline. We are coming back 2 years, a year and a half or whatever. A lot of these policies, basically, if a country like Slovenia decides politically to afford all these measures, it's not going to be a problem to afford all these measures. But if you're really in this scenario and it takes maybe 3, 4, 5 years, then we really have to think differently about this is then a medium run problem, if you want. Which economic activities should be subsidized at which expense for how long? Because if you're in this scenario, whatever, we would probably have to expect that it does not make sense to subsidize airlines. There's a big discussion in Germany, for instance, about Lufthansa Group, whether they can be subsidized and recapitalized for 4 or 5 years, or whether the airline business at any point in time soon comes back to its pre-crisis levels. We will have to see that. What's important for Slovenia is, and also important for the discussion here is, we are not alone in this boat. Actually, we are in the same boat. And this is important for two reasons. Unlike in the global financial crisis of 2008, there is not huge export demand for Slovene goods from the rest of the world, or for European goods actually. And that means even if Slovenia, let's say just hypothetically as an island, would be unaffected by COVID and would not have COVID cases and no lockdown or whatever, global demand or the demand from the neighboring countries, our main trading partners, Austria, Italy, Germany, but for Germany, I substitute here the Euro area altogether. They are in a very similar crisis. So we will not grow out, we cannot grow out of this crisis by export-oriented policies. And again, very synchronized. We are all in the same boat. Literally, this is the Euro area. We have the same currency, very interconnected economies. But still, economic activity has been very similar in many countries. The response to the economy, to the economic crisis, to the global financial crisis has been very dissimilar. What do we see? We see here Austria, and we could also take Germany. That's the unemployment rate. What Austria and Germany have been able to do is that with this quick, deep V recession, what Austria and Germany decided to spend money on was subsidize the labor market, stabilize the labor market, meaning subsidize companies to not fire people even if they are not working, maybe down even to 0 hours. That has in turn, of course, the implication not only that there's this tight economic network stays intact, right? So because suppose that people would have to fire all their employees, then demand comes in again, and then people don't have trained labor, and it takes time to find the right people and so on and so forth. That would all be costly. So if it's a short crisis, you want to keep the network afloat. And this also helps, of course, to stabilize demand, because if people still get income and have lower uncertainty about their future, they will continue to spend. So stabilization was possible. And in countries like Austria and Germany, stabilization was mainly taking place via the labor market. The labor market is sort of the link between individuals, people, and companies, obviously, right? But just to make it sound complicated. As I said before, it's Slovenia, large amount, personal opinion once again, a huge amount of procrastination until 2013. Look at this. The unemployment rate was rising by a factor 2 over 5 years. I later have a figure with the government debt, the debt to GDP ratio, that was also rising very, very much in Slovenia compared to other countries. And only since 2013, actually, the Slovene economic situation was converging back to some similar unemployment levels, like, for instance, Austria and Germany. I mean, you remember that we discussed this in earlier editions of the conference, that we had a super high GDP growth. Here you see it in 2017. I think Slovenia was the champion. And that, of course, is very helpful. There's other countries in our neighborhood, for instance, Italy, where we have the rising unemployment rate, but no decline afterwards. And that means that countries like Italy, and you know that, are now not only hit much stronger by the epidemiological crisis than other countries, they are also much less well equipped, have less fiscal resources in the end to fight the current crisis, because the low economic activity, you see Italy has the lowest GDP growth rate, highest unemployment rate, of course means that for instance, the Italian debt to GDP ratio was rising over these years since the global financial crisis, and Italy enters into the COVID crisis with a debt to GDP ratio of about 120, 130%. It is projected to come out in our Eurosystem baseline with a debt to GDP ratio of about 150%. And 150% is different than 80 or 90% in terms of what you can afford, how you can react. Economics highbrow language for this is it's the so-called fiscal space that countries have. And fiscal space is important because it's the one dimension that allows countries to actually react to crisis. And at the end of my presentation, we will briefly talk about how to get the debt to GDP ratio down again, or not down in other countries. Okay. Basically, what happened if you look at the high frequency estimators, forecasts of economic activity, basically what hit us is we had a discussion. There was talk about that the dynamics of the economy was slowing down already in 2018-19. So we saw this year. And in 2019, we had already first discussions about, well, are we entering a recession or a low growth episode? And in earlier editions of the conference, we talked about how much to the slowdown is contributed actually by trade talks or protectionism talks and uncertainty all to that. Yes, it's true. Actually, we had negative GDP growth already in the first quarter and zero GDP growth already in the fourth quarter of 2019. So we had a declining dynamics in the economy, and then the supply and demand crisis, COVID-19, sort of really shifted the balance further down. And what we see is, and this is a typical thing in forecasting, and this is not just economic forecast, this is forecasting in general, be it the weather, be it stock prices, be it whatever. Basically, if there's a lot of things going on, so if there's huge turns up or down, usually all the forecasting will basically underestimate typically the decline, and probably if it's a big upswing, we will underestimate the recovery also as well. So there's this tendency towards the average in some sense with forecasting. That means if we talk about extreme situations, we have to take into account that, yes, we always talk about like the point estimate. Banca Slovenia predicts in June 2020 in the baseline scenario -6.5% for 2020, but we have to be aware of the fact that that very big swings, the uncertainty about the forecast also becomes bigger. This is often ignored. That the right figure just tells us, yes, over the first half of the year until the latest IMF forecast, uncertainty is quite big, actually. Uncertainty is quite big. As news come in, sometimes you have basically the most negative forecast here comes from this research institute in Vienna, actually. The important part is the lower part. Even already in June, basically this is a growth of 2020 and 21 together. We basically in the end think that mostly it will be the case that 2020 and 21 together, so after 2 years of the COVID crisis, we will be below the level of 2019. And you all know what that means, of course, that after 2 years of a crisis, you are still not at the pre-crisis level. That really means we have to probably partly rethink a little bit what can be done and what has to be done. Okay. As I said, this is really a crisis that affects all countries. And what we do have here, we have Euro area countries in the end. And we have here the stringency index that I had. So this country here, Italy, obviously, because it was most affected by the COVID crisis in spring, had to put the tightest restrictions in place. And you see that the more tight the stringency index is, on average, the bigger is the loss in GDP. That's what I said before. These measures have been very effective in wiping out both infection spreading, but also in wiping out, if I want to use the same word here, economic activity. So yes, there is a price, but the price was not for no reason. What I'm trying to say is it is very costly, and in the end, it's a political decision. These are very costly measures, but they have also been effective. And the price in countries like Spain, France, Italy was a GDP decline in the first half of 2020 of about 13, 12%. So this is much more massive than in Slovenia, where in the first half of the year, we are here somewhere around -7 and 8. And what's important to also notice for Slovenia, which is a difference to some other countries, is the majority of the decline, by far the largest part of the decline in GDP in the first half of 2020 was actually private consumption. This is interesting news, and for the business sector, this could be positive news or could be negative news. Let me start with why this could be negative news. It could just mean that basically companies in the first half of 2020 have been compared to companies in other countries too optimistic. That would be the negative interpretation. The positive interpretation is that after all, due to this long period of financial stress in the Slovene business sector, 2008 to 2013, you know all about this, that actually due to the very good years that many Slovene businesses had until this crisis now, the financial position actually in many Slovene companies is actually very good, so that the companies actually do have still quite some room for maneuvering for at least a crisis that is not too long. This interpretation is also backed actually by some observations about the uptake of moratoria versus the uptake of guaranteed credits, then the leverage ratios of companies in Slovenia, and so on and so forth. Slovene companies are in a good position in some sense, entering the crisis in a good position by being burned, let's say, from the previous crisis. Very sloppy formulation. I'm sure we will dispute this in the discussion. We see also, again, the mobility index is actually based on Google data. How much people are actually allowed to move around. And again, we see, of course, the more restrictions there are, the bigger is the reduction in both consumption and GDP. So why is that important? Basically, for two reasons. Again, the first one is these measures that limit mobility do have an impact, and it also allows us to sort of gauge, to a certain extent, how big will be the impact on economic activity if we are entering a similar phase. Or to put it more positively, maybe if one dissects the situation a little bit in more detail, one would be able to probably find more tailor-made measures and restrictions to make sure that the epidemiological effect is as big as possible, whilst at the same time minimizing the economic impact. But that's, of course, a delicate situation. Okay. About this data, this is more basically actually this is an advertisement slide, if you want, to a certain extent. It's an advertisement slide for Banca Slovenia. What do I mean? Basically, in spring, literally, not only Banca Slovenia, all economic research institute basically were looking out and were seeing, as a metaphor at least, that well, nothing is going on. Nobody's out because nobody was allowed to go out. But actually, if we would have to rely only on national accounting data, we would be blind for like a month or two, because the first GDP numbers come out 2 months after the quarter. So the first official data for GDP from the statistical agency for the first quarter of 2020 come end of May. For the second quarter, the first release is end of August, and it's similar for the other aggregates. So what we all had to do, all central banks, all economic research institutes, we had to be thinking about, you could say this is a digitalization of effect of the crisis. We had to think about which other data do we actually have available as a central bank to make sure that we can basically literally measure the pulse of the economy on a daily basis. And there's lots of variables that we have used and combined. And some of them are, of course, as a central bank, we know what's the value or the amount of cash withdrawals and card payments, because they are registered in the electronic payment systems. We know what's the number of target 2 transactions. That's the European-wide payment system, as you know. And we aggregated this here to quarterly data, but we have these data actually high frequency. And we see at least, well, yes, it's not a surprise, obviously. These indices, these transactions and card withdrawals and so on, they are very much contemporaneously correlated. So they are a very good indicator for economic activity. So we have been sitting a long time around in the bank to actually think about which other numbers actually help us to actually have a view of the economy in real time, as it's said. No? Another thing is, of course, electricity consumption, which we also basically have high frequency. And you also see that there's a very strong, it's also not a surprise, right? Between electricity consumption and economic activity. And what we are planning to do is basically that we will try to continue, take something out of the crisis if you want, and try to develop something like a weekly GDP index based on high frequency data, so that also after the crisis, as a bank, we will be able to monitor the economy in more detail. Because, for instance, for Slovenia, exports and imports are very important, but actually the foreign trade statistics have a delay of even 70 days. So we needed to be a little bit creative to actually think about what's going on. And we have been thinking about what's going on also at the sectoral level. This is the first half of 2020, and these letters here, that's what's called an NACE classification of economic activity. And we see that different sectors have been, and it's not a surprise, have been very much differently affected with respect to both, on the one hand, employment or hours. Yeah, and that hours go down more than employment in basically each sector. And this is this impact of subsidizing reduction of hours versus firing people. And we see a few sectors where actually we do not see much impact. For instance, the sector L is real estate. K is financial and insurance activities. This one here, also not a surprise really. You have even hours going up. That's public administration and the health sector. Obviously, there was a lot of demand for health services during the crisis. But we have also some sectors that have been very hardly hit. G, H, and I, that's the G is wholesale trade, H is transport and storages, and I is accommodation and tourism sectors. Very hardly hit. 25% reduction more or less in hours, 23%. And R, S, and T, that's arts, entertainment, and recreation, other services, and household production. And this is, of course, a problem, obviously. I mean, everything is a problem, but for this sector, it's an even bigger problem, because that's lots of very small, let's say, single-person companies that in some countries also actually have a relatively high entrepreneurial risk, let's say, and relatively low social protection on the other hand. This is something that probably some of you have also been struggling with, or know people who are struggling with this. But yeah, we see in the short run, yes, the employment reduction is this. The difference here is basically that's the impact of economic policy and all the subsidies on the labor market. Value added has gone down quite a bit, of course. If this is a short-run phenomenon, countries can afford to do this. I mean, countries could decide politically to afford to pay this as long as they can refinance themselves on the financial markets. But if you subsidize an economic structure for 5 years or whatever, and it will never come back, then you have what's called stranded investments or sunk cost. What I did not find for Slovenia, but I can show you the same numbers, the things for Austria is, this is an estimation of the economic damage in all of the 2,095 municipalities in Austria. And this is estimated on using 75 sectors, a finer disaggregation than on the previous slide. And what you see is not a surprise either. I mean, if not for me, because I follow Austrian media, but for you, maybe more, I guess. What we see is there's sort of a division line here in Austria. And in the western part, you have huge damages compared to in the eastern part. You do not have that amount of damages due to the COVID pandemic in the first half of 2020. And why is that? This is because the percentage of value added generated in Salzburg, Tyrol, and all these parts of the country, that is related to tourism in the winter season is much higher in this part of the country than here. And if you would zoom in on this more, the damages are the least actually in those areas, excuse me, where we have a higher proportion of technology intensive and let's say high-tech modern type of activities compared to these tourism dominated parts here. So basically we also have tourism problems in this part of the country, especially Vienna. Vienna is the city with most hotel nights per year in Austria, but as a share of value added in Vienna, tourism is still small. So that means some areas that have an over specialization, if you want to call it like this, on sectors that very much depend on volatile sources of demand, like tourism. Germans basically are not allowed to travel to Austria and back without a 2-week test. Same for Dutch people. Then you are in trouble. Why is that important? Probably also for Slovenia. As an industrial policy question, it basically means, are we aware of potential limitations or risks that we are over accumulating in certain sectors of the economy, which are an upside magnifier in a boom, like in the automotive industry, for instance. But if, for instance, the automotive industry has a permanent decline, then this could be turning into a permanent problem. Okay. I'm not sure how I'm doing in time, but until somebody stops me, I just continue a little bit. This is our, so this is important for companies. Private consumption, the biggest component of GDP, this is where people buy stuff in the end. And what we observe is the following. So this is the first 2 quarters of 2020. We have a huge reduction in consumption. Private consumption really plummeted, fell like a stone. And the important observation is the following, that these are the contributions to why. So people consumed less, incomes was relatively stabilized by all sorts of subsidies and companies not immediately firing people. So income was actually stabilized. If consumption goes down, that means that savings go up. And this bar here actually explains to us for which reasons actually people saved. And the good news for the economy, at least for spring, was the following. Only this small part here of extra savings that people had over and above what happened on average was due to being basically afraid about the future. We call it precautionary saving. So if the economic times become more uncertain and you don't know whether you still have a job next year, to be very metaphorical here, of course you would consume less and actually save more. That would be the whatever color this is, the yellowish brownish type of color. But for the first half of 2020, the overwhelming majority of why people saved more and consumed less was really what we call forced savings. People could just not spend their money because they were standing, if they were allowed to go out in the first place, in front of closed shops, metaphorically speaking. And if that consumption mood would continue, and if we could get that consumption mood also through the second wave, then it would be good, because that means, well, people are a little bit more cautious, but as soon as we open the shops again, if that is still the case actually in the second half of the year, consumption would jump in again. And if consumption reacts strongly again, then of course investment reacts and the economy would be stabilizing very quickly. So it's going to be very important to understand, monitor, and probably do something to make sure that the consumption mood, the aspirations about the future, if you want, the assessment of the future stays relatively positive. And of course, public policy does a huge part of this job also by basically making sure that people stay in some form of labor contracts, employed rather than unemployed. This is where we have the unemployment evolution in Slovenia. Let's only look at the unemployment rate. That's again what I said before. It took Slovenia a bunch of years to actually start to sort out the economic mess. Then we had a bunch of very good years, 5-6 years with steadily declining unemployment rate. We were discussing in earlier editions of conferences like this and other that many sectors actually experienced problems of finding adequate staff. And now we see that the crisis, of course, will increase unemployment. But actually, in historical standards, we will be actually not so far above what we have seen in 2009. Yeah? So far off of the bad situation in 12, 13, 14. What we also see is that's our bank's assessment of the impacts of policy measures. So policies actually do contribute quite significantly to reduce the negative impact on unemployment. How does this really work? This is the first month 3 to 7 of the first half. No, well, this is not in the first half of the year. This July is already in the second half. What we see is, yes, all this subsidization here has basically made sure that registered unemployment has stayed stable in the first half of the year. So this is what policy has done to make sure that the labor market is stabilized. Our tax money has been used, I think, to productive use to make sure that the unemployment rate does not spike up. So this is positive. But we have to. This is my last point actually, because I see already some stopping signs here implicitly. This is my last slide. This is costly, obviously, right? This is the debt to GDP ratio on this axis here. So what we have seen, and I said that before, Slovenia had a relatively dramatic increase in the debt to GDP ratio from 2008 to 2013, and only then the debt to GDP ratio declined. And what we see now is with the new crisis, we will go up to the level that we had at the height of the previous crisis. And in principle, the good news is here, if it's possible, if a country manages to actually have a bunch of years of sound economic policy, sound economic growth, actually such a crisis can be, let's say, digested. It takes 5 to 10 years if the country is not making stupid mistakes, has decent economic growth, supported by whatever it takes to have decent economic growth. A crisis like this can be actually digested. Really, the final picture, Slovenia, look, you go back. There was a crisis, 10 years later, you're back. You can manage it again. Unless you're a country like Italy, when you never go back, you're really in trouble. I think I stop here.
Great.
And
thank you.
Stop with these slides. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Wagner. Let's save some of your thoughts for the discussion that will happen in 3/4 of an hour. Great that you stopped on the positive news that we can do it, we can improve if we decide so, and that Slovenia has shown it, it's possible. So, nadaljujemo z naslednjim predavateljem. Naslednji z nami bo Richard. Richard, hello, are you with us? Richard Bemon je mednarodno priznan svetovalec za nabavo. Ima več kot 30 let izkušenj v več industrijskih sektorjih. Specializiran je na svetovanje podjetjem pri zmanjševanju nabavnih stroškov, obvladovanju tveganj v nabavni verigi in inoviranje v nabavi preko odnosov s dobavitelji. Je glavni direktor svetovalnega podjetja Peer. Ima zelo pestre izkušnje. Zanimivo v njegovi izkušnji je, da je bil tudi vojak in sicer oficir. Richard Bemont, hello. Good morning.
Hello, I hope you can hear me okay.
Great, we hear you okay. I just did a short introduction mentioning in the end that you were also an army officer in your career.
14 years, how about that?
Oh, great. Congratulations. Was it Navy?
No, I was a army officer, Royal Engineer. So,
Royal Engineer.
Yeah, so bridges, mines, demolitions, this kind of thing. So good fun.
Great, it enforces discipline and great, Richard, great to have you with us. Sadly, you're not visiting our country, but that's facts of life this time. So the floor is yours, please.
Okay. Well, yes. Let me just share my screen. Let me know when you have that visible.
We have. It's already on.
Great. Okay.
Yes.
Well, look.
Thank you.
You're welcome. What I want to talk about this morning is building on that excellent overview of the economic situation in Slovenia, is to talk about what are we observing as purchasing, procurement, supply chains, not just in Slovenia, but globally as a result of the pandemic. And whether you're in first wave, second wave, tight lockdown, relaxed lockdown, it kind of doesn't matter. the impact has been the same. So what we're going to talk about is actually, where are we? What is the situation? We're just going to think about what has been the impact in both first and second wave, and what do our supply chains look like? What's the experience that people are having? And then we're going to focus on, look, what could we actually do about it so that we are ready for whatever the new normal is. And I don't think anybody knows what that really looks like, but it's going to be different from 2019 and everything that went before. I think behaviors are changing. I guess to summarize how we're feeling, it's lonely. You know, whether we're talking about literally having to work from home, or being unable to travel to conferences, or being unable to go and visit suppliers, that disruption to the way that we have always gone about doing business is affecting us all. And the life on video conferencing has become something that we're all familiar with, and it's still a problem. It still doesn't quite work the way we want it to. The trouble is that in terms of the impact on supply chain, I would say the temperature is rising. Everybody is under pressure. Your suppliers are struggling every bit as you are, and your customers are too. Everybody is suffering from non-availability of raw materials or part finished goods or even finished products. The delivery of services is completely disrupted because of travel restrictions. And it's not just that they're disrupted once, because different countries are putting in place different restrictions in different areas. It's almost impossible to plan what you're going to be doing next week. For example, here in the UK, right now, England is in lockdown. Parts of Scotland are in a stronger lockdown, other parts are not. Wales was in a lockdown, but has now relaxed. And Northern Ireland is doing something completely different. So for me, as a British citizen, I cannot literally work out what I'm allowed to do in different parts of my own country, let alone understand what's going on in other countries. Now, the trouble is, in every supply chain situation before COVID, if you experienced that kind of failure from your suppliers, or your customers experience failure from you, you would immediately have gone to some kind of contract dispute. You have not delivered. You have not complied with the timeline. The trouble is, we can't all do that because everybody is in the situation of that disruption. So the key message that I want you to think about as we consider the rest of my presentation is, don't reach for the contracts. Don't go into dispute. Think about how we're going to fix things collaboratively. And in my perspective, procurement, as it always does, can play a key role in bringing different parties together in order to solve the problems. And we're going to talk about how that looks in just a minute. I think you would probably all recognize these. Businesses are having a really tough time. Suppliers can't deliver, your cash flow has gone wrong, demand has completely spiked, as we just heard from the previous speaker. People want to spend money, but there's nothing to buy, or the things that they want to buy are not available because our priorities have changed. The joke in the UK is that in the first lockdown, for whatever reason, everybody decided that toilet roll was the essential for surviving a lockdown. The supply chain for all of our supermarkets was hit with 7 months worth of demand in 1 week. And guess what? It failed. And we had the bizarre situation of rationing of toilet rolls in a supermarket. Who could have imagined that such a simple day-to-day commodity would have been so badly affected? The other thing that comes with it is because supply chains are under pressure, all the things that we would normally observe, our visibility of the flow of goods, the risk of disruption to goods, have also become much less clear to us. And lurking in the background, there's a real danger of supplier insolvency. The last bit, which perhaps many of us have not thought about, but we should, is the impact of all of this on our employees. And not just our employees, the employees at our suppliers and also potentially at our customers. Everybody is experiencing stress. Everybody is experiencing uncertainty. And what that means, just like any other relationship, is that if you're having a conversation when you are under stress and the person you're speaking to is under stress, it is inevitable that the conversation will go wrong. It will become emotional. It will become an argument. And I think, again, to reinforce the idea of not reaching for contracts, we must have this idea of understanding that everybody as an individual is not performing in the same way that they were 6-7 months ago because of the impact on their lives that COVID is having. The thing is, if we think about the road that we're all on, as I've said, it is affecting all of us completely. Let's come back to my example of toilet rolls. Suppliers and wholesalers cannot get the raw material to manufacture to capacity. They can't get the raw material because their supply chain relied upon being able to get paper pulp from internationally. And those supply chains have stopped. Restrictions on the flow of goods, restrictions at ports, restrictions on people being able to go to the factories to produce it. So suppliers and wholesalers suddenly cannot provide that demand. If we, us, were the supermarket retailer, we have customers walking in every day that want it. We're unable to get it. We are experiencing an impact on both cash flow and on turnover. We are also experiencing customer dissatisfaction, and we're having to have our people deal with that. It comes back to the idea of stress. And last but not least, our customers who are unable to get what they've always been able to get to us are potentially building a resentment that will carry on beyond the pandemic, where they think, well, actually, I couldn't get what I needed from my normal supplier. Maybe I need to go and think about looking at different suppliers. Maybe they're looking at different suppliers already. So from end to end, from supplier to ourselves to our customers, everybody is suddenly questioning the way that they work. And in some cases, that might be a good thing. You know, there's good science that says when there is a disruption, that disruption enables change. And that change can be beneficial in terms of looking at new sources or reconsidering what you are moving through your supply chains, taking it as an opportunity to perhaps restart your environmental agenda by reviewing it. But it also has negative connotations in that incorrectly, people hold ideas because things go wrong that spoil the way that they will be able to work together in the future. And we need to be able to stop that. If we think about it, in fact, if we think about it, at times of high stress, and we're all experiencing as a supply chain high stress, it's very easy to look at the problem and just see it as a mountain that is too big to climb. It's insurmountable. And the funny thing is, it's not. We just need to think about the basics. And for me, everything in procurement and supply chain is about the relationship. And the best thing about relationships is that talking normally solves most things. So let's have a think. Let's suppose you are in a situation where you have a big supplier that has regularly supplied you. There have never been any issues, but for the last 4 months, it has been complete chaos. You have a long-term contract with that supplier, and everything about you commercially is thinking, I have a contract, I have been let down, this is affecting my ability to service my customers, I now need to take steps to correct this. Instead, and we would normally send an email or we'd phone up and we would say, I'm completely unhappy. So a key is to make sure that we have actually taken the time to listen to what is happening at that supplier. Do you know why? Because your suppliers are trying to solve the problems so that they can supply you. They will be looking at their supply chains to work out how to do it. Pardon me. If you talk to them and listen to them, they will actually provide a great deal of reassurance about what they're doing to sort it out, but they'll also talk to you about what they need from you, maybe patience, maybe cash flow, maybe a variation to the order, to enable them to operate in a more relaxed way. So listen first, then discuss their situation. And you can do the same with the customers. If we listen, we're then going to be able to focus on building the relationship. And I often make the joke that contracts are not like a prenup in a marriage. You know, we're not all A-list celebrities. We don't create a prenup that says, look, when our celebrity marriage invariably ends, this is how we are going to part and this is how we divide things up. Contracts are not supposed to be prenups. We're not supposed to write it all, and then the minute that an SLA or a KPI is affected, we dig out the contract and we turn to page 352 and we point at the contract and we say, you haven't done it, therefore we're now out. Contracts are commercial agreements. They form the basis of how we and a supplier want to work together. And therefore, we should view them as the start point for a conversation about how to repair the relationship. And what that means is that right now, in a time of stress, instead of pointing to the clauses, we need to have done that listening and talking and then agree maybe temporary measures or temporary reliefs that allow us to get through the current situation. And that might well lead to a different idea about how to work better in the future. And this is where we can work together to co-develop plans and to reduce risk. Let me give you an example. If I come back to toilet rolls, maybe I have always bought them from a single wholesaler, and that wholesaler has actually got most of their stock from a single supplier, and that single supplier perhaps is in China or it's in Australasia or maybe in Eastern Europe. For now, we are simply going to recognize that there is a disruption to the availability. And we're going to agree with our supplier that we are going to relax the delivery SLA. We're going to relax the volume SLA in return for greater visibility about what is coming and when it's coming, so that we can advise our customers more effectively. But the plans might be, how do we make sure that we have minimized the risk of that disruption in the future? It might mean that we agree we need to change our supply base, that our supplier, our wholesaler, needs to go and get alternative sources of supply that are not internationally based, and that will come with an impact on time and on price. But by having a more blended mix of suppliers, we're going to reduce the impact of any future lockdown in any future country. And even when the pandemic hopefully has gone, that robustness, that diversification of supply chain is a good thing for us to do. And by developing the plans jointly with the supplier, they will be happy because they have been able to get relief from you, to consider the different supply, to come up with an alternative, and you will be building a much stronger relationship for the future that allows you to have joint visibility of what you're both doing and how you cope with problems. Do you know, it's really simple. If you think about your friends and family, the people that you're closest to are often the people that you have been through a difficult time with, whether that's at work or at home. And it's exactly the same with our supply chain relationships. The best relationships often are built when you are able to work collaboratively to get through a situation, because afterwards you have built trust. Last but not least is we talked about that impact on our actual employees and the fact that they are themselves experiencing challenges. We need to develop them and develop the tools that they have, so that when we come through the pandemic, we have created a greater resilience, a greater confidence, and also we've reinforced that trust, that loyalty, that sense of pride in working for you that exists in the best companies. How do we develop? Training. How many of you in your businesses now have got a training program running for your team? I did a quick check with many of the companies that I work with, and about 1/3 have an active training program. And it's important because it's an active training program that's been put into place since the pandemic started. And most of those training programs look like some kind of regular weekly short session, maybe a 30-minute session from one of the team or an external speaker coming in to talk to your team about any of the basics in procurement, category management, SRM, risk management. But it serves two purposes. We're all operating on technology at the moment, so it's very easy to set up training. And by making it a regular time every week, employees have reported a greater sense of engagement. They're getting to see the whole team once a week. It's not about work or about trying to solve problems. This is about training. And that sense of investment in the employees is actually having a significantly bigger impact than just the training itself. Companies that are under stress tend to close everything down. They focus just on solving the problem, managing cash flow, managing crises. Having the confidence to put in place an investment program in your people actually yields dividends. Secondly, now is a really great time to look at your process and your technology. I suspect that many of you have experienced failures in process, failure in technology, not least because they weren't ready for a pandemic. Technology is a great example. If we go back to maybe even February this year, if I had gone to your company and said, everybody's going to work from home, is that okay? Probably I would have heard from your employers that it didn't fit with the way your organization worked, that there wasn't the technology to support it. People didn't have access to webcams or video cams. People weren't issued with technology to work from home, and there wasn't really a business case for it. But the bigger argument is it didn't fit culturally. We like to be together in the office. We can't work from home. Certainly here in the UK, everybody has discovered they have to be able to work from home. Why? Because they were locked down. And suddenly, what was a strong cultural we can't do it became a strong business we have to do it. And very quickly, the technology has been unlocked on phones or on laptops so that employees can work, can collaborate. And it's not just about being able to see each other and talk to each other on WebEx. It's about, can they access your systems at work? Are you able to get into the ERP system remotely? Are you able to access CRM databases remotely? And the good news is companies have fixed it. They've had to. And what that means, if we think about the future, it means above everything else that it's not going to be the same. I mean, imagine if you went back to work after the pandemic, January, February, March next year, probably not, probably later in the year, and you said, actually, I now want to work flexibly. I would like to do maybe 3 or 4 days working remotely from home or elsewhere, and 1 day a week with my customers. Imagine if the business turned around and said, oh no, that's not a cultural fit. It doesn't work for us. It's rubbish, because you've been doing it and you've proved that it works. What that means is you now have a fantastic opportunity, not just in the new normal of whatever it looks like after the pandemic, but in the new normal of employees being able to work wherever suits them so that you achieve the outcomes that you want. And my plea is that in addition to building the relationship with your suppliers and your customers through a shared experience of stress, take it as a fantastic opportunity to redesign the way that you work internally, the way you work with your suppliers, and the way that you engage with your customers based on new processes and enabling technology that makes that easy. Above everything else, we're getting through it. We will get through it. But the answer is you're not lonely. You are able to build trust through relationships. And that means you're always going to be able to cope with whatever the new normal looks like. Thank you very much.
Great, Richard. Thank you. Thank you for a great presentation. You ended again on a positive note. That's what we need in these times, and use the disruption that is happening in the economy in a positive way, and still stay a person, have respect, and thank you. So please stay with us for the discussion.
I'd like to. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So the next one is, naslednji z nami bo Lovro Vrhovšek iz Deloitta. Lovro Vrhovšek je menedžer v oddelku za poslovno svetovanje. Ima poklicne izkušnje iz trgovinske branže, in sicer vseh področji trženja, nabave, upravljanja blagovnih skupin, kategorij, marketinga, logistike in upravljanja prodajnih kanalov. Poklicne izkušnje ima praktično v vseh vodilnih sistemih trgovskih, Mercator, Merkur, Baby Center, Big Bang. Sedaj pa je del Deloitte, ki je tudi vodilna družba za poslovno svetovanje. Lovro, izvolite.
Lepo pozdravljeni še z moje strani. Me veseli, da sem danes z vami, sicer v tej digitalni obliki, ampak verjamem, da bomo vseeno izvlekli maksimalni splen iz teh današnjih in jutrišnjih predavanj. Kar se tiče našega predavanja in zgodbe za danes, Deloitte ima pripravljeno metodologijo spopadanja z krizami, nekje v 3 fazah, govorimo o Respond, Recover, Thrive, nekje 3-fazni pristop, kako se rešuje posamezne krize globalne. In če gledamo zdaj v tej trenutni situaciji, najprej marca smo imeli nek survival paradoks. Bomo preživeli, bomo dobili blago, bojo naši dobavitelji preživeli, bomo sploh lahko poganjali proizvodnjo. Potem se pojavi, blago smo dobili, vhodne surovine so prišle, bomo sploh lahko zadeve prodali. So naši kupci še z nami, je povpraševanje na trgu še prisotno, kako se bo zadeva razpletla, bo povpraševanje še tam in ali bomo lahko delovali. In potem je vprašanje, ali rabimo mi spremeniti naš model poslovanja, ali so razmere se toliko spremenile, ali se je v naši branži zadeva toliko spremenila, da mi potrebujemo dejansko nov poslovni model, rabimo zadeve interno spremeniti, se bistveno reorganizirati. In potem, ko pridemo nekje v 3. fazo, da bomo izkoristili krizo in novo situacijo, ki se je zgodila, ali smo res pripravljeni, ali smo zgradili nek resilience, se reče po angleško, vzdržnost naših dobavnih verig, vzdržnost celotnega sistema, da lahko na polno izkoristimo te nove razmere, ki se zdaj v bistvu bistveno drastično spreminjajo. In Deloitte izvaja redne raziskave mnenj, tudi med drugim vodi nabav v ključnih evropskih podjetjih, CPO function se temu reče po angleško, in rezultati nam kažejo, da večina podjetij je še vedno zdaj nekje v 1. fazi, respond oziroma recover. Se pravi, mnenje večine glavnih nabavnikov v podjetjih, ki smo jih mi intervjuvali, je, da smo tle nekje na začetku. Odziv, večina se je že nekako odzvala, zdaj pa večina rešuje, kako se vzpostaviti poslovanje v novi realnosti. Spomladi smo bili še bistveno dlje nazaj, danes pa nekje smo na pol poti mogoče, kar se teh psiholoških korakov tiče. In v vsakem od korakov, Respond, Recover, Thrive, je nekje fokus na drugačne zadeve, druge ključne točke so najpomembnejše, ki jih moramo v vsaki posamezni fazi reševati. V Respondu najprej je treba rešiti dobavne verige, treba je rešiti rizik, bomo dobili blago, kako se bo ta zadeva reševala, treba je rešiti zaloge, strategije, kontrolo zalog. Mi smo zdaj recimo delali tudi zdravstveni sektor neke zadeve, pa je izgledalo, imamo zalog za 3-6 mesecev, potem pa v bistvu, ko se je demand bistveno povečal, smo ugotovili, da je tega dovolj za 2-3-4 tedne. In je dejansko treba pogledati, ja, imamo neke zadeve postavljene, ampak če se bistveno spremeni količina odvzema, prodaje, nabave, v novih številkah, za kako smo vzdržni v bistvu. Potem pa ta denarna sredstva, cash is king v vseh krizah, ali imamo sredstva denarna in ažurirati te cash flow tabelce, ki smo jih pred 10 leti se vsi zelo lepo naučili delati. Dejansko zdaj verjetno vsa podjetja morajo oziroma večinoma že uporabljajo nek planiranje denarnega toka, da lahko razumemo, kaj se z našim denarnim tokom dogaja, ne. In to so neke te prvi koraki. Potem, ko pridemo v fazo, da se že nekako oživljamo in poskušamo delovati v novi realnosti, je treba pregledati vse stroške, transformirati stroške, videti, kateri del nekih fiksnih stroškov, ki smo mi verjeli, da so fiksni, lahko postane variabilen. V tej situaciji se te zadeve tudi dogajajo, kar se tiče zaposlenih, kar se tiče državnih spodbud in pomoči in podobnih zadev, nam v bistvu olajšajo določen del stroškov, kakorkoli, ne. Kako organizirati nabavno verigo, kako vzpostaviti preglednost naše dobavne verige, tir 1, tir 2, tir 3, tir 4, kje mi, da razumemo celo zgodbo nazaj, in postaviti neke kontrolne točke, mehanizme, preglednice, da razumemo, kako naša nabavna veriga poteka do nas, ne. In potem neko planiranje, racionalizacija produktnega portfolija, to je zdaj v bistvu ena od ključnih zadev, zmanjšati artikle, zmanjšati zgodbe, ki ne prinašajo osnovnega preživetja, pa osnovnega poslovanja, ne. Zdaj širina asortimana, velika izbira in zelo veliko možnosti ni toliko ključen faktor, kot je faktor zanesljivost, dobava in osnovne rešitve, ne. In potem razumeti scenarije, razumeti zgodbe, kam zadeve se lahko razvijajo in se pripraviti z ukrepi na posamezne situacije, ki se nam lahko zgodijo, ne. In potem, ko pridemo v tretjo fazo, pa dejansko čim prej izkoristiti oziroma čim prej priti v tretjo fazo, da poskušamo izkoristiti vse prednosti, ki jih ta situacija trenutna, kakršnakoli že je, tudi prinaša. Prevrednotiti dobavne verige, globalno pogledati, od kje sourcamo, kako sourcamo, kaj se da narediti, digitalizirati zadeve na prodajnih kanalih, iti na digital, da se premaknemo na e-commerce, na digitalno trgovino. Veliko podjetij zdaj razmišlja o tem, da se preskakuje v kanalih in v zgodbi, da ni več dobavitelj, proizvajalec, distributer, trgovec, kupec, ampak se poskuša tudi ta veriga zdaj bistveno skrajšati v tej situaciji iz naslova, da pač poskušamo do kupca čim prej priti in tudi določeni deli te verige zdaj v bistvu ne morejo delovati v trenutni situaciji v določenih državah in enostavno je potrebno najti obvode in druge poti, ne. In inoviranje, kar se tiče produktov in storitev, cel kup nekih storitev in produktov se zdaj pojavlja, zmaguje, ki prej niso bili toliko zanimivi, in podjetja, ki bojo to znala pravilno izkoristiti in v bistvu z tem znanjem potegniti drastično naprej, lahko imajo potem v prihodnjem obdobju bistveno konkurenčno prednost in kar nekaj časa v bistvu na tem gradijo tudi svojo novo strategijo, ne. In zdaj, če pogledamo, kako so na ključna neka vprašanja odgovarjali nabavniki, s katerimi smo se mi pogovarjali. Prvo pravilo cash is king, poznamo zgodbo. Preden se je COVID zgodba začela razpletati, leto nazaj je nekje tretjina podjetij verjela oziroma planirala operativno ukrepe za zmanjševanje stroškov. Danes 2/3 podjetij planira oziroma izvaja ukrepe za zmanjševanje stroškov in v bistvu denarni tok, finance in obvladovanje denarnega toka trenutno vzame nekje 8-krat več časa nabavnikom, kot je to še leto nazaj. In dejansko to je prvi korak, da razumemo, kje smo z denarnimi sredstvi in da imamo te zadeve pod kontrolo. Potem, če gledamo, kar se tiče dobaviteljske verige in števila dobaviteljev, večina podjetij, skoraj 50%, razmišlja o širjenju dobavnih verig, kar pomeni več dobaviteljev tudi za isti produkt, za isti vhodni material. To je nekje kontraintuitivno temu klasičnemu cost cuttingu, ki smo ga imeli pred 10 leti, zmanjševanje števila dobaviteljev, optimizacija in čist lean zgodba, in izhaja dejansko iz te situacije, ki jo zdaj imamo. Zaradi covida, zaradi vzdržnosti dobavnih verig, enostavno rabimo imeti več dobaviteljev, rezervne scenarije in različne opcije, kako bomo blago dobili. 25% na drugi strani samo razmišlja o tem, da bi malo ali malo bolj konsolidirali število dobaviteljev, nekje 1/4 pa ne vidi nobenih potreb po kakršnihkoli spremembah. Se pravi, en namig oziroma ena zgodba, polovica podjetij razmišlja o širitvi dobavnih verig in vključevanju novih dobaviteljev v svoje zgodbe. Dajte razmisliti, če ste tudi vi med njimi, ne. In kar se tiče samega trajanja te krize, mi smo marca govorili, ja, to zna biti zelo zahtevna zadeva, ki ne bo minila kar tako. Zdaj dejansko imamo plebiscitarno veščino, 68% nabavnikov verjame, da nas čaka U ali dvojni V način okrevanja iz te krize, samo nekih 28% verjame, da bi znal odboj biti relativno hiter v neki obliki črke V. In praviloma so v bistvu pričakovanja in mišljenja vse, ta definirajo našo realnost, in če 2/3 nabavnikov verjame, da bo ta odboj počasnejši in da v bistvu lahko pričakujemo daljši čas okrevanja, dejansko ne vidimo, zakaj se ta zadeva na ta način ne bi razpletla. Ključni del je tudi ekipa. Kolega Richard pred mano je zelo lepo 5 minut ali pa nekaj takega potrošil na tem delu. Dejansko je ključno razumeti, voditi in upravljati ekipo v teh težkih časih. Zelo pomembno je, da naši sodelavci so sproščeni, da razumejo situacijo in da smo jim v pomoč in da jih poslušamo, ko imajo težave, ki so trenutno čisto drugačne, kot so bile še pol leta ali pa leto dni nazaj. In ključno je, da v bistvu združimo vse moči, ki jih v podjetju imamo, da maksimalno zorganiziramo time, da bojo vsi v bistvu stremeli k istim rešitvam, istim zgodbam. Vedno govorimo na vseh predavanjih ali pa v debatih, potrebno je razumeti tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 dobavitelje, tudi te zadaj, ampak v bistvu de facto pa podatki kažejo, da zelo malo podjetij res razume, kaj se dogaja v T2, T3, T4 nivoju dobaviteljev. 50% podjetij je na teh nabavnih vodij nabave je v naših teh debatah dejalo, da imajo zelo dobro oziroma odlično pregled nad tier 1 dobavitelji. Manj kot 10% pa jih misli, da imajo zelo dober pregled na tier 2, 3, 4 in naprej, kar se tiče dobaviteljev. Se pravi, da samo 10% podjetij res dobro razume, kako kompleksna veriga v nabavi je za temi njihovimi produkti, za temi njihovimi proizvodnimi linijami. In če mi tega ne vidimo in če tega ne razumemo, zelo težko to upravljamo. In kdo so zmagovalci te krize? Podjetja, ki so v bistvu največ in najbolj uspešno se kosajo s trenutnimi situacijami. Dejansko so to podjetja, ki imajo zelo dober visibility oziroma preglednost nabavnih verig, ki razumejo dobavitelje na 2., 3., 4. nivoju in ki znajo to zadevo potem prinesti tudi naprej v svoje produkte do kupcev in uspejo normalno zagotavljati svoje dobrine na trgu. In ključno je, da poskušamo vsi priti med zmagovalce, kolikor je le to možno, in par momentov rabimo razumeti dobavitelje, rabimo biti z njimi v kontaktu, rabimo videti, kje so njihove izzivi, težave, kako jim lahko pomagamo. Digitalizirati, kolikor je le možno, vse korake poslovanja in razmišljati o širitvi dobaviteljske verige, da imamo več možnosti za posamezno rešitev in dobavo blaga, ki jo potrebujemo. Če pogledamo ključne izzive, s katerimi se bojo nabavniki srečevali v prihodnjih tednih, mesecih oziroma se srečujejo že danes. Obvladovanje dobaviteljev, obvladovanje vseh rizikov, ki temu pripadajo, operativna tveganja zaradi zamude pri dobavi blaga, ekonomski vplivi, kompleksnost na dobaviteljskem trgu, kar se tiče dobavnih verig, časov dobave, izzivi, ki se tičejo kvalitete produktov, storitev iz naslova menjave vseh dobaviteljev, menjave verig, menjave proizvodnih linij. Lahko imamo velike izzive, kar se tiče produktov, storitev in kvalitete. Vidimo, da ogromni izziv predstavljajo zakonodajni, okoljski omejitve in izzivi iz naslova tudi obvladovanja zdaj te COVID situacije. Velik izziv so tudi riziko finančni strani dobaviteljev, operativni riziki in nek ugled in posamezne zgodbe, ki se lahko v teh nemirnih časih pojavijo. In z naše strani predlog nekih 10 fokusnih točk, na katere bi se najboljši nabavniki v tem trenutku resno fokusirali in jih postavili na top prioritete svojega dela vsakdanjega. Treba je zelo se fokusirati na planiranje delovne sile, na razumevanje, kako lahko zoptimiziramo proizvodnjo, kako lahko uredimo urnike, kako zagotoviti varnost in kako zagotoviti tudi resilience na nek način v primeru, da imamo kakršnekoli zdravstvene izzive znotraj tima. Fokusirati jasno na dobavitelje, obvladovati te dobavitelje, s katerimi direktno delamo in sodelujemo. Poskušati osvetliti potem razširjeno dobavno verigo, 2., 3., 4., 5. nivo. Razumeti in aktivirati alternativne vire nabave, skrajšati dobavne verige. Potem je treba jasno ažurirati politiko zalog, parametre planiranja, ker dejansko poraba, demand po naših dobrinah se lahko drastično spreminja v plus ali minus in mogoče vsi tisti mehanizmi in avtomatizmi, ki smo jih imeli postavljene, niso več primerni in ne prinašajo več pravih rezultatov in nam lahko v bistvu naredijo veliko škode, kar se tiče naše denarne pozicije in potencialnih finančnih obveznosti. In razumeti, pripraviti, kaj se zgodi, če se nam določene proizvodne linije, določene lokacije začasno zapirajo in poskušati biti čim bolj agilen, najti odgovore, kako lahko ponovno vzpostavimo proizvodnjo, kako lahko rešujemo te zadeve in potem logistično preveriti alternativne poti, variante, da spravimo blago iz naše tovarne do naših kupcev in razmišljati o nekih globalnih scenarijih, kam zadeve gredo, kako se bodo zadeve razvijale in kateri so najbolj verjetni scenariji. Zdaj v bistvu se nam dogaja eden izmed manj verjetnih scenarijev, v katerem smo vsi upali, da se ne bo zgodilo, pa smo relativno v bistvu, sploh kar se Slovenije tiče, v zelo slabi situaciji, kar se te zdravstvene same krize tiče in nam zna tudi na ekonomski del poslovanja v naslednjih mesecih bistveno vplivati. Tako da v bistvu sam zadnji stavek še z naše strani, dajte poskušati ostanite zdravi in res se fokusirate na dobavne verige, da bodo podjetja čim bolj normalno lahko prebrodila to situacijo.
Tako, najlepša hvala Lovru za predstavitev. Nadaljujemo z razpravo z okroglo mizo, ki jo bo povezal okrogla miza z naslovom Globalni trendi v ekonomiji in nabavi. Sodelovali bodo vsi predavatelji prvega sklopa. Okroglo mizo bo vodil Srečo Bukovec iz Združenja nabavnikov Slovenije. Srečo Bukovec je predsednik strokovnega sveta Združenja nabavnikov Slovenije in pa direktor družbe Slowpak. Na okrogli mizi s Srečom bodo sodelovali Martin Wagner, Richard Beaumont in Lovro Vrhovšek. Srečo, se slišimo?
Se slišimo?
Odlično, predajam ti Zoom.
Hvala lepa. Spoštovani udeleženci, dobavnici in nabavniki, dobrodošli v naši prvi in upam, srčno res upam, zadnji virtualni nabavni konferenci. Današnja okrogla miza bo po vzoru zanimive lanskoletne Portorožu gostila naše uvodne 3 govorce, izjemne strokovnjake, dr. Wagnerja iz Banke Slovenije, Richarda Beaumonta iz Peer podjetja in našega znanca, ki se ga spomnimo že iz spomladanskih COVID delavnic, če jih tako imenujem, Laura Vrhovška iz družbe Deloitte. Zaradi prevladujoče mednarodne zasedbe bo delovni jezik angleščina, kar upam, da boste sprejeli z razumevanjem. Good morning, dear participants, and especially welcome to our keynote speakers, Mr. Wagner, Mr. Beaumont, and Mr. Verhofstadt at our first total online purchasing conference roundtable. Thank you to be with us today, though online, and I'm sure we are all rather attend the live event. We'll start with some questions for Richard, because he has to leave us at about 11. So, Richard, do we hear each other?
We do.
Okay, great. The title of your presentation was, "What has COVID-19 done and what can we learn?" Is really the epidemic, the COVID, the cause of necessary changes in procurement, or there are some other fundamentals who need to be addressed in the future?
I think it's a good question. I'm very much a believer that you need to have a shock to be able to truly understand whether the way that you're working is correct. And I talked a little bit about, just the simple thing about being able to do this, to participate in a Zoom meeting or Teams or Cisco, whatever you use, so that you can collaborate with your colleagues and with your customers and with your suppliers. And as I suggested, it would have been unimaginable 6 months ago, maybe a little longer, 7 months ago, where everybody had to be able to do this with video and with sound. And that learning is exactly the same for the way that procurement and our supply chains function. It is about being able to look at what's happened, to be more flexible, and to design for the future. And I think what COVID has done is give us all an opportunity to think about what we would like to do differently in the future. And that matters for contracts, for ways of working, for the suppliers that we use. It's all the same. And that's genuinely my belief.
You estimate that after the epidemic, which is, from my opinion, one-off event of this scale every 100 years, we cannot return to business as usual. It is not only depersonalization, virtualization, or digitalization, or whatever we call it, of the business that will change.
I don't believe it's a 100-year event. I think that if we, yeah. Well, I hope we don't have another pandemic, but I think we've still got a few bumps in the journey in next year. But actually, if we just think, if I look at the UK, right now we've got the pandemic, we've got Brexit, which is happening next month, and companies in the UK do not know what the new trade relationship is with Europe on the 1st of January. We have no clue because our politicians haven't sorted it out. Environmental issues, disruptions from environmental damage in parts of the world is on the rise and is going to keep going. There is transformation coming in the way that we deliver sustainability. So think in the UK, we've just committed yesterday, no more diesel or petrol cars to be sold in 9 years time, no more. You can still use them, but it will be electric or hybrid, but hybrid's going to get challenged. And last but not least, if you just look at your customers, anyone that is in a B2C environment, the interest that our customers have in whether our supply chains are protecting the environment, respecting people, operating in countries with regimes that we don't like, all of them introduce shocks. And all the pandemic has done is introduced a really big shock that has forced us to work differently. Whereas the other ones, we can kind of carry on working the same and we can make small changes. I actually believe that what the pandemic has done has made many companies look in a really big way at how they operate. And that learning, that change of working is a great experience that you can now apply to all of those other changes which are going to be coming year after year after year. And I regard it as a really positive thing.
Okay, thank you. If I understand you well, you think that the consequences of health crisis of COVID for purchasing will be long-term ones. So
long-term good, long-term good. I actually think we're going to come out of this better than we went into it.
Okay. Well, when I listened to your presentation, I just remembered your, from my point of view, key message: don't breach contracts. Yes, in hard times, this could be the act of real partnership. And that's all about. The real partnership is the real in hard times.
Do you know what? It's true. It's true. Yes. And if you think about, you know, if I think about my partner at home, if we think about our closest, you know, relationship at home, our wife, our partner, our husband, all of us know that the time to discuss a problem is not in a heated way when both of us are feeling emotional about something. Why? Because it always ends up in a great big argument, which we then have to sort out the next day. When we're able to act like adults and we're able to talk together about a situation and how we fix it, not only is it much more effective at fixing the problem, it actually builds a really good platform for dealing with future problems. And it is no different in our business relationships. If we go for the contracts now and have a contractual breach argument, we will not solve the problem today and we will make the relationship worse for the future. That's why I suggest calm down, pull back, and talk openly and listen to the situation that the other side is in. And like any other relationship, it will give you great benefits.
Yes, I think we all totally agree with you, and we all must have this in mind. Well, Richard, because I was told that you have to leave at about 11. This is all from my side. If you have some message to us, to our Slovene purchasing community, please, your final word.
My final word is simple. Thank you, which I suppose is 2 words, but thank you for the opportunity to speak. I wish you all a very enjoyable conference, and please stay safe and do good things for your businesses. Goodbye for now.
Thank you also from our side, and stay healthy.
I promise I will.
Okay, thank you.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye. Well, just go back to the first hour's keynote speaker, Mr. Wagner. Hello, Martin.
Hello.
Hello. Last year in Porto Roche, we analyzed the economic situation and fundamentals at that time regarding future developments in 2019 and 2020. There were some warnings. We are heading towards recession, at least in the second half in 2020. But when we asked the participants, only a very small part foresaw the possibility of recession in 2020. In our later procurement summit, in the beginning of October last year, The procurement community was still very optimistic about this. Only 5 of more than 140 participants rated the recession in 2020 as a realistic possibility. Of course, a black swan of 2020, a virus which is 1,000 times smaller than a grain of sand, struck, and this is one time maybe in 100 years. I will repeat this, and I hope this is the one-time event on 100 years, because we all don't want to have this situation repeated in our lifetime. But this triggered the worst crisis after 1929. The first time as a health crisis, then an economic, and consequently the financial one. As you have shown in your presentation, the fall of GDP growth rates for advanced economies was far greater this year than in the financial crisis of 2008. I know that as a central banker, you have to be optimistic by nature, but I do not see very quick recovery in the next 5 years. For example, at our October summit, we predicted double-dip recovery, maybe some smaller dips next spring, depends, of course, on next epidemic waves, and very slow, flat, Nike's curve or recovery in next years. Will also the consequences and the duration of the recovery be similar to financial crisis of 2008? What is your opinion, your anticipation? Will this mean circa 8 to 10 years of recovery period?
Thank you. Let me start off with trying to slightly correct one of the statements. As a central banker, we do not have to be optimistic. We try to be realistic.
Oh, great. Better.
So, it's a complicated question. And it has different dimensions. I do believe that we should be realistic in 2 dimensions. One relates a little bit to the previous discussion. I think the sooner we have a vaccine, the more we will revert back to our previous practices. Because I know that I'm not exactly answering your precise question, but I would like to add one statement, because I think it's important for the way forward, how we go forward. It's like, I think that the way we behave and our cultural, social norms or whatever, it will take a bigger or longer crisis so that we really emerge differently in the way we interact with each other. I mean, just think back of summer, no? I mean, we knew that the virus was around, but nobody took a mask or anything in summer. So, I mean, if we have a vaccine in January, February, in March, we will be back to our old business and behaviors. One thing that will change is that we will have all experienced, it was a little bit difficult to get our inputs and outputs in the right time. So I think we should be realistic that we will not be different people after this crisis. And people respond to incentives. So in 2 years from now, we will do the same thing. Now to your question. In terms of the fiscal cost, like debt to GDP ratio, we believe that the effects will be more or less similar, like from the global financial crisis, and I said that. And what I also said is that to reach the previous level of debt to GDP ratio prior to the previous crisis, it takes 5 to 10 years. But that does not mean that in these 5 to 10 years you are in a crisis fighting period. Because if you also remember from the GDP figures, Slovenia had some very excellently high growing years due to after the 2013 crisis. To turn it positively, small open economies like Slovenia that have a high tech base, where we have good educational system. We have a bit of a problem in Slovenia and Austria with brain drain, many of the smart people leaving the country and not everybody coming back, unfortunately. But if you use these resources, the uncertainty and the new opportunities, because uncertainty also creates new opportunities. I mean, who would have thought that a company like Zoom, whatever that company is, would have a stock price probably skyrocketed a few months ago? Then actually this crisis offers new opportunities, and one can emerge quite strongly actually. But one can also totally fail. I mean, I mentioned some other countries that have not been able to respond to the previous crisis in any way. So to really answer your question at the end, it sounds stupid maybe or pathetic, but how long it takes us in Slovenia to get out of the crisis, Also depends how much have we learned from the 2008 to 2013 period. And if we get our act together, in principle, that can be faster than after the global financial crisis, because in principle, we know more. And in principle, the Slovene economy is in better shape than it was in 2013. So all these deleveraging processes of the companies and all these procrastinated problems that we had, you remember, there was the construction sector, lots of bankruptcies in construction sector, all that is not there. So in that sense, if we get our act together, with the help of a vaccine, obviously, I think it can be faster and more dynamic than after the global financial crisis. If we don't get our act together, it can also be worse. It's a non-answer in some sense. Sorry.
I really hope you are right. When you, in your presentation, you analyzed and compared the situation from the Slovene economy. I just remembered the latest survey of our economic faculty from Ljubljana. And this survey shows that 90% of Slovene companies predict negative or very negative implications of the epidemic in the next minimal 20 months. And more than 60% fall of demand for their products or services, most in manufacturing. It's very interesting that our October PMI, which our purchasing association is calculating for manufacturing sector, is rising and rise to 67.7 points, the most after July 2018. They also predict smaller R&D investments, lower labor costs and layoffs. Are they too pessimistic?
I think it will depend upon in which sector you are actually, because we have, I can only refer again the audience to the June projection document from the Banca Slovenia, where we have actually a box where we have for these different sectors that I have given these letters before, we have actually estimated probabilities of bankruptcies across the different sectors, and there is quite some difference. But on the other hand, I think a 1 month showcase of a PMI or any other index is probably too volatile, because this could sometimes good news putting us up and bad news are putting us down. I think we should take an average. And if you take the average over the last 4, 5, 6 months of all these indices that we have, both from the consumer side and from the company side, would give us a more stable and realistic picture. Next year, 2020 and 2021, and potentially until 2022, it will take us then, if you count it like this, probably 1.5 years to 2.5, 3 years to reach back the pre-crisis level. Are you pessimistic about this? For the labor market, I am actually, because in countries like in Central Europe, EU countries, we need a growth rate of GDP on the long run of about 1.5 to 2% in order to keep employment stable. And I said earlier, and that's my last point, I said that all these labor market subsidy schemes, they are very expensive. That's the biggest part of the fiscal packages always. And it's a political decision in the end whether the population in Slovenia in the end wants to extend these subsidies over a longer period. We as a central bank have no opinion on that. It's the government and the Ministry of Finance.
Well, the COVID-19 caused disruptions are not the only ones. There are geostrategical shifts reflected in Trump's trade wars, end of globalization, we knew it, rise of protectionism, closure in regional blocks, even local frameworks, in local frameworks. Well, we had elections in the United States, and one thing we can conclude, Trumpism will not go away. It will have a more sophisticated face, Buy American, for example. How do you comment the possible positive effects of the shortening of supply chains, nearshoring, or maybe even reshoring of industries in EU or maybe even Slovene economy? Is this the real opportunity also for Slovene economy? And are the EU and especially Slovene government's policies the right answer to attract these investments? Or
In this respect, now I'm afraid I'm very much an economist. And as an economist, I think COVID-19 is not the ultimate reason for why we have globally a trend of resourcing and so on and so forth. Because a production decision is really a longer term decision. Whether you put as a medium or larger sized company a factory into China or not, will not be reverted because we have a COVID crisis for half a year or not. And the trend of actually a lot of production coming back from China and other countries to the more eastern and peripheral countries in the euro area has started way before. And why is that? It's because in the end, production cost, mainly via labor cost, has gone up in China a lot. And this trend, yes, has a little bit been strengthened, in my view, by COVID, because the uncertainty has a cost too. If your parts come from China in times of uncertainty, I mean, this raises effective cost. But in the end, I really believe that this bigger run decisions, where global production, where the international division of labor takes place, is only partly affected by COVID. So here we should not, here we should again not think that a problem that sounds currently very urgent, and currently it is. Yes, we have people dying in the hospital. That this is the driver for the real long-run economic situations. I mean, it's a pity that Richard has left us, but I think especially talking about the UK situation and now having the focus on COVID is in some sense for the UK it's the wrong focus. That the real problem for the UK economy is Brexit. That changes the legal relationship with most of its trading partners, and could mean that basically trade between, in the worst case, the UK and the continent comes to a halt. And this is going to be a real problem, because it's going to take years until you will have a new trade agreement between the UK and the rest of the EU, whereas the COVID thing is gone once we have a vaccine. I mean, plus a year until enough people have been actually gotten the vaccination. So to sum up, I think, and I think this is where I agree with Richard, a big event like COVID or whatever can maybe put underlying forces that have been going on more in the spotlight, and maybe a sort of strengthen it a little bit. But the COVID shock is not big enough, not permanent enough, not strong enough to actually change the way how the economy works, which I personally think is a good idea. And what does it mean for policy in Europe? I think it's a bad idea, and this is my private opinion again, I think it's a bad idea now to start thinking about putting industries like masks and gloves for, I don't know, for medical purposes and so on into Europe and subsidize them, because that's just going to be costly for the European consumer, for us all. So don't go there. Rather, as a policymaker, make sure that you have a business-friendly, effective environment, meaning also, because we talked a lot about contracts and breach of contract today, make sure that access to law is faster and cheaper. That would help much more than spending taxpayers' money to bring back industries that cannot be globally competitively run in Europe to Europe.
Well, I will just ask you a question from our audience. It's connected also with Brexit. They decided not to be with us together. But the question is, in the EU, each country fights COVID and it's on its own way. Isn't it better to fight together, to have coordinated approach?
In principle, coordination is always better, but we should not misunderstand that coordination means that we all have to do the same. Because a country that has basically no COVID cases should be allowed to react differently than the hotspot of a COVID country at the same in some other country. So coordination, if combined with flexibility, I think is very good. And how can you increase coordination and flexibility? Basically, it means that each country, if you talk about nations, has to be clearer about its own plans and contingencies. So if this happens, we do this, because that would help the other countries to actually also understand what they can expect from the other countries. It's like with companies. I mean, you need to know what your partners in your supply chain or your demand chain would be doing if this and that happens. And that should be done. And also, furthermore, and that's the last part, there's two dimensions where European policies are actually fully coordinated. One is obviously monetary policy, because we have one euro system, and the other one is also, and I think it makes a lot of sense that all these contracts with these pharmaceutical companies, they are actually negotiated at the European level. And that makes a lot of sense for the taxpayer, because if you put 27, very soon 27 countries together, that's a much, much bigger customer than if these pharmaceuticals would be able to negotiate separately with 27 countries. So yes, coordination in general is good, but coordination should not be misunderstood as that everybody has to do the same thing.
Yes, I totally agree. Can we, after economic crisis, and this time real sector is in troubles with supply and demand shocks at the same time, can we expect financial crisis, the wave of bankruptcies, and even the sovereign debt crisis? What procurement community needs to pay attention to, and how to prepare for such consequences, which are, from my point of view, imminent?
With a sovereign debt crisis, it very much depends upon which country you look at. Some countries are able to face the crisis and the magnitude of the shock very well. And since we're talking about Slovenia here, I think Slovenia will be in that group for sure also. We shoot up to 80–85% debt to GDP ratio. That is totally manageable. But the company side, some sectors, so there's a difference to 2008 to 2013. I implicitly mentioned it before. I think I explicitly even mentioned it before. Many Slovene companies have actually used the very good years after 2013 to actually have a much stronger financial position than they had when they entered the previous crisis. So we talked about deleveraging, retained earnings, and so on and so forth. So Slovene companies, if this is a relatively short-run crisis, have, so to speak, enough meat on their hips, to use the German word, which I'm not sure whether it flies in English, so that they can actually master a little bit of a dry period for a while. If the discussion, if this is the aggregate, if you look at the BMPE exercise, again, there's a huge table with estimated default probabilities. There's some sectors, and you can imagine which ones, where actually Bank of Slovenia and other market participants see a slightly bigger risk of bankruptcies. And I advise everyone to take care about or have a look at these risks, because these risks are definitely there. But what can an individual company in the end do to safeguard against these risks? Depending on how scared you are as a company, I mean, there's all sorts of financial instruments which are, of course, costly, to make sure that you can survive or you get compensated if your contract partners fail to deliver. But that's a very costly thing. In the end, yes, we will see some bankruptcies, but we will also see automatically some bankruptcies, because there have been moratoria for bankruptcies in most European countries. And some of these bankruptcies are just postponed. So please, if you see a bit of a dip in a spike in bankruptcies after all these moratoria in Europe are sort of end, please don't get panic immediately. It could be that some of this is just postponement, and we will then have to carefully assess how big this is and how much was just postponed. But I mean, it's obvious. Be careful at this point in time, both in your private life, meaning don't meet too many people, don't get a virus, and be careful in your business life. Make sure that you don't get the economic bankruptcy non-payment virus from your other companies. And that means that your financial departments have to be very careful.
Yes, I think I agree with you. Be careful, but don't panic in the short time. And I also agree with your statement that subsidized economic activity for 3 years is impossible. So we all want that the most important tool we have in the fight against epidemic is a vaccine, and mass vaccination will come as soon as possible. Well, Martin, thank you for your answers.
Thank you very much for the invitation, for the discussion, and please everyone stay healthy and safe, and thank you all very much. Hvala lepa.
The same. Thank you. Well, Lauro, hi. Bova nadaljevala v slovenščini, kakor, no. Jaz sem sicer si napisal podsetnik v angleščini, tako da bom mogel sprot predvajati, ampak mislim, da je red, da se vrnemo nazaj. Dobro, letošnje leto, ki je resnično zgodovinsko, je naša nabavna skupnost po mojem mnenju precejšnjih težavah, pod velikim pritiskom, ker se je v zelo kratkem času fokus nabave spremenil dramatično. To se pravi, ključne pozornost ali pa ključne naloge nabave so se spremenile iz zagotavljanja ustrezne cenovnega nivoja in neke agilnosti, če se spomnimo lansko leto na konferencah in kar nekaj agility, tista, ki je bila, bom rekel, keynote, do recimo nazaj neke odpornosti, ki je neka wording, ki je prišel na novo v nabavne verige. In tle se pojavljajo vprašanja, oziroma so se pojavljali in se zdaj tudi seveda pojavljajo, bo naše obstoječe oskrbne verige zdržale, bo naš strateški partner, to se pravi tier 1 partner, dobavil ali ne bo dobavil zaradi lockdownov v njegovi državi, zaradi akcij njihove vlade, bodisi prepovedi izvoza, karkoli smo že videli spomladi, celo zaseganja nekaterih dobav in tako naprej, ali celo njegovega zaprtja proizvodnje zaradi okužb v njegovi proizvodnji. Na drugi strani pa seveda vprašanja, smo mi lahko sploh sposobni na naši strani, kupčevi strani, prevzeti to blago, ker imamo tudi na naši strani zaprtje, imamo tudi na naši strani padec povpraševanja, tudi naše prodajne službe ne uspejo plasirati ali pa realizirati že sklenjenih pogodb in tako naprej. Katere so tiste nabavne strategije, ki se lahko s temi res neizmerno zgodovinskimi dogodki lahko merijo oziroma s katerimi lahko to razvijamo?
Če dovoliš, samo na kratko, super za vse dileme, ki si jih odprl, res bi potem prosil še Lovrota, da odgovori nanje in s tem tudi povzame vašo razpravo. Res, hvala lepa.
Dogovorjeno.
Pozdravljeni še z moje strani. Ja, se pravi, če poskušam nek povzetek debate, pa hkrati še odgovoriti na Srečkova vprašanja. Struktura gospodarstva je zelo kompleksna in imamo matriko podjetij v bistvu zelo različnih, ki so bila zelo različno z krizo, čeprav je zdravstvena kriza zelo uniformna po vseh državah, so podjetja zelo različno bila v bistvu pod pritiskom te COVID krize. Zdaj, če govorimo o hotelih, restauracijah, če govorimo o letalski industriji, so ti učinki bistveno bolj drastični, bistveno bolj dolgotrajni. Tle ima Slovenija v bistvu sreča, da v bistvu nacionalnega letalskega prevoznika nimamo več v trenutni situaciji, kot pa v določenih drugih sektorjih. Če gledamo e-commerce, če gledamo digitalizacijo, poslovanje, internet in te nove prodajne kanale, tam se podjetja spopadajo s povečanjem povpraševanja 7-krat, 10-krat in kako zagotoviti blago ob tem povečanjem povpraševanju. In če govorimo na široko o vseh industrijah, mislim, da ta proizvodnja in nabavne funkcije, o katerih govorimo danes in smo tle na konferenci, so relativno nekje v sredini. Ja, so izzivi na prodajni nabavni strani, nismo pa zdaj proizvodna podjetja generalno v neki situaciji, kot je mogoče turizem, kot je mogoče letalska industrija, kot so neke e-commerce zgodbe, kjer je rast 5-10-krat ali pa tam, kjer je rast iz 100 na 0%. In treba je objektivno razumeti, kje znotraj matrike smo in poskušati čim bolj realno na te izzive, ki jih posamezno podjetje ima, odgovoriti. In se čim manj zmesti, čim več poskušati govoriti, se pogovarjati z dobavitelji, kar se tega drugega dela nabavnega tiče, poskušati čim več dogovorov ali pa nabav, kar jaz slišim, da se preloži, pač bomo vzeli blago, ampak ne v tem mesecu, mogoče v naslednjem, da se poskuša dogovorno čim več teh stvari reševati z našimi dobavitelji in poskušati na prodajni strani, čez prodajne kanale, maksimalno zadeve spraviti naprej. Makroekonomsko smo veliko debatirali in zelo strokovne sodelavce, mislim, tle komentatorje imeli na tej zadevi. Pred 10 leti je bila mantra, dajmo šparati, vzdržni proračuni, ne smemo trošiti in moramo biti vzdržni. Zdaj je mantra drugačna. Slovenci imamo prihranke na TRR-jih, nismo revni, Tudi mislim,
Ker
da
ga
ta
mogo ven
občutek,
vreči.
da bo zdaj konc sveta, kot je bil pred 10 leti, ni takšen v tem momentu, ne? In dajmo razmišljati o tem, kako blago, kako storitve spraviti do potrošnikov. Ali je to e-commerce, ali so novi prodajni kanali, ali so neke rešitve, kaj narediti za to, da bomo blago spravili do potrošnikov, ki so blaga željni v osnovi in storitev in tudi še vedno imajo sredstva, da si to lahko privoščijo. In dajmo poskušati na ta način reševati in speljati ven iz te trenutne situacije.
Super, hvala vama. Srečo,
Reci.
hvala res obema za zaključne misli. Če se strinjaš, bi šli na odmor in da nadaljujemo naprej točno 11:30.
V redu, se strinjam. Čeprav mi je
Odlično.
škoda, bom rekel, ker se je diskusija z Lovrom ravno dobro začela. In bi mu
Oba z
marsikaj smo
Lovrotom-
dobro še rekli.
Oba z Lovrotom bosta na voljo tudi med konferenco za vprašanja na chatu, tako da lepo prosim, izkoriste ju. Lovro je z nami tudi naslednji dan predava in pa tudi Srečo bo seveda z veseljem odgovoril še na kakšno vprašanje na chatu. Hvala vam, nadaljujemo 11:30.
Hvala, lep dan, ostanite zdravi.
Dobrodošli, pozdravljeni. Nadaljujemo s programom Nabavne konference 2020. Naslednje predavanje bo predavanje Matijas Gangla iz podjetja SAP. Matijas je po izobrazbi pravnik in dela kot svetovalec za pametno digitalizacijo nabave v podjetju SAP. Hello, Matijas. Great to have you with us. Just please let me share a short introduction in Slovene, then I hand over to you. Matijas je pri svetovanju uporablja delavniški pristop po metodi design thinkinga. Kar pa je zanimivo za njega iz privatnega življenja je pa, da je triatlonec. Na spletu sem našel en podatek, da se s triatlonom ukvarja 0,01% svetovne populacije. To je, si v zelo, ekskluzivni skupini, če se s tem ukvarjaš. Tako da Matijas gotovo bo zdržal ta čas, ki bo z nami, kot če je triatlonec, tako da mu predlagam, da kar prevzame zaslon. Matijas, I've mentioned that you are also active triathlon participant. Congratulations. I've seen on web that there is a quote that 0.01% of the population in the Western world is doing triathlons. So you are in a very exclusive club. So please, the floor is yours, and let us enjoy your presentation.
Thank you. Can I just ask you, can you see my screen?
We see your screen, yes?
Okay, perfect. So yes, apparently I'm part of a very small part of the population that does triathlon. But today I would like you to have a look at this picture before we get started. And it's from a movie that maybe some of you have seen. And let's just think a few seconds about what movie this can be from. As some of you may guessed, this is from the movie Terminator. And as you are aware, in Terminator, intelligent machines try to take over the world. But you know, the real problem with intelligent machines is not the Terminators, it's more this little guy here. You may remember Clippy from the old Microsoft Office days, where it was sitting on the far right corner, trying to ask you questions and answer your questions in order to help you go through the different Office programs. But the real problem with Clippy is not that he was there to help you. It is when we think about a certain thought experiment, which is called the paperclip problem. And this is trying to answer, will AI take over the world? And let me briefly bring you through this paperclip problem. So the thought experiment goes like this. We have a super intelligent artificial intelligence, which is able and tasked with one simple task: produce 1,000 paperclips. The artificial intelligence has also abilities to improve itself, and therefore at one point it's trying to allocate a lot of different resources into producing paperclips. And even at some point when humans may think, okay, we now have enough paperclips, or if all paperclips will be used up, the AI will adapt and therefore at one point even maybe turn against humans. And that's what the thought experiment is about, that even if we task artificial intelligence with a very small and specific task, there may be instances where it could go out of hand and then turn against each other. But today, the technology is nowhere near this. Today, I would like to talk to you about the impact of artificial intelligence on our daily procurement work and how this could influence your daily business. My name is Matijas Gangl. I'm a senior procurement advisor at SAP. And today I would like to talk to you about three things. One is an introduction of the impact on AI that it has on procurement. Then we will go through three practical use cases for strategic and operational purchasers, as well as employees. And then at the end, I have 5 key takeaways for you that you can take with you into your organization and maybe think about what kind of machine learning or artificial intelligence use cases could you use in your procurement companies. If we have a look on the potential of intelligent technologies, we can really see that it is really everywhere. you see here throughout the companies, throughout different departments, we see that in supply chain, in finance, in sales, it all has a big impact on how companies are doing business. But today, I would like you to focus on the procurement part, where we have estimated by a survey done from McKinsey that almost 60% of tasks in the source-to-pay process can be fully or largely automated using already currently available technologies. So this is already talking today. Almost 60% of tasks can be fully or largely automated. And this means that you working in procurement departments are not going to become jobless. This means that you can focus on more strategic topics when we talk about developing relationship with suppliers, negotiating prices. All of these things a machine learning algorithm will not be able to do, and the human part is very important. And that's why we try to free procurement people from those manual, very technical, hard to do tasks, and bring them into more strategic topics like developing suppliers and negotiating prices. If we have a look at the study done by McKinsey, we can see that throughout the source-to-pay process, we really see a lot of potential for our automation. So this means the darker the color, the more is mostly or fully automatable by already existing technologies. So if I have an example here at in-processing, you see here that 80% of what we can see is available in order to help to automate invoice process with our existing technology. And what does this mean? That and can learn from what supplier actually needs, what kind of invoice, what kind of error they maybe do on a basis, and the is at that overall of these processes. We can focus on the 20% where maybe it doesn't have a resource for this. And this goes through all the different areas of procurement. For example, if we have a look at vendor selection negotiation, at some certain point of view, we can even think automating sourcing decisions where outsource it on the prior kind of parameter is take sourcing decisions on its own. More of that I would like to show in the next slide. Because the development is really that we go from a manual to an autonomous procurement, because market pressure forces customers to deal with innovation speed on a regular basis. And because the innovation is becoming faster, a lot of customers try to outsource innovation to suppliers. So you have to cope with shorter product life cycles, and also it is hard to source the best possible suppliers with the best quality and best prices so that they deliver it also on the right time. And that's why technology is here to help. When we look on the development of how procurement has developed, we see somewhere in the 2015 ages that there was a shift into fully digitizing the source-to-pay process. And this is usually the first step when we talk about intelligent or digital processes. But digitizing the data and a vital part of machine learning algorithms so that they can learn and then adapt to your customers' needs. Digital procurement was the first step, and then with having all of this data available, machine learning algorithms are now possible to learn based on this data. And that's the next evolution, where we talk about intelligent procurement, where we have recommendations done by machine learnings, where we get already based on the current data that we have, insights into what might happen into the future or how things will develop. And I also have one of the use cases for you where we can predict delivery times so that you can take this into consideration into your procurement planning processes and then adapt to them accordingly in your manufacturing processes. The next step, and I think that's a lot of the parts where we are at the moment now, is the automated, where we are able to automate already certain process steps where no human interaction has to be done anymore. When we think about, for example, automating the payment of invoices, we start with a digital purchase order. We then receive or book the goods receipt. And when the invoice comes in and matches with all of these free items, we can automatically book it through and then release it for payment. And so this process really starts with having a digital purchase order, having a goods receipt, and then matching it with a digital invoice that is coming in to automate this payment process. And the same goes for also a little bit more advanced technologies like Internet of Things, where you can see here a sensor-based triggering. What does this mean? It means, imagine in your manufacturing line, you have machines that are running constantly. And so there could be Internet of Things sensors that are monitoring the vibration that is going on for certain machine parts. And if the vibration gets too high because the machine part is already almost getting broken, you can then trigger automatically a purchase order where you can then reorder this machine part and can then be replaced. And the next step, and this will be then the evolution that we think about 2025, is a really autonomous operational procurement or autonomous procurement process where we have a lot of decisions already outsourced to the algorithm. So what does this mean? One of the example was the sourcing, where you can say, okay, I need a new, or I need better prices for a certain material and or new suppliers. You hand it over to the algorithm and the algorithm does its magic. It invites relevant suppliers. It then collects those bids that they send you, and then based on the bids and certain defined parameters, it also, and then from there you can take it into your hands and use it all and so forth. But I think this is a very big shift from when we started out from manual processes where you had to create a sourcing event, select suppliers, and then get their bids, see who was the best one, maybe even doing it on paper, all the way to handing this over to an intelligent algorithm that can then make these sourcing decisions autonomously. Just one, we are trying to estimate that around 50 to 60% of all processes will be automated by 2025 within our software solutions. And I think that's a very cool statement, that when we think about how will our work change, it will change that a lot of things will be automated and we can focus on the parts where we humans are really good, meaning that negotiating prices, selecting the best suppliers, and then also finding strategic things where we can work on. I will practice use cases and employees. So when we look on how intelligent technologies can help strategic purchasers, we see a lot of different potentials. And I think you can see here on the slide very well that we have certain technologies that enable this. So you see here on the far upper right-hand corner that depending on the icons that are in these rounds, we can either do it by automatic rules, by machine learning, by leveraging chatbots or robotic process automation, or we use it with a very tight integration that a lot of our software product system, also with the procurement solutions. One example that I would like to share with you is here, this monitor materials without purchase contracts. And what this means is that there's a machine learning algorithm running in the background that is analyzing what kind of purchase orders are already being sent out by your employees with materials where there is no contract available. So it takes all of this data, puts it into an algorithm, it then ranks it on a certain level so that you can try to understand what is the material with the most spend going on, with the most purchase orders. And so therefore for you, this is probably the highest priority in order to negotiate a contract with this supplier. So the end. At the operational purchaser, we can also see that for them a lot of different robotic process automation creates automatically purchase requisitions that you maybe put in an Excel or load them into SAP S/4HANA. So a lot of companies have very specific processes. We're trying to, with robotic process automation, automate a lot of these very specific processes so that humans do not have to copy manually things from Excel all the way into a purchase request, so that they can focus more on the important topics. And when we think about another thing, which I find very cool, is this here, the intelligent approval workflows, where in your operational purchases, you probably have some kind of either material resource planning run or a person entering purchase requisitions. And then based on this, some of them go through approval workflows. The intelligent approval use case uses machine learning algorithms in order to approve purchase requisitions efficiently. So this means that based on past approvals, based on what materials were included in the purchase requisition, how much % of them were already approved, it takes into consideration all of these different kind of data points and then tries to propose only certain things to the human so that he can check it and then say, okay, I approve this now, and then it constantly learns and adapts to what the operational purchaser is actually doing. Another thing which I found very valuable is down here, the prevent productions delay, meaning that based on on the machine learning algorithm, it can predict on when the shipment will be delivered in order for your internal processes to adapt to this. So imagine you have some kind of suppliers that do not send advanced ship notices, so you do not know usually when the items will arrive. The algorithm takes into account how much time did it usually take from the purchase order for the goods to arrive, and then takes into account the supplier, where does it sit, how long is the transport, and all of these different parameters. And out of this, it calculates a shipment delivery date so that you internally, with your manufacturing processes, have this transparency on when will the shipment actually come. And all of this is done in the background by the algorithm, proposing it to the operational purchaser so he can work with these things. One last example that I would like to share with you is how can an employee be helped in creating purchase requisitions. And I think a very cool example is the image-based buying. Of course, this is more based into indirect spend, where we are ordering, let's say, iPhones, headsets, and so on. But just imagine I, as an employee, take my phone into my hand. I see at another employee that there's a headset that I really would like to order. I just click on it, I take an image, and then the machine learning algorithm is analyzing this, proposing me catalog items, and then based on this, I can order it. But also think about a scenario where you are in the manufacturing, in the factory, a spare part is being broken. I can just take it out, take a picture. The algorithm is then proposing me the correct spare part, which is suitable for this machine. It's being shown now in a catalog. I can put it into my shopping cart and send it for approval. So these are just a few scenarios that I would like to share with you, that you have a few practical use cases on how the technology is already changing today the daily work of a strategic and operational and an employee in procurement. One example that I would like to highlight was for a strategic purchaser on how to propose materials for contracts. So this means that it's prioritizing materials where it doesn't have any contract and where the spend is pretty high. So what does it do? It takes materials without purchasing contracts. It takes data points from materials that has been spent, and it takes materials with purchasing contracts in order to understand, okay, what type of materials are suitable in order to put them into a contract. Then it analyzes this, it prioritizes the materials, and then it offers a suggestion to the strategic purchaser. And it's very nicely viewed on a dashboard to see, okay, what kind of materials have a very high spend, a very high amount of purchase orders. And that means that there's a lot of computing power going into, human power going into, and a lot of procurement savings that are being missed in order for the algorithm to do this. In the end, this of course leads to reducing operative work, but also reducing material spend, because when you are able to take these different materials, combine them together into a contract, you then know all of a sudden, okay, I have 50,000 purchase orders, I have 5 million of total spend that is happening. Now I will negotiate a contract with my suppliers, try to lower it down to 4.8, 4.7 million, and therefore you would then have a saving of 300 to 200,000 K if you think about creating a contract for these certain types of materials. As you remember at the beginning, I said the real problems is not with super intelligent machines. The problem is with our little paperclip here. Because the first step is a transformation from paper going to digital. Because having the process digitized is the first step in creating a machine learning algorithm that can then learn from the data that you have available and can then help you to predict certain scenarios. And that's also a step that we at SAP like to do. We take the paper processes, we take the processes that you have today and put it into a framework that helps you to become an intelligent enterprise. So how does this intelligent enterprise enabled by SAP look like? We have an intelligence suite that is your core enterprise resource plan system, where you do your sales, your manufacturing, your processes. And from there, we combine it with something that we call experience management. So what we do in here is that in your ERP, you're recording Matthias has bought a headset for 50 euros today, but you do not know how was the whole process. How easy did I find the catalog or the item that I was searching for? And the same goes with your suppliers. Constantly getting feedback on your contract negotiation process, constantly getting feedback into your collaboration with suppliers is very valuable for today's companies and is a differentiator when we think about how are we working together with our suppliers and how can we improve this whole process. One very big concept and shift change is also the business network. Business network enables you to have one single communication platform with your suppliers. What does this mean? It means when we talk about registering suppliers, they do it via the Ariba network. When we talk about qualification questionnaires, via the Ariba network. When we talk about answering sourcing events that you publish it via the Ariba network, and the suppliers bid via the Ariba network. Same goes for purchase orders. You create your purchase order in your intelligence suite or within SAP Ariba. From there, it's being then sent out via the business network to the supplier. They confirm it via the business network. They send you the invoice via the business network. And you see, it's really one central platform that enables you to harmonize, to streamline your communication. And in the end, it leads to a lot of automation that is happening, because if you send a digital purchase order, if you book a goods receipt, if you receive a digital invoice, you can match all of these three, and in the end, automate the payment, so then it can go through smoothly, meaning that there has to be nobody that is sitting there in order to check invoices, check if there was a purchase order or not. How do we do this? We have a few different business processes that we cover. One is focus into the lead to cash, where we go into the end customer, but the main focus of today was the whole source to pay portfolio, where you could see that from onboarding the supplier all the way to paying the invoice, we have a lot of automation possibilities. The first step is going from paper to digital and then enabling a lot of intelligent technologies in order to automate certain processes. So at the end, I have 5 key takeaways that I would like you to take with you today from the session, all the way going back to Paperclip, to Clippy, who was the one where we started out this paperclip problem and tried to understand what is the impact that machine learning can have on our human lives. 5 key takeaways. So AI, artificial intelligence, will definitely help to automate a lot of procurement processes. Like I said, the estimate is that 60% of procurement processes can already today be automated with existing technologies. If companies choose to go this route, they can see a lot of different savings and a lot of different costs that are not being done because of the automation that is going on. And I've shared with you today 3 use cases. One for the strategic purchaser, where we saw monitor materials without contract, meaning that a smart algorithm is monitoring what kind of spend is going on in your company. Then it's taking this spend, proposing based on a priority, what should be the contract that you are negotiating with your supplier to, in the end, save costs. Same for the operational purchaser. When we think about intelligent approval, we see that the algorithm is proposing something, helping you to speed up the process and then approve the purchase requisition. And for an employee, we saw that for image-based buying, it speeds up the whole process of how employees are able to order and also procure their items. So my call is use your chance to automate procurement with SAP. And there are a lot of different use cases that we can already use today in order to automate the procurement process. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthias. Great presentation, so that we see where we can use AI that's available and the future uses. Naslednji z nami je René Ahel. René Ahel je magistriral iz področja strojnega učenja. Metode strojnega učenja uporablja za reševanje poslovnih problemov v industriji, še posebej na področju nabavnih procesov. René poslovno sodeluje z globalnimi podjetji iz vsega sveta, zato je delo na daljavo zanj vsakodnevna stalnica. René, ste z nami?
Hello.
Hello, pozdravljeni. René,
Hello,
se slišiva? Ja?
Yeah, hello. Yes, I can hear you.
Great.
I'm speaking English because I'm obviously not speaking Slovenian.
Great. René,
no.
thank you. I just said that since you, I've seen in your bio that you're working for a global corporation and overseas also remotely, I suppose, a lot of the time, that this COVID situation and the change of working habits has not affected you very much.
No, not at all.
Great. So happy to have you here at our procurement conference, and the floor is yours, please.
Thank you. Let me share my screen.
Yes, we see it. Great.
Awesome.
Great.
So
thank you.
The time is rather limited, so I'm gonna get right to the point. So what's the point of my today's talk? It's about demystifying AI in procurement, because you've seen a lot of presentations, you've seen a lot of things published in the media about what AI will bring. And this is basically what I want to talk about today. So what does the media claims and some prominent people in the field claim that the artificial intelligence would bring? And then I will show you a very concrete example of what artificial intelligence can really bring in procurement. So let's talk about the hype first, and then bring things more to a realistic frame, where I will illustrate what I think artificial intelligence will bring to procurement with a very specific example. So what does the media say that the artificial intelligence will bring us? Some say that AI will simply just replace us. That's the school of thought that's called technological singularity. It's prominent speaker is Ray Kurzweil, currently working at Google. They simply say that machines will evolve to a point where we will become obsolete and they will continue evolving without us, basically, and we'll be just left standing and looking at what's happening next. Others, like Elon Musk, say AI will simply kill us at one point because we will be perceived as a threat to its existence. Some consultancies around the world, very prominent ones, are thinking that automation will basically leave a lot of us jobless. Hopefully not me, because I'm in this field and someone needs to maintain the artificial intelligence while it's operating. So I guess I'm okay. But they say that there will be lots of job lost to automation. Is this really all so dramatic as the media puts it? Well, I think not. Why do I think that, other than being an artificial intelligence expert? It's simply because all these dramatic opinions on artificial intelligence development are slightly blown out of proportion. So artificial intelligence is not as advanced and as sophisticated as you are led to believe by those bombastic headlines. What artificial intelligence can do? So let's talk about that. AI will definitely provide us with superhuman abilities. What do I mean by that? If there are people in the audience which are science fiction fans like me, then you will instantly recognize who this person is in this picture. So this is Ellen Ripley piloting the power loader. So what does this mean? You have a human here who is lifting a very heavy object using a suit, basically. This suit gives that person a superhuman strength, which enables her to manipulate items which that person on its own would not be capable of. And this is what I think that artificial intelligence will be like. So, and already is, in fact. So the artificial intelligence tools, let me stress that, tools, they don't have a brain on its own in a sense that we think of a brain. So they are really, really sophisticated tools, much smarter than the tools that we used previously, but they are still tools, because this power loader will not manipulate cargo around without person in it operating it. So this is what I think that AI will ultimately bring us, and in fact is already bringing us. So some of you might ask, why do we even need all that? Why do we need superhuman abilities? If you work in procurement, you are probably painfully aware that there are problems, and they keep growing with time, that simply cannot be handled by ordinary human abilities. Let me pull just one really painful example for everyone: spend classification. So anyone that has put a serious effort into correctly classifying their spend to get an accurate spend overview into like hundreds of categories will know that it's a really tough job for a human to do. Because if you do it manually, it requires a human to sit and spend literally hours, days, and weeks to manually classify spend items into correct categories. Humans have not evolved to do that, so our abilities in that area are pretty limited. On the other hand, we have AI tools which are extremely good at learning from us how to correctly classify, and then do it a lot faster and a lot more consistently than we could ever do. So this is the superhuman abilities that I'm talking about. So you can think of this alien queen on the right-hand side as the, for example, spend classification problem. So you really do need superhuman abilities to handle some problems in procurement already. And that's the point of AI tools. They can help you in areas where human abilities simply are not enough. And the number of problems that will require such sophisticated tools will grow over time. So this is basically my message. So another reasonable question might be, okay, if those tools are so sophisticated, why do we even need humans? And this is one of the examples why I think humans won't be thrown out of the loop as easily as one might think. So this is a really even an old example, 10 years old, in fact. So on May 6, 2010, at 2:32 p.m., all the stock market indexes in the US started declining rapidly, and the market lost $1 trillion in value in just 36 minutes. So how that happened? Why did they all start panically selling all at once in 36 minutes? Well, it's complex, but it boils down to the fact that a lot of the trading on the stock market is automated. This means that machines rather than humans are doing majority of the trades, and all those machines do not have common sense, let's call it like that. So they don't see the big picture. They are trained to perform in a very narrowly defined problem space, which boils down to, if everyone else is selling, you start selling as well. And that's exactly what happened here. So the first trader did a trade that caused all of the other automated algorithms to start selling because they were following the behavior of one after the other. So everyone was mimicking every other people's behavior, machine's behavior. So basically, this is what's in stock market circles called a flash crash. It's caused by machines working on their own. So as you can see, you really need a human in the loop to prevent really, really bad outcomes. So you are safe. You will be kept in the loop. You will just have superhuman abilities. So this is like awesome news for everyone. So let's go now to the example that I mentioned at the beginning. Let's see one example of superhuman abilities you as a category manager could get today. If you're not familiar with d.o.o is a company that provides primarily category management expertise through its tool, which is also called d.o.o. And probably the most popular feature in the software right now is called guided strategy creation. Because we know that one of the biggest impacts you can have on performance in a category is by defining and consistently executing a well-defined category strategy. And we are also very painfully aware, because we have experts that have lots of experience, that everyday work of a category manager is basically running from one fire, putting out one fire after the another, and there is simply not enough time for building a consistent and really thorough category strategy. Because you're focused on other tasks that have constantly higher priority, it's really difficult for you to focus and to create a proper strategy. So this is where guided strategy creation comes into a rescue. So what this feature does, it basically leads you through the category strategy creation process. So it not only leads you by offering you, proposing you things you need to do, but it also sort of thinks for you as well. Not in a common sense of the word, it helps you to come to a consistent result, which is the point of employing artificial intelligence after all. So as you can see in front of you, you start defining the category strategy with spend analysis. And instead of you spending 3 hours on getting to these figures from your regular reports, if you upload all your spend data into d.o.o, d.o.o does it for you. This is not exactly a prominent example of artificial intelligence, it's just a smart template, but it's an example of how you can save effort, in essence gaining superhuman abilities. Because I believe you would agree that getting this spend overview in 1 second is a superhuman ability, because if you did it manually, it would take a couple of hours. So what this spend analysis gives you is just the basics. If you want to dig deeper, there is a separate module which allows you to do any kind of spend data analysis you need. So you start with basic spend analysis. As you can see on the top right corner of the screen, there are 2 stages within guided strategy creation. The stage 1 is designed in a way that gives you results quickly while asking you a minimum of information in return. So you will get your initial category strategy pretty quickly. So let's walk through all the steps and show you what the machine gives you back as the feedback. So the first step is where you need to actually interact with the software is going through the Kraljic matrix analysis. So you are all very familiar with the tool because it's well established in the procurement field. And what you need to do here is give the machine some basic inputs on what your situation in this category is. This example category is called air freight. So the questions you answer are in this example in a context of a category for air freight services. So what you do here, you basically answer these questions in a very basic manner. So you just click high, mid, low. And when you do that, the Kraljic matrix instantly responds on the right-hand side. And there are not many questions you need to answer. So to answer this questionnaire for the Kraljic matrix, it will take you maybe 10 minutes if you are really familiar with your category. If not, these questions will provoke you to understand your category better, which is again a benefit for you. Other than the Kraljic matrix, you need to find what's your position compared to your top suppliers in this category. And this is the supplier preferencing part, which is organized similarly to the Kraljic matrix. So you answer the questions on each of the top suppliers in the category, and the machine will then show you what is your, so what's the position of you in the eyes of your suppliers. So what does Air China think about you as a customer? So they think you are a core customer. So they really value your business and want to develop it further. While for Lufthansa, they think that they can do more business with you and they want to develop the relationship. This is all the positioning that's been derived based on the answers of these questions. But you can say that, yeah, this is something that maybe we can also reconstruct in Excel, and that's completely true. So we haven't come to the AI part just yet, but to provide you quickly with recommendation for a category strategy, these 2 elements can be enough. So now we come, so these top challenges and top business requirements are notes for you. So they are not produced by the machine, but the bottom part is. So everything you can see right now in this screen is produced by the algorithm. So based on the positions of you versus your top suppliers and the positioning of your category in the Kraljic matrix, the system identifies the category situation, which basically describes what's your position as a buyer and what's the general supplier's view on this category with you as a customer. and gives you the estimate of a power balance between you and the supplier. What's even more valuable as an output, the system recommends you based on your answers, which of the strategic options make most sense. So these are like low-level tasks that that could be employed to improve the situation in this category, which has been diagnosed by the system. What it further suggests based on these strategic options are broad strategic objectives you can use to compose your final strategy. So keep in mind that this is just an initial strategy, but for some categories which are not priority categories, this can be enough. So if a category is of low value, you may be satisfied with this step because it took 20 minutes and you got a category strategy that's good enough. Of course, we recognize that the system is not perfect and cannot give you always the perfect strategy. So we include the system output in the suggested strategic objectives. So you can then choose from them or introduce some additional ones in the final strategic objectives list. And if the category is not that important or not high value, you can consider your job done. So the system has helped you with low priority category, and that's the end of the work for you. If it's a really important category, you will probably want to continue with stage 2. Stage 2 is really where AI kicks in because it leads you through a more sophisticated analysis of this same category. So the system does not forget the initial analysis, it just leads you through these analysis: product and market, Porter's 5 forces, business requirements, cost drivers, risk, and SWOT analysis, to simply get more information on the situation in the category right now. There is one additional benefit that the system gives you, which is it enables you to deepen your knowledge about the category, which is useful if you are a junior procurement professional. So it basically gives you all of these questions which you are supposed to answer, and in turn you get two things: you understand your category much better, and you document your category for knowledge transfer as well. So there are two birds hit with one stone. In addition, the system does not only uses these questions for you to structure your knowledge. Some of the answers provided here are actually used by the system to refine the recommendations of the strategic objectives for your category. Which questions are simply descriptive and which are actually used by the system, you can recognize by the blue color. So the blue color answers are used by the system to refine the strategy, and the gray ones are used for your deepening of your knowledge and documentation of the category. Right now, we are in the product and market analysis, which is more of a descriptive kind of analysis. So you can see that the system is not using much information from this. This is because the system uses structured information to refine the category strategy. So what does the product and market category analysis cover? It describes the category characteristics, price, quality, and quantity related to this category. So basically, the basic things you would explain to anyone introduced to this category. Maybe your manager or a junior team member that's supposed to take over management of this category. After describing the basics of this category, it also describes the situation in the market. So basically the system leads you and you input all the descriptions here. And with these icons that look like test tubes, you can also request this information, if you don't have time, to be supplied by our partner. So if you don't have time and the budget allows it, you can speed up filling in some of the content here by a partner company as well. And in the end, you have supplier dossiers. So these are like small digests of key suppliers in your category, where so the basic things you need to know to work on the relationship with those suppliers, as well as new potential suppliers. So let's now step, because the time does not allow me to go walk you through all the analysis that we have here. Let's step into the business requirements analysis, which is one of the analysis that's most used by the system to refine the category strategy. So these are the key questions that you would ask your business stakeholders in order to get firm understanding what's expected of you as a category manager to provide to the business. So they using these questions, you can basically ask these questions to the business stakeholders, and based on their answers, which are answered here, the category strategy gets refined, but you also get a better picture of what the business really expects from you regarding this category. And this information can then also, of course, be used for presentation back to the business stakeholders and validating the category strategy. As you can see here, the number of blue dots is pretty large. So the system is heavily using these answers because we deem them one of the most important in all of these analyses, and they will therefore have the most impact on refining the category strategy. How the system uses these answers to refine the category strategy, this is where the AI kicks off. You have probably learned so far that everyone basically pulls an equation sign, equal sign between artificial intelligence and machine learning terms. This is not actually the case. Artificial intelligence is much broader field than just machine learning. And this system is not operating using machine learning, it's operating using the expert systems approach, which is used in cases such as this one, where we don't have data available for the system to be trained using machine learning. So this may even reassure you a bit, is that the system operates on expert knowledge from Cirto's category management experts, which is built into the system. And Cirto is constantly upgrading this knowledge in order for you to have access to basically consultant level category strategy knowledge expertise. So that's the end result of the system. Let's take a look at that. Once you have gone through all these analyses here, you will reach the overview stage, where after you have input all the information you wanted about each category, for each category you will get an overview of all the data that you have input in here, and this will also probably be very useful for someone overseeing your work, or to the stakeholders. You can even use this as a presentation, and in the end of the data that you have entered, you will get a refined category strategy. So this is it. So based on all the analysis that you went through and all the information that you entered, the system has taken the suggested strategic objectives from the stage 1 and refined them using new information. So this is akin to a consultant which spent 2 hours with you, getting to know your category in very broad strokes, producing some initial recommendations, then went for a deep dive, gathered much more information, and then produced more refined category strategy. So our system is basically mimicking that behavior. And this is our end goal of guided strategy creation, is to basically bring you the category strategy expertise through the software, leading you to form an optimal category strategy. Okay, so this concludes my example, and I believe we are right on time for the Q&A session. Let me just return to the slides. I left these slides in for your reference, and we can, I believe, start with the Q&A session now.
Okay, thank you, René. Let's wait a second if you get any new any questions. No questions for you, René. So if there are sometimes questions come later, we will forward them to you. So please, let's stay in touch. And thank you for your great presentation. Hvala lepa.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Hvala. Nadaljujemo z Kristjanom Bolzonom. Kristjan Bolzon je direktor nabave v podjetju Breton. Breton je vodilno svetovno podjetje za proizvodnjo strojev za obdelavo naravnega kamna ter obratov za predelavo sestavljenega kamna. Podjetje ima sedež v Benečiji, sosednji pokrajini, naša soseda. Je tudi predsednik Adači, Tre Venecije, Beneškega združenja nabavnikov, torej naših sosedov, sosednega združenja. V predavanju se bo dotaknil vprašanja razpoložljivosti in kvalitete podatkov ter poslovne analitike v nabavi. Kristjan, are you with us?
Hey, I'm ready here.
Oh, great. Hello, great to have you at our conference.
Okay.
I made just a short introduction in Slovenia.
Yes,
You're
thank
coming
you.
from our neighborhood. You're from our neighborhood, so welcome virtually, dear neighbor, and the floor is yours.
Okay, now I try to switch on all.
Okay, let's wait to see that I can confirm. Yes, you're sharing.
Okay. Do you see my presentation?
Just a second. I see the first. Yes, I see the presentation. I just don't see your face. If you could turn on the video, please, so that we can see you also.
Yes. No, there is the host that stopped me.
Okay, we will solve this. So, Christian, please just start, and we will solve this issue while we are live.
Okay.
Please,
so thank you.
The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for introducing. Also, my presentation will be in English because, unfortunately, I don't speak your language. In the future, I hope to try to understand and to speak some words. I'm the CPO of an Italian company, and also I'm the president of the Tre Venezie section of Adachi. And this is the reason that today I'm here with you today. So now you see also my video. Okay, so first of all, just a second that I change.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Now we see you.
Thank you to you. So first of all, thank you to my colleagues Marina Lindic, Zlecko Bukovic, Marko Lekce, and Peter Samsa, and now all the friends and colleagues of Purchase Association of Slovenia, because for this connection that there is between our association, I'm here today try to exchange my experience because I'm a CPO of an Italian company, and so for this reason I try to explain our experience, and in the future, if it's possible, we can also change other experience from Italy to Slovenia, from Slovenia to Italy. What I try to explain to you today, I try to explain this point. I start to explain some general overview of the company where I work, not only just to explain which is the business that we do, the machine, the pens, but just to understand why I try to explain this experience, because it's important to know from where we start and where we want to go. After, I try to explain to you our approach to introduce the business intelligence in our company, and especially in purchasing department. This is the content of my interview. the advantage that we think that we can have, and when a data-driven company, after I will explain to you what I mean, just some overview of my personal dashboard that I use in my department, and if we have time, I try to show you a live streaming just to discover and try to understand and escape what we have inside. So I try to go quickly. Our company is an Italian company located in the Veneto, so it's a 100% made in Italy company. We have 4 different sites of production. Really, we have 3 site locations in Veneto and another one in Emilia-Romagna. But in this, I just want to explain the most 3 points. We have a covered production area of 65,000 square meters, and in this area, we produce our product. We have a presence around the world. Just a second that I close this. Okay. I try to go quickly. So we have a presence around the world, but the production is only in Italy. Our staff is more than 900 employees. Our specialization is to produce machine and plant, but we have an important attention to the patented that try to cover our technology and grow in the technology. So we have about 150 technicians and engineers that work to create this kind of machine and plants, and a special chemist department. In the last 3 years, not this year, obviously, because I think that this is a bad year for everybody. In the last 3 years, our company increased his production and obviously his turnover, like you see, in a very high performance. Which are the sector in which we work? We produce machine and plant to work natural stone. Sorry if you find some Italian words, but I try to take some point from other presentations, so some words must be in Italian language. The second one is the composite, the plants to produce composite material. The third one is a machine tool business unit, and the last one is the Lapitec. Now, I try to explain to you what we mean when we speak about natural stone. We speak about all the kind of machine and plants that we realize to work natural stone. From cut, when you take a block from a quarry, you can cut this block in slabs, you can calibrate these slabs, you can polish it and to obtain many different pieces. In this case, you can see also some 3D block worked by our machine. But after, I also put inside a short video in which you can see some of this machine. We produce machine for cutting block, for calibration, polishing, slab cut, and contouring. The second business unit of the company, all is inside in this company, is to produce a complete plant. So we start from raw materials and we create a very big different kind of slabs. I'm sure that at your home, at your office, or in some public points where you go, you can find some of our product that our customer produce by our technology. From our data, we have that our plants produce every year about 30 million of square meter of artificial stone per year. You can imagine that our technology can produce about big slabs of about 5 square meters, having 1 minute enough. Some example of application can be for the kitchen, for the living room, for the floor, and also for commercial activity. All of this is major artificial material produced by our technology. So when we sell a complete plan, we be able the final customer to produce and to use our patented. The third technology, the third business division is a machine tool division. We are producing machine for aerospace industries, for automotive, motorsport, for mold and die, and for power and transmission. We are able to sell and to innovate to our customer many of international important brand. Especially in this slide, you can see Formula One team like Renault, Red Bull. Red Bull have a 4 machine of Breton, Safran, GKN, Turkish Aerospace, all many important brands around the world about aerospace, but not only. For example, you can see Schott, that is an important German company that work in the field of glass and satellite or many other. So is a different business of our company, but a very technology division. The last one that I want to show to you is the division of Lapitec. Lapitec, in this case, we don't sell machine and plant, we don't sell technology, but we decide to sell product. So we developed in about 20 years of research a particular product. The name is Lapitec, that is a sinterized stone. So we create an artificial product by our technology. At about 15 kilometers from our headquarters, we produce this product. And so in this case, we sell final product, not machine plant, but product. This is just an image of the company. The difference is that is an artificial stone. We can create many different evidence, but we have also then the other plants that we have a different kind of material. This is very similar to ceramic product. Now you can see, I hope, a video.
This is what I live for.
Okay, so I think that by the video you can see more than my words. The last image is from Maranello, because the part of the company that we have with the Tecnema technology is in front of the Fiorano circuit. So why I want to explain our company, just not only to show what we do, but just to understand that in this situation, which we have for business activity of the company, which we have 150 technicians that every year they realize about plus minus 80,000 new design, new drawings, and around 3,500 thousand customization every year, just to change the machine for the necessity of the customer, just to increase the performance, just to resolve some problems that when you produce a machine you can have. In this situation, for us in a purchasing department, it's very critical to cover all the necessities. So how we can the purchasing department operate while guarantee governance of its processes? How the purchasing department can guarantee the correct workload of the people and quality of result? We can have the 1 week we have a lot of work in one division, and the other week can be different than another division. How the purchasing department can guarantee quality and timeliness of action? By of this necessity, we accept with the other part of the company to start with a new project, just introduce a business intelligence in our company. Start from one sector and other step by step to increase to all the part of the company. So we try to change the payoff of the company that typically or in the past was driving by innovation, to change the company in a new course, in data driven by innovation. So we want to work with the data. We want to work with the control of the data. We want to work with understand and to escape and to check the data. So for Brighton, becoming data-driven organization means many things. Innovate and send out an increasingly competitive in global markets where the boundaries between producer and consumer are ever closer. So every day we have the necessity to be increase our competition, increase our performance, and to make a good and short answer to the final customer. Follow a route that will lead us to see the data no longer as a technical element, but as a strategic element of the work. So to check the data, just not only to have, just not, okay, is a number. Why this number? How we can manage this number? Which kind of decision I can do by this number? Make analysis of a pillar of the business. We will know what is happening first. We will increase the speed of response to the market, I told you before. So these are some points of we want to become a data-driven organization. And I think that our process can be replicated in another company. Just a second that I have a problem to... Okay. Undertaking a cultural step to bring the culture of data to all company levels. A change cannot happen with technology alone. So we want also to work in the culture of the people, not only just to make a final result. To do this, we must to work like a wheel of change. We must to work with our people in the perception of the situation, perception of the data, perception of which are the situation that we must do. We want to work in the mentality of the people that work inside of the company, the people that work in the mentality that work from office to the other office. We want to behavior of all of this, to practice, to change the culture. This is not just one time. Every day, continuous. You must try this, replace this, change this. Okay, restart. A continuous wheel of change, step by step. We want to identify who is responsible, or you must identify who is responsible of the data in the company. This data, who is the property of this information that after can be used from any other point. We must also identify a data quality model, because the data can be different in the different situation. No, the data must be the same for each the company. Govern the unpredictability of the data. Study of processes through data, the process mining. Now I try to explain to you what I mean. Also introduce in the company a data literacy. That is another important point that you must know when you start this kind of approach. And also data visualization. I decided to show you a video, because in visualization, when you see, you can understand more than what we only explain to you. Process mining. I try to explain step by step all this point. Process mining, when I explain you, I can try to explain that process mining is like a process, is a process for analysis that starts from the data. The system can be check all the logs, all the points that you use to do an activity, and try to explain this data and reconstruction a partner that can help you to discover a different, and you can discover a part that you live the correct way. So you can imagine that the process mining overcomes the critical issues of the process owner by overturning the approach to the data. It becomes the meeting point of all data source, and this is for all the process of the company. By the process mining, you can constantly monitoring to verify company changes. Why this? Because you can check all the variation from the way that you define in the correct process. The other important point is data literacy. When we speak about data literacy, we can translate the ability to draw meaningful information from data, communicate information about the data to the people who don't have knowledge of the subject. So what means that when we define that this is the, for example, information of invoice, is the invoice for the customer, is the invoice for the purchasing department, is which kind of invoice, is invoice for, I don't know, for some part of the customer. It's important that you must define which is this data and what is the meaning of this data. The data quality is another point that you must fix when you start this kind of approach, because when you make some activity in the company, you can change like a different point of the people that work in the office. No, you must define that each people must work in specific process. Each people must do the same activity in the same situation, so the data is correct and the system can work correct this data. If you have a quality in the data, you can make the other point of the decision. An important point of this is the data visualization. How we can show this information is very important, because it means how the people can understand, how the people can work this information. You must understand that the 90% of all information is consumed visually. So if you see something in a short time, you can understand what you see. The 17% of all sensory receptors are in the eye. Unfortunately, if we have a problem in the eye, we have less of this sensory receptor. The 30% of our brain's processing capacity is dedicated only to sight. I find the information and I want to exchange with you the information. I put in the video another image regarding the data visualization. In this case is the tube map of Berlin. You can see that how we can see the image, we can understand simple or less simple. And so is immediately. That visualization, it helps our mind to process information faster. The data is clearly represented, increases the transparency of the communication and make it accessible to everyone. by data visualization, even in the face of high volumes of data, we are able to recognize correlation between them more quickly. If we have a correct visualization, we can immediately see a data. We can see any problems and areas for improvement at a glance. We manage and ever increasing volume of data, because if I identify the correct kind of visualization, I can obtain from the other side and immediately, and I can interpret a big quantity of a big volume of data. Many times ago, Gartner, that is not necessary to presentation, many time ago he wrote this point. By the end of 2018, the companies they will take decision controlled by differentiated algorithm, which reach an incremental turnover of 5 to 10%. By the same year, over 50% of large organizations worldwide will be competitive thanks to use of advanced analytics and proprietary algorithms. By 2020, predictive and prescriptive analysis will attract 40 of new business investment in business intelligence analytics, like the presentation before my. Data literacy can bring up to 3% of revenue. Data quality can bring up 5% of revenue. What means all this? That, okay, Gartner wrote this many years ago. Now we are working on this, but we are not at the end. We are working every day, every week to work in this way. We have just a good situation, but it's not a final goal. We are in continuous improvement of this step. But I can confirm that if you work in the data literacy of the data and you work with the data quality, I'm sure that you can make the good decision for your company. If nobody starting this, I suggest that we must run. Decision-making ability. When you try to choose this way, we are sure that an advantage for your company, if you work with the data, you have more ability to make the decision, because you have control of the data, you have the control of the situation, you have the control of the way in which your company can be. But also, you can make a decision just to try to change one data. You can insert in the system a different data and try to study how can be the situation. Is not at the moment in my department because I buy, but if I can decide, for example, in the step I work in this way, I can simulate it if I lost a supplier, or if I have a high increase of the price in a commodity, or increase the price in specific drawing, I can simulate what happened in another part of the company if all the data are connected and we have the correct information. If you choose the decision to work in this way, so to use the data, you have more ability in the measurability. You have the possibility to measuring exactly and in time close the result of a specific company activity or policy. You can govern your activity if you have the control of the data. By the process mining, you can check every day if you have a deviation from the way that your company must decide by the process. So we think that we choose 2 years ago, 1 year enough to start this way for this reason. Now I just to explain to you a dashboard. This is a real dashboard that I have in my department, in which you can see, sorry if there is Italian word, but it's just to explain, is an overview of the purchasing volume that we have. Is in the same dashboard I can see also the delay, I can see the different lead time really, and theoretically lead time. I can check the number of the orders per month. I can check the no quality value in the supplier monitor. In this second dashboard, I can see the number of the line of order that my guys prepare. I can check the number of the order, etc., etc. But I try to show to you in real situation, in real time simulation. For example, this is the 3.4 dashboard. In this case, I check every week or every day how many line of order are able from my guys to work. In this dashboard, you have the total number. I can check if we have in this the request for quotation, how many requests for quotation are just have the supplier, how many are new, how many requests for quotation have the correct loss of that we need. So if the loss that now we need, we can just have in the company also a quotation for that lots. Or I can check if the request for quotation that now I have is in time or no lead time, in how many days I'm able with my office to work all the request for quotation, and also for the division that we have the number of the request for quotation that we have for different divisions. So every week I can change the people. For example, this week we have a lot of requests for quotation for natural stone, and instead for unfortunately for machines tool is different. I can check move the work, the activity of some people to help the other one in the other side. If I don't have all this control of the company, I can do any decision. This is another dashboard 4.4, and by this kind immediately you can choose or you can see where you buy the product. But I try to do by live, just a second. So you can see live all the situation and also the time of response. A selection purchase dashboard. We realize a lot of dashboard in this year of activity. I choose the first one. I select in here. Okay, so you see that is immediately. I can choose, for example, if I want to check the third part of the year, or if I want to check a different period. I can choose and change the selection. Gruppo acquisti in Italian is purchase group. So I can choose, for example, what is the situation special for one group, and immediately all the dashboard change by the filter that you choose. If you change a filter, for each dashboard that you prepare, the filter remain. If you want to remove, obviously remove for each the dashboard. For example, at the moment, I see that for this group of purchasing that is in our specific internal group, at this moment, I have 472 requests for quotation. The total number is the different situation we have with the part that have the supplier. The red point is that we don't have the supplier. This is that we have a different lot than the quotation that we have in the price list. Red is that you must work, green is that you can go okay, and this is the situation for lead time. If I change, it's just an example of other dashboard. This is just for the value. We have again, I'm quite finished, just some minutes.
Okay.
This is as an example. I want just to show you the last one. Okay, for example, in a short time, if you must decide, for example, logistic activity, we introduce a concept of milk run for a part of our production. By this system, immediately you can identify where you buy your material. By the system, and the system can show to you just a second that okay. So it's in real time, and so there are a lot of data because you can see the value on the left is very high, the 133 million of euro, and so change this in all the where is located the supplier. Okay, so you can see all the point is where I have the supplier, and all the point is the value. By this, we can identify an area and make a decision of this. Okay, now I want to come back in the presentation. So at the end, okay, we choose a click. That is the platform that we choose to use. We work with an Italian company, T-Review, that is a developer of this. And just to close is please remember that without data, you are just another person with an opinion. It's not what I see, but is Mr. Edward Demings that tell this.
Thank you, Christian. Thank you for an elaborate presentation and live peek into the BI system you're using for your daily operations and management of your company. Congratulations. And thank you for being with us. Thank you.
Thank you to you. Thank you to you.
Thank you. Thank you. All the best. All the best. Bye. Dragi udeleženci, pred nami je odmor. Odmor bo do 13:30. Nadaljujemo 13:30. Hvala lepa. Nekaj reči.
Dela?
Ne dela. Jaz zdaj delam.
Dela? Okay.
Pozdravljeni, dobrodošli. Dobrodošli na popoldanskem delu nabavne konference 2020. Naslednji predavatelj bo z nami Jurij Giacomelli. Jurij Giacomelli je ustanovitelj in direktor podjetja Giacomelli Media, kjer se osredotočajo na preobrazbo poslovnih modelov, razvoj inovativnih okolij, upravljanje sprememb in krožno gospodarstvo. Ima zelo pester rezime, kjer je zasedal vodilna mesta v gospodarstvu, od založništva do financ. V njegovem rezimeju je pa nekaj zanimivega. Jurij, pozdravljen. Pozdravljen. Nekaj zanimivega, kar moram omeniti, je predsednik italijansko-slovenskega foruma, zelo velik prijatelj povezovanja Italije in Slovenije in pa tudi verjetno v ta namen tudi z tega razloga prejemnik priznanja vitez reda italijanske zvezde, ki ga podeljuje predsednik Italije. Sem prav povedal, Jurij?
Vsem prav, hvala lepa za tako prijazen uvod in predstavitev.
Dobrodošel, Jurij, izvoli.
Hvala lepa, lep pozdrav vsem skupaj. Sem zelo počaščen, da sem tukaj z vami vsem tem nenavadnim časom navkljub. V teh nekaj minutah, ki so nam na voljo, približno 20, mogoče kakšno minuto več, bom skušal vas navdušiti nad tem, da je pravzaprav krožno gospodarstvo eno zelo zanimivo okolje, realnost, v katero se vsi tako ali drugače podajamo in ki prinaša veliko zanimivih izzivov, predvsem pa veliko priložnosti, predvsem za vse tiste, ki se niso odločili, da bi stali na mestu. Z vami bom delil na prezentacijo in seveda bom jo nekoliko hitreje prešel, kot bi mogoče bilo pač optimalno za to, da bi tudi lahko vse prebrali z njej, ampak to mislim, da ne bi smel biti nič narobe, zato ker boste seveda to gradivo lahko dobili, zato so morda nekatere prosojnice nekoliko skoncentrirane in prepolne informacije za hitro dojemanje, ampak naj vam to ostane kot referenca, nam pa bo vse to služilo za en tak potopis po tem današnjem pogovoru. Vsekakor si želim, da bi to bilo čim bolj interaktivno in da se bom potrudil, da ne bo nekaj minut za dialog potem tudi ostalo. Kakšne so skratka krožne priložnosti v nabavi? Osredotočil se bom na to, kako lahko nabava je aktiven protagonist v krožni preobrazbi vsake organizacije, kako lahko pravzaprav iz enega oddelka preide v vse oddelke in kaj se pravzaprav spremeni, ko začnemo spreminjati poslovni model. Naj vas vprašam nekaj bolj ali manj retoričnih vprašanj, saj nekatere odgovore zagotovo lahko slutite. Kakšen delež snovi potrošnih dobrin je v uporabi še recimo po 12 mesecih od datuma njihove nabave oziroma nakupa? Recimo v ZDA, odkudar ta podatek imam, je tak delež manjši od 1%. Skratka, snovi zelo hitro pretvarjamo v odpadke, v nekaj, kar ne rabimo več v našem tradicionalnem, linearnem, proizvodnem in potrošnem modelu. Kateri inputi so bili tisti, ki so v zadnjih 25 letih postali bolj ali pa manj redki, ker se odraža prek njihove dolgoročne dobavljivosti, pa se tudi nabavnih cen, višine teh cen, tendence, trenda rasti teh cen in se volatilnosti le-teh. Ali so to materiali, so to storitve, ali je to delo. Verjetno ni težko ugotoviti, da pravzaprav so vsi poslovni modeli pod pritiskom vse višjih nabavnih cen, vse večje redkosti oziroma težje dobavljivosti nekaterih tradicionalnih snovi, prihaja do substitucij, prihaja do naravnega pritiska in seveda tudi volatilnost vedno večje negotovosti, ki iz tega izhajajo. Vprašajmo se še, kako se je spremenila nabavna funkcija v družbi Aquafil Group. Ta primer bom uporabil nekoliko kasneje, tako da vam lahko nekaj odgovorov dal v kratkem. Vsi poznamo IKEA, prihaja tudi v Slovenijo, v Ljubljano. Je globalni trgovec s pohištvom in izdelki za dom. IKEA je v začetku letošnjega krožno gospodarstvo. Recimo tole je eden od statementov, ki jih je IKEA podala svetu, se pravi zmanjševanje uporabe plastike in prehod k uporabi trajnostne plastike. IKEA tudi gradi izdelke vedno bolj na drugačen način. Spodbuja ponovno uporabo izdelkov, ki jih prodaja. Se pravi, v tem primeru morajo biti tudi drugače zgrajeni te izdelki, zato ker je pomembna njihova trajnost, njihova dolgoročna uporaba, tudi njihova popravljivost, njihova morda razgradljivost in ponovna uporaba. Kaj pa to pomeni recimo za enega dobavitelja IKEA, kot je na primer slovensko podjetje, ki se sooča ki konkurira v trajnostni plastiki in ki jo morda poznate, to podjetje Skaza. Kako bo to vplivalo na Skaz in poslovni model in kako na vse druge dobavitelje IKEA? Kje so rasti za podjetje tipa Mad Jeans? Mad Jeans je mlado podjetje in tole, kar vidite na zaslonu, sem skopiral z njihovega trajnostnega poročila. Na 7 koncepti skuša Mad spremeniti tradicionalno panogo džinsa in začne seveda s krožnim gospodarstvom. Mad je ponudnik džinsa z druge roke, je tudi znan po tem, da zna kavbojke obnoviti, jih ponovno dati na trg. Tiste, ki jih proizvajajo, so dosledno proizvedeni ali pa vsaj večinsko proizvedeni iz džinsa, ki je iz ponovne uporabe. Skratka, najbolj zanimiv poslovni model, ki ga uporabljajo, pa je najem parahlač. In teh 9 točk si jih lahko v miru pogledate v njihovem trajnostnem poročilu, ki ni nič drugega kot ena čudovita študija poslovnega primera enega tako imenovanega krožnega prebojnika. Ampak začnimo korak nazaj. Kaj je naš skupni problem? Odkod bežijo ti ljudje? Zavedamo se vsi krize, ki jo največkrat imenujemo klimatska kriza, klimatske spremembe, podnebne spremembe. Pa gre za krizo vse podnebja, gre tudi za krizo pomanjkanja virov. Eno in drugo povzroča, in gre za med seboj povezana fenomena, eno in drugo povzroča, da so celotne regije, države in območja vse težje za gospodarjenje, vse težje za življenje velikega števila ljudi. In vojne so seveda drugi konflikti, korupcija, države, ki so v celoti zavožene, so lahko samo fenomeni, ki izhajajo iz teh fundamentalnih problemov. Drugo vprašanje, ki ga lahko k temu dodamo, je, komu pripada prihodnost. Vidimo, da naš linearni model seveda ni vzdržen, da ni vzdržen povsod po svetu, da morda povzroča zelo velike neenakosti in da zelo očitno tudi ni vzdržen v neki medgeneracijski logiki. Skratka, 200 let razvoja, industrijskega razvoja, ki je temeljil na predpostavki homo economicusa, pravzaprav je šel tehnično v povsem napačno smer. In kaj zdaj narediti? Posledice so seveda zelo evidentne. Poglejte, tole je en tak graf iz poročila o globalnih tveganjih Svetovnega gospodarskega foruma. Kaj je pri njem najbolj zanimivo? Da kar se tiče verjetnosti in učinka, združeno verjetnosti in učinka naravnih nesreč in katastrof, dogodkov, ki povzročajo največja tveganja, pravzaprav so tale v zeleni, imajo očitno največjo udarno moč. Tudi tiste, ki so rdeče, so zelo povezane s krizo podnebja in virov. Vreme, naravne katastrofe, neprimerno prilagajanje takim spremembam, kriza pomanjkanja vode, hrane in migracije in še kaj drugega. Temu se zoperstavljamo s konceptom trajnosti, ki ga ne bom posebej predstavljal, ker verjamem, da to znate, in to seveda na ta način, da upoštevamo poleg ekonomskih vidikov tudi družbene in okoljske, in vsi skupaj smo si zastavili, da bomo še v kratkem, do leta 2030, 2030 uspeli doseči vse cilje, vseh 17 ciljev trajnostnega razvoja. Naj povem, da za vsakim od teh ciljev stoji približno 10 zelo jasno merljivih in opredeljivih tarč, tako da natančnih ciljev je približno 178 tistih, ki jih štejemo med cilje trajnostnega razvoja. In kaj ima vsem tem krožno gospodarstvo? Je nov koncept, ki odpravlja to zgrešeno logiko, ki odpravlja logiko, ki pravzaprav povečuje te disparitete, ki povečuje te razkorake, in je tudi mnogo kaj več kot samo recikliranje oziroma enostavna ponovna uporaba. Tale gospa je na najboljših jadralk vseh časov, dama Ellen MacArthur, ki je takole, ko se je vrnila svojega drugega uspeha v karieri, drugič je šla sama okrog sveta z jadri in postavila tudi absolutni hitrostni rekord takrat. Potem se je lotila proučevanja, zakaj njen bolid, ki jo je pripeljal do rekorda, bil lahko tako popoln trajnostni sistem, in zakaj ne bi tudi sicer človeštvo bilo zmožno take družbene sisteme. In štartala je fundacijo, ki se po njej imenuje in ki je danes ena ključnih protagonistov v razvoju in širjenju znanja in dobrih praks na področju krožnega gospodarstva. To je definicija, ki jo največ ljudi najraje uporablja, kot opisuje krožno gospodarstvo. Skratka, za industrijski model, ki zavrača linearnega in ki je že zasnovan tako, da je regenerativen, in svet, ki uporablja sistemski pristop, ki temelji na inovaciji in ki izloča na ta način fazo odpadka, in na ta način se to počne, da zmanjšuje vse eksternalije in temelji na obnovljivih energijah, in se da gradi na vseh treh vidikih trajnosti. Tole sem skušal še po slovensko močno počrtati. Element, ki ga nekateri še posebej radi poudarimo, je, da krožno gospodarstvo, da je to nov ekonomski model, ki je utemeljen na sodelovanju. To sodelovanje izgleda kot en tak paradoks, nismo pravzaprav ubijali tržnega modela, ki temelji na konkurenci. No, dajmo se presenetiti. Na kratko bi odgovoril na to, da vsi zdaj tekmujemo za to, da bi sodelovali. In seveda nekaj smo že omenili o prebivalstveni krizi. Dejstvo je, da razvoj in se o tej zgrešeni poti, če pogledate tale srednji graf, vidimo, da so vse države sveta pač svojo razvojno pot gradile tako, da so blaginjo povečevale, tako da so povečevale tudi recimo temu ogljični odtis ali pa negativni učinek na okolje. Potem se je začele spravljati ta ogljični odtis navzdol, tako da bi čim prej prišle recimo v tale kvadrant, kjer so pa vse države, ki so hkrati tudi vzdržne, okoljsko vzdržne, kot vidite, je v tem trenutku prazen. In največje države z največ prebivalstva so pravzaprav šele za nami, šele prihajajo v tele višine, tako da se pravzaprav nevarnost kvečjem povečuje in v zadnjih 20 letih je poraba, recimo samo če na fosilne goriva se je podvojila, od 80 let se je podvojila ravno zaradi tega močnega učinka. Skratka, ta zgrešena logika je imela totalen pospešek, zato smo prišli tako hitro do te klimatske krize, ki so jo že v rimskem klubu že v 70 letih napovedovali s temeljno knjigo rimskega kluba, to so meje rasti. Rešitev je v ločevanju, tukaj imate en graf, ki kaže dva vidika ločevanja rasti blaginje od uporabe naravnih virov. Če se to pobliže pogledamo, to pomeni, da skušamo blaginjo in gospodarsko rast pravzaprav ločati od uporabe virov, in sicer do te mere, ne samo do relativne mere, ampak do absolutne mere, tako da bomo ustvarili regenerativni sistem, da bo pravzaprav cela ekonomija taka čistilna naprava, kako naj rečem. In zdaj, kdo naj zdaj k temu prispeva? Krožno gospodarstvo naj bi neposredno prispevalo približno polovico tega, spravo upravljanje z viri. In druga plat je sam prehod na obnovljive vire kot taki, ni nujno neposredno krožen, saj sta pa oba procesa med seboj zelo prepletena in povezana. Dobra novica je, da je seveda tehnološki prehod prišel, da imamo že tehnologije, ki lahko vsaj v relativnem smislu ta decoupling omogočajo. Druge so v prihajanju. Skratka, ta nenehna inovacija je naša rešitev. In tudi, če odmislimo klimatske spremembe kot take, so danes investicije v trajnostne energije, v tehnologije, ki podpirajo uporabo trajnostnih energij in krožno uporabo virov, že mnogo bolj napredne in donosne od tradicionalnih. Ni pa to tako enostavno, kot da bi rekli, zdaj pa dajmo vsi začeti po levi strani voziti. In malo težje je, približno tako bi rekli, da bomo najprej tovornjaki naslednji teden, pa pač motociklisti, in potem se vse malo zaplete. Tako da ni tako enostaven skratka priti, ker je pač recimo krožni prehod, da skušamo kako ponazoriti s tem nekrožnim trikotnikom, gre za razvojni proces, ki je večnivojski, ki temelji na inovacijah, pa tudi ne samo na tistih, ki že so, ampak še toliko bolj na tistih, ki še ni v komercialni fazi. In gre za veliko spremembo miselnosti. Gre za sistemski premik, gre za premik v tem, kaj je lepo, kaj je cenjeno. Ali cenimo pač obleko, ki so se šili otroci, ki so bili podplačani in so jo se šili nekje na drugem koncu sveta in je pač morala biti tudi prepeljana čez ocean ali ne. In je pomembno, kako uspešno znamo podjetja in njihove poslovne modele tudi prilagajati na novo. Definitivno sistemski vidik pomeni regulatorni okvir. Tukaj vam ponujam eno igrico, vse vabim, da najdete En-ROADS, to je pač na MIT-ju so naredili en tak simulator, ki vam bo sigurno lahko pokazal, kako je pač iskanje recimo vzdržnosti, ki ga poznamo od pariškega sporazuma, s tem, da se temperature ne bi dvignile na več kot stopinjo pa pol ali pa 2 stopinji, to je pa že čist konec vsega. Skratka, tole igrico priporočam vsem, da si lahko ponazorimo, kaj vse pomeni imeti global governance, globalnega regulatorja za takle prehod, v katerem moramo sodelovati vsi. Z vidika podjetij, kaj pomeni sistemski pogled? Marsikdo se prilagaja zaradi tega, ker se mora, zaradi zakonodaje, take in drugačne. Prej smo omenili, da je pač pritisk na stroške že včasih dovolj, da se prilagajamo na ravni stroškov in na ravni produktov. recimo superge, vsaka generacija se hitreje poznuca, recimo vsaj meni, tako da verjetno tudi še komu drugemu. Zato, ko je vedno manj materijala noter. Ampak gre pa tudi za vedno bolj dolgoročen pogled, ki ga želimo tudi tukaj izpostaviti, pogled v pač produktno in poslovno inovacijo na ravni poslovnih modelov. Ko so te enkrat povezani na ravni enega sodelovanja medpanožnega in med javnim in zasebnim, potem lahko govorimo o resnem sistemskem fokusu in o regenerativnih sistemih, ki so nujni, zato tja tudi pridemo. Če ne, bo res težko, če bomo en dan samo kamione dali na levo stran, pol pa še kolesarje, verjetno ne bo to najbolj v redu. Skratka, kako zdaj do tega krožnega modela in kaj ima Nabava pri tem? V principu gre za to, da skušamo zapustiti linearne tokove, osnovne tokove, bodi si na ravni celotnih panog, bodi si na ravni podjetja in skušamo ožati, zapirati te zanke ali pa vsaj upočasnjevati. To pomeni, da čim manj materijala uporabljamo, da povečujemo trajnost oziroma da vračamo materijale v uporabo v naslednjem njihovem življenjskem ciklusu. Številni generični poslovni modeli so zato pač primerni, tukaj recimo iz knjige recimo shemane verige vrednosti in več poslovnih modelov, recimo 5 so jih oni našteli, ki to omogočajo, od produkta k storitvi in tako naprej. Zato, da če bi podjetje prišlo do tega, ponavadi mora zelo delati, ne gre za neko reševanje ene male krize ali pa rezanje stroškom, pa gre pravzaprav za zelo temeljite preobrazbe, ki se začnejo s leadershipom in premislekom o namenu poslovanja. Tipologij poslovnih modelov je več. Zelo pomembna je ta, ker banke tudi naši investitorji vedno bolj gledajo v tole in v bistvu na trajnostne investicije in financiranje vedno bolj postajajo mainstream. Zato, ker so donosne, ne zato, ker smo zdaj vsi nekako nismo več home economicus, pa je to zdaj malo moda, ker so donosne, ker so manj tvegane. Skratka, po naravi tveganj delimo pravzaprav lahko poslovne modele v tri velike skupine. Tiste, ki se ukvarjajo z zasnovo, z oblikovanjem, z inovacijami, kot takimi in sovpadajo z začetkom neke verige vrednosti, tiste, ki spreminjajo načine uporabe in povečujejo učinkovitost tega, kar smo proizvedli, ali pa podaljšujejo trajanje, ali pa tiste, ki vračajo to, kar po koncu življenjskega ciklusa, ki vračajo to, kar smo v neki fazi že porabili v naslednjo fazo. Zdaj, zelo pomemben, kot rečeno, so tukaj tveganja. Vas, ki se na Nabavo spoznate, bi zato rad upozoril, da je ključnega pomena pri tem so razumevanje tveganja so tiste, ki so povezane s samim prehodom. Gremo v nekaj novega in tam še nismo bili in seveda ta tveganja vsi percepiramo kot zelo velika. Medtem ko linearnih tveganj pa ne percepiramo kot zelo velike. To je pa to, da smo tam, kjer smo. Ampak če tole dobro preberete, boste videli, da pravzaprav so vsa ta tveganja tako ali drugače povezana z verigami vrednostmi in da tam pač Nabava igra aktivno in ključno vlogo. Kaj to pomeni na ravni enega, recimo, krožnega prebojnika? Aquafil, skupina Aquafil, ki je tudi v Sloveniji zelo prisotna, je tak primer. To je njihova matična tovarna. Za tole skalo se nahaja severna obala Laga di Garda in seveda njihova pot k trajnosti je povezana prav s tole pozicijo ob rečici, ki se izliva v to največjo vodno rezervo pod Alpami. To je pač podjetje, ki je na 3 kontinentih, ki ima nekaj več kot 0,5 milijarde prometa in ki je v tem procesu že zelo dolgo, namreč približno 30-letni proces, ki se je potem znotraj iskanja trajnostnih rešitev pripeljal tudi do krožnih rešitev, ki so recimo povezane s tem, kako Aquafil danes pomaga spreminjati pogled na produkte svojih kupcev in kako vpliva na verigo vrednosti tudi navzgor. Recimo to se mi zdi, ta del navzgor se mi zdi še posebej zanimiv za tale današnji primer. Namreč, ko se produkte, recimo, je kar nekaj primerov in spet vam, da se preverite njihovo trajnostno poročilo, recimo tale jopič od Napakirja je en tak popolnoma razgradljiv produkt, ki se lahko vrača, podobno tele stoli. To, kar se mi zdaj meni zdi zelo pomemben, je pa, da vam pokažem tole, čakajte. Namreč Econil je material, ki je popolnoma, ki je razvoja, pač popolnoma novega načina nabave, ki pač izdelke, ki so bili nekoč odpadki, kot je recimo, kot je naprimer, kot so ribiške mreže, stari stoli, stare preproge, da znajo to pač razgraditi. In sicer to tako, da zberejo, da imamo recover, regenerirajo s tehnološkim procesom, ponovno spremenijo v najlon sklenitki in se pomagajo to vgrajevati uspešno v sami zasnovi, samo zasnovo pač produktov, ki bodo potem spet jih lahko vračali. In zato je veliko sodelovanje potrebno od tistih, ki kupujejo. Ampak tole mi je pa še bolj zanimivo. Navzgor, pa so nekaj časa nazaj, navzgor so začeli pač en proces ocenjevanja in spodbujanja, en program vključevanja dobaviteljev, ki se je razvil v to, da imajo pač z številnimi konkretne programe, ki v bistvu naprej polnijo, se pravi spodbujajo razvoj tega koncepta Econila. To je strateška vloga nabave v preobrazbi, krožni preobrazbi. Za konec še tole povem, kaj je sodelovanje. Tole cesto se verjetno, kdor je malo z Ljubljane ali po Ljubljani kaj hodil, pač veste, da je letališka, da je zdaj pač prenovljena že, ampak tle se je boljš videla tale cev, ki gre vidite, po zraku, ne gre pod zemljo. In v tej cevi, kaj je v tej cevi? Je vroča voda, ki iz tega procesa v nekdanjem Julianu oziroma v Aquafilu Slovenija, ta voda pač gre v sosednji Atlantis in tam bazene ogreva. Včasih je ta voda šla nazaj v reko, Atlantis so pa toplarne ogrevali. Danes je v bistvu sta dve popolnoma nepovezani podjetji med seboj povezani in imata nekaj od tega in seveda tudi okolje ima nekaj od tega. Poudarek je na tem, da pravzaprav niste v ničemer bili na začetku povezani, ampak da ste znali najti sodelovanje, kar je se mi zdi ena čudovita demonstracija sodelovanja v krožnem gospodarstvu. Kakšni so torej krožni izzivi za nabavo? Predvsem, kot smo videli, da se začne s odmikom od tega, da je nabava pač samo neka funkcija, da gre za vlogo, ki jo celotne organizacije lahko vidimo. Od transakcijske naravnanosti skušamo priti do razvoja odnosov. Tale program od kratkoročnih poslovnih izzivov se premikamo k ustvarjanju vrednosti na dolgi rok in gledamo celoten strošek produkta, celoten strošek uporabe. Od tehničnih specifikacij v nabavi gremo k funkcijskemu povpraševanju in seveda posebej pa je treba izpostaviti recimo v javnem sektorju strateško vlogo in pomen nabave v primeru javnih naročil, ker je lahko seveda kjer je odgovornost javnega sektora izjemna za to, da uveljavlja krožne standarde v samem nabavnem procesu. Toliko z moje strani, najlepša hvala. Če je kakšno vprašanje, bom z veseljem dan tudi odgovoril in hvala še enkrat, Peter, za povabilo.
Najlepša hvala, Juri, odlično. Z konciznimi točkami si zaključil predavanje o tem, da se pač stran od potrošništva, bolj celovito lotevamo izzivov poslovnih in pa okoljskih. Najlepša hvala. Če bodo kakršnokoli še vprašanje v chatu, Juri, ti ga tudi posredujemo kasneje, sicer pa najlepša hvala. Z nami je naslednji govorec, dr. Vladimir Nikolajevič. Pozdravljeni, dr. Nikolajevič. Pozdrav.
Dober dan,
Čujemo se.
Čujemo se.
Dober dan, čujemo se, super. Napravit ću samo kratok uvod u slovenščini i onda vam predajem Zoom. Dr. Vladimir Nikolajevič ima večletne izkušnje na področju nabave, upravljanja in vodenja nabavnih skupin ter nabavnih verig. Izkušnje ima tako iz trgovine s fosilnimi gorivi, kot z izdelki široke potrošnje. Je avtor več prispevkov iz področja varstva okolja, trajnostnega razvoja in sodobnega poslovanja. Trenutno je direktor nabave v podjetju Frikom. To je vodilno srbsko podjetje za proizvodnjo sladoleda in zmrznjene hrane. Na primeru nam bo pokazal vzpostavitev pogojev za izvajanje nabave v skladu z merili trajnostnega razvoja. Njegova teza je, da se trajnostna nabava preprosto splača. Dr. Nikolajevič, the floor is yours. Izvolite.
Virtual provar.
Virtual.
Hvala puno na najavi. Prvo želim svima na srpskom sve da pozdravim i da se zahvalim Udruženju nabavljača Slovenije, prvo na organizaciji ovakve aktivnosti i svim učesnicima. Mislim da danas onako slušamo jako zanimljive i aktualne teme. Planirao sam prvo da prezentacija bude na srpskom jeziku, međutim, kad sam video onako da baš ja ne pratim najbolje slovenačko izlaganje, bit će naravno u narednom periodu prezentovano na engleskom jeziku. So, sustainable procurement as procurement advantage. In the next 10-15 minutes, we will see on the case of transformation of petroleum industry. Why petroleum industry? First of all, in some previous period of 10-15 years, petroleum industry of Serbia passed the road for one of the biggest pollutants in Serbia to the one of the biggest and best example of good practice in the sense of sustainable development. And parallel with that, generated very, very good business results. Even you mentioned, I have experience in food industry and FMCG. I decided on that case of petroleum industry transformation, we could now show the best benefits and competitive advantage of sustainable procurement. Before that, a few words about sustainable procurement. So sustainable procurement, we heard from colleague, is act of adopting some more variables than this is only price and quality. So we involved economic and environmental factors alongside. So in the first phase, somebody could think that sustainable procurement and then that green products could be more expensive than regular standard products. That's not need to be the case. In sustainable procurement, we calculated total life cycle of the products. Definitely investment, and then using of that product, maintenance, spare parts, and then calculated that disposal and everything which is connected with this: environment, regulations, penalties, energy efficiency, and so on. In general, when we calculated all of this, sustainable procurement could be competitive in the long term, and that this is necessity for companies for the future. First of all, that increasing regulations and increasing awareness of sustainability require from companies to adapt at the right time. So the early adopter at sustainable procurement is necessity for the companies. On the other side, consumers know and aware about what is sustainable products, and sustainable products increased in that awareness of the consumers. Let us see what is the particular case on petroleum industry of Serbia and why we choose and why I choose this example. During 2000s, petroleum industry of Serbia was in very bad situation. On the one side, very old technology and constructions. On top of that, consequences of bombing influenced that petroleum industry in Serbia was very bad in the sense of working regular business and of course in the sense of sustainability. Because of this, its structural reform was necessity. So the period of last 10 years is the period of different perspective in petroleum industry of Serbia regarding the business and sustainability. After privatization from 2019, there is huge investment cycles. That means more than 3 billion euros invested in modernization and capacities of petroleum industry of Serbia. That means procurement of more of 3 billion euros. Some of these projects was directly involved in sustainability and some was indirectly. On slides, we could see some of the biggest projects and biggest transformations. For example, modernization of refinery of Pančevo, more than 500 million euros investments. Most important was of these investments to accept all regulatives from the EU and for the product necessity, fuel quality. Refinery of Pančevo becomes first production facility in Serbia which get IPPC license. After that, there is modernization of all petrol stations in Serbia. More than 300 million euros invested. Most important is that all was equipped with modern technology and with separators for all wastewater treatment. This is all regarding environment. Then technology of drilling, highest standards in the field of ecology, geological research, and safety of work. Then projects which resulted in less consumption of water, like condensate recovery project in Pančevo. Then other projects in energy field, which is something which is important in the sense of technology and modern technology in modern period. Cogeneration units operated from 2013, 14 cogeneration units, which resulted that gas from the oil fields, of course, pollution, gas which is used to be burned and going to atmosphere, transferred to thermal energy and electricity. Then the project which is also ongoing, combined cycle power plant, which is best, something modest from the aspect of energy efficiency and environmental protection. This is not just energy and thermal energy for the facilities, but energy which can be going to electricity network and to go on the market. Even that, this is just part of the investments. In compared to these investments, the most important is that company generated good results in business. Volume of turnover of petroleum products are increased year by year, and EBITDA, of course, increase. As you can see, that all things show us that there is a good example of doing best practice things regarding the environment and regulation, but creating potential for competitive advantage. And the question is, how is everything works in procurement? First of all, that sustainability is incorporated in all documents in a company. That's most important. It's not just a question of procurement. It's the question of the company policy. So environmental protection involved in vision, in mission, in HSE, health and safety, environment policy. Most of this is incorporated in long-term strategy of company with clear, precise goals and targets, and then in separate organizational parts of the company which are constantly controlling, is this implemented on the right way? Integrated system risk management, which constantly evaluates process, and with separate organization in the company, like operational efficiency project and operation management system, etalon in the company, which is organizational structure, separated organizational structure of employees which are working like internal consultants. Of course, code of conduct is something which is, I think, implemented in all of the companies. That's, I could say, that's are the inputs. Every of these elements are inputs for the quality of procurement. So when we talk about procurement, we talk about pre-qualification criteria for the participating in tender process, and separately pre-qualification criteria in tender processes. That are technical criteria, health, safety, environment criteria, legal criteria, social criteria, very, very strict and precise documents which are differentiated suppliers, which has behavior of sustainability and which is in the sense of the company standards and strategy from that are from suppliers who cannot do that. After that, technical requisitions, all of these technical requests going through some evaluation and synchronization with that company strategy, calculating with energy efficiency and everything. Everything of this incorporating in some procurement strategy, which I explained at the beginning, wider group of the people, everyone are involved in the procurement. Then, of course, evaluation of the suppliers, evaluation of the bids, which are at the end and after the choosing the supplier, constantly going through the process of monitoring and control. Are we going? Are we choosing right supplier? How is he working, doing this business? Is businesses in coordination with statements and HEC policy and so on? So at the end, general conclusion for the companies, definitely to be organized in the sense that procurement could be sustainable, but to use this sustainability as competitiveness that needs to be organized by precisely defined internal policy, organizational structures in the companies, procedures. That needs to be main driver for sustainable procurement. Of course, necessary is buying from top managers. There is not need to be the case on the one side that the goal is to be sustainable, but also the goal is to have PPV, purchase price variance in some short term. Then of course, training and guidance is necessary element. All those who is involved in procurement, not just procurement people, procurement members, but all from the company which is involved. Then supporting an education of suppliers. That's the most important, one of the most important points, because suppliers in our region are maybe not so qualified, and the companies needs to push them, to help them, to develop them, because we need competition on the one side. At the end, regular audits, monitoring, internal and external is definitely some of the what we all need to do to have good sustainable procurement. So that will be some of the short regarding the case of sustainable procurement from oil industry.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Nikolajević. It was great, concise, short, up to the point. Thank you for being with us. Najlepša hvala. S poštovanjem. Hvala. Naslednji bo z nami v živo iz studia Planet GV Matej Klesinc iz Bureau Veritas. Matej Klesinc je presojevalec standardov ISO v podjetju Bureau Veritas. Ima izkušnje iz področij pomorstva, špedicije, logistike, obvladovanja oskrbnih verig in informatizacije skladišč. Z nami je, da nam prikaže uporabo standarda 20400-2017 pri vzpostavitvi trajnostne nabave. Matej, izvolite, studio je vaš.
Lep pozdrav, hvala za besedo in za tole vabilo v vaš studio v živo. Takole bom rekel, ko sem bil povabljen na tole konferenco in ko smo se pogovarjali o prispevku, sem doma majčkeno pogooglal, kaj iz tega področja trajnostne nabave, tega standarda ISO 20400 je že bilo kaj predstavljeno, kaj je bilo kaj govora. In nekje sem dobil občutek, da mogoče pri letu 2017-2018, ko je bila stvar nova, sveža, je bilo nekaj prispevkov na temo, zakaj je šla ISO organizacija v to smer postaviti neka nova smernice, vodila za trajnostno naročanje, kaj so prednosti, kako ga izkoriščati. Pojavila se pa je potreba, da danes za našim prispevkom se majčkeno sprehodimo čez celotna vodila. Jaz sem poimenoval to prezentacijo s pomočjo ISO 20400 do trajnostne nabave in nekje je, da dobimo en občutek, katere smernice so vse tukaj noter, koga se tičejo, kdo naj bo pozoren, kako je z odgovornostmi, politikami, strategijami nabave in kako vključevati to trajnostno naročanje v naše obstoječe procese. Jaz v šali, ko predavam te standarde ali pa ko je debata pride na ISO smernice, standarde, vodila, kakorkoli jim rečete, ne morem mimo tega, da bi se majčkeno ponorčeval sami sebe in rekel, te stvari so pisane zelo suhoparno, so pisane kot zakonodaja, recimo kot bi brali uradni list, mogoče kakšen zakon, in zato v šali pravim, da te stvari je veliko lažje predavati kot poslušati. Tako da sem vesel, da sem danes na tej strani. In moja naloga bo poskušati na čim bolj enostaven način prikazati, kaj so ta vodila. Moramo se zavedati, ISO organizacija na podlagi najboljših praks svetovnih branž nekje združuje vse smernice in izdaja potem v določenih časovnih presledkih od standardov do smernic, do vodil, ali so to guidances, ali so to standardi, kakorkoli jim pač rečemo. In seveda so vedno namenjena vsem, so zelo široka, namenjena velikim organizacijam, manjšim organizacijam, tako javnim kot gospodarskim subjektom. In seveda samo razumevanje, kako praktično uporabljati te smernice vodila, kaj nam želi ta ISO povedati, so težko razumljiva, rabimo čas, moramo se s tem ukvarjati, moramo se poglobiti, kar je pa večinoma v organizacijah kar problem. Pa bomo skozi kakšno dobro prakso tudi na koncu, nekje skozi zaključek, pokazali smernice, kje v svetu se to odraža oziroma kam gremo, pa kje trenutno smo. Zdaj, če bi odprli ta smernice, jaz imam kar v splošnem govoru standard kot za vse ISO publikacije, seveda je nabava, naročanje je tisti močan inštrument, ključni pri delovanju trajnostnega naročanja, pri vključevanju. Seveda nabava, naročanje, stik z dobavitelji, z oskrbnimi verigami, obvladovanje njih je nekje ta ključni vzvod, kjer se trajnostno naročanje odvija. In zakaj se to gremo? Standard v samih uvodnih točkah govori o priložnostih. To počnemo za povečanje produktivnosti. Želimo voditi nekje, vzpostavljati, preverjati delovanje, vzpostaviti komunikacijo med nabavniki, dobavitelji in ostalimi deležniki nekje, ki spodbujajo tudi inovacije, kot smo že tudi slišali. Skratka, ta naš vodnik za trajnostno naročanje nekje govori, da je to naročanje, ki ima najbolj pozitivne okoljske, družbene in gospodarske učinke na življenje kot na nekje na celoto. To počnemo, trajnostno naročanje, da kupujemo pri tistih dobaviteljih, nekje če zelo poenostavimo, tiste izdelke, ki pozitivno vplivajo na naše delovanje, na našo globalno nekje skupnost. Kako, zakaj standard govori, kakšni so razlogi, vzroki, da nas to nekje sponzorira oziroma da se tega držimo, je tudi v nadaljevanju povedano, gre predvsem za obvladovanje, tudi zmanjšanje tveganja, za boljšo konkurenčnost pri tem našem napredovanju in nekje pri doseganju trajnosti na trgu. Ko se dotaknemo majčkeno strukture, o čem bo govora, imamo tale slikica vzeta iz samega standarda. Vse te ISO publikacije so zgrajene na enak način in tudi se bomo majčkeno dotikali teh sprememb standardov od leta 2015 naprej. Seveda poznate te klasične sisteme vodenja, kakovost, okolje, varnost in zdravje pri delu in vsi imajo zgoraj tele 3 nekje uvodne točke, kjer še ne predstavljajo smernic ali pa zahtev ali kakorkoli, ampak so neke splošne informacije o uporabniku, glede področja uporabe, komu je namenjen kot scope, nekje povezave na druge normative ali pa na druge standarde, ki se lahko uporabljajo s tem ali pa na katere se navezujejo, in neko vodno točko še glede terminov, izrazov, definicij, ki se nekje uporabljajo v tej publikaciji. Potem sledi ta sredinski del, kjer so predstavljene vodila od 4 do 7 in na koncu standard zaključuje tako kot vsi ostali z nekimi dodatki, z aneksi. Ta naš ISO 20400 ima 3 in sicer gre za neke dodatna pojasnila, dodatne informacije. Dodatek A se dotika dejavnikov trajnostnega naročanja, dodatek B je predvsem vezan na družbeno odgovornost, standard ISO 26000. Tudi skozi načelo nadaljevanju bomo videli, da se standardi te, kar se tiče družbe, sociale in tako naprej, precej povezujejo, precej navezujejo en na drugega. In na koncu še zadnji dodatek C, so pa opisani, mislim, da ne dva, bolj tabelarično prikazana pristopa k vprašanjem reševanju te trajnosti in implementaciji. Zdaj, kaj si bomo danes pogledali? Fokus bo na teh 4 točkah, in sicer na točki 4, ki povzema nekje razumevanje osnov. Jaz sem namenoma majčkeno tudi označil, ta je, da se razume, za koga je kakšna točka namenjena, ker vsi te standardi se skozi točke povezujejo, ena točka se navezuje na drugo ali pa zahteve smernice. To zna biti mogoče za prvič, ko gremo standard brati, ko ga v roke vzamemo, majčkeno konfuzno, zato je prav, da razumemo te neki fundamenti, neke osnove točke 4 so namenjene vsem. Vsi, ki bojo vključeni v nabavo, prav je pa, da tudi kakšni drugi, se pravi vsi zaposleni, poznajo smernice, poznajo strategije, poznajo politiko, zakaj smo se odločili to vpeljati v našo organizacijo. Potem naslednja 5. točka, vključitev trajnosti v nabavne politike in strategije organizacije, ta je, kot vidimo, namenjena najvišjemu vodstvu. Najvišje vodstvo, kakor rečemo skozi te sisteme vodenja, se pravi top management, je nekje z postavitvijo politike, strategijo, usklajevanjem, smernicami glede ciljev, kakšni naj bojo, in spodbujanje tega pristopov k trajnosti, k krepljenju, k nenehnemu izboljševanju v končni meri, je nekje ključno v 5. točki. Potem naslednja 6. govori o organiziranju nabavne funkcije v smeri trajnosti, tukaj se spuščamo pa konkretno v proces nabave, seveda glavni tukaj, ki bojo kot decision makerji oziroma kdo bo tukaj najbolje nosil odgovornost oziroma bil vključen, so direktorji nabav oziroma lastniki, vodje procesov, kot jim skozi sisteme radi rečemo. In zadnja točka 7 se pa tiče striktno operative, in sicer odgovornosti za samo izvajanje vseh teh smernic, politik, strategij in tako naprej, kjer smo jih postavljali v zgornjih 2, 5 in 6. točki. Govori seveda o vključevanju trajnosti v sam proces naročanja in vidimo, da tukaj bojo nabavniki ključni, ki pa izvajajo zdaj te vse zahteve. Zdaj, če si gremo pa vsako točko na hitro pogledati, kaj pokriva, samo razumevanje to osnov, ta baseline, če mu temu tako rečemo, s čimer naj bi bili vsi nekje seznanjeni, so nekje 4 glavna področja oziroma 4 teme. Eno so načela, potem so glavna področja trajnostnega naročanja, ki jih pokrivamo, sama gonila kot en tak mogoče majčkeno smešen prevod, drivers, kaj nas sili, koga upoštevamo, da nas vleče naprej v tem trajnostnem naročanju, in na koncu ključni vidiki. Vsi ISO standardi, če enkrat tako rečemo, pa če zelo posplošimo, nekje v teh osnovah povzemajo neka načela. To so stvari, na katerih je potem celotni standard zgrajen in vpet v vse, bodisi so to zahteve, bodisi so točke, bodisi so to neke smernice in vodila. Ponavadi jih je tam nekje 5 do 7, v tem našem primeru jih je 12. Če jih samo na hitro preletimo, ne bomo vsakega posebej razlagali, mislim, da so kar jasna: odgovornost, transparentnost, etično vedenje, enakost, poštenost, priložnosti. Gre za to, da pač imajo na naše razpise, na našo nabavo vključevanje kot dobavitelji možnost se prijavljati tako velika kot mala podjetja. SMO, termin Small Medium Organization, se tukaj pojavlja, ki je tudi kar precej zastopan, ravno zato, da imajo tudi manjši, bomo tudi govorili o tem, lokalni dobavitelji možnost se vključevati, da jim damo priložnost in da nekje sodelujejo z nami. Potem spoštovanje pričakovanj deležnikov, tudi to bomo srečali. Zdaj standardi govorijo od 2015 leta naprej o zainteresiranih straneh kot nekih deležnikih, ki jih upoštevamo, ki na nas vplivajo, lahko so to notranji, lahko so zunanji. Tukaj standard govori o stakeholdersih, kar gre dejansko za eno in isto. Načelo je tudi upoštevanje zakonodaje mednarodnih norm pri našem delovanju, integracija, predvsem v smislu trajnostno naročanje, bomo tudi videli to v nadaljevanju, ne sme biti nek ločen sistem, pa nek ločen koncept, ampak mora biti integriran v naše obstoječe delovanje, v naše procese nabave in naročanja. Potem je tukaj načelo analize vseh stroškov iz vidika življenjskega cikla in vseh ostalih stroškov kot LCC. Nenehno izboljševanje, osredotočenost na potrebe, dejansko nabavljamo tisto, kar želimo, kar potrebujemo za naše delovanje, za naše izdelke in tako naprej. Inovativne rešitve kot take jih srečujemo v temle modulu skozi predavanja tudi. Že prej ko sem čakal na tole predavanje, sem videl, je bilo tudi govora o inovativnosti in spodbujanju inovativnosti in v končni fazi spoštovanju človekovih pravic. Že samo, če pogledamo par teh točk od odgovornosti, transparentnosti, etičnega vedenja, človekove pravice, spoštovanja, upoštevanja zakonodaje, vidimo, da gre dejansko za precejšen preplet z družbeno odgovornostjo, standardi, ki govorijo o tem, in o podobnih, ki se tičejo bolj socialnih vidikov. Kaj so pa glavna področja, naslednja tist kot osnova, ki jo moramo poznati ali pa se jo zavedati, so neka področja, kjer črpamo oziroma promoviramo to trajnost. Definitivno je to kot prvo upravljanje organizacije, samo vodenje, sprejemanje odločitev, tukaj mora biti ta trajnost vpeta že v te odločitve vodstva. Potem je to področje človekovih pravic, delovnih navad, samega okolja, tukaj mislimo pač seveda vpliv na emisije v okolje, na ohranjanje okolja, na onesnaževanje in tako dalje, preprečevanje onesnaževanja. Poštene delovne prakse kot take, razni drugi dejavniki potrošnikov v smislu pošteno trženje, pošten marketing, brez zavajanja, krepljenje odnosov oziroma to, kaj želje potrošnikov, kako jih sponzorirati, usmerjati v smeri trajnosti in na koncu po drugi strani tudi vključevati to v nabavno funkcijo napram poskrbni dobavni verigi do dobaviteljev. In seveda v končni fazi je tudi treba upoštevati lokalno skupnost oziroma javnost kot širšo, to je pa področje sodelovanja in razvoja skupnosti kot take. Sama gonila, te driverji, kot jih smernice imenujejo, jih je pa kar nekaj. Koga tukaj upoštevati, kaj nas sili, da se odločamo za trajnost, definitivno so to zahteve ali pa pričakovanja naših kupcev, potrošnikov. Sigurno je to tudi konkurenčna prednost, inovacije, pričakovanja vseh mogočih deležnikov, ki na nas vplivajo, smo rekli, lahko so notranji, zunanji, od naših zaposlenih do lastnikov, do najvišjega vodstva, tudi lokalne samouprave, okolja, občin, naših kupcev, naših dobaviteljev, kdor se nam pač pojavlja in ima nek večji vpliv v naši nabavi. Lahko so to na splošno javne politike, obvladovanje tveganj, varnost dobavnih verig, do zaupanja vlagateljev, gre vezano na pridobivanje investicij, na zagotavljanje trajnost nekih investicij. Sami zaposleni, ki smo jih že kot deležnike omenjali, zavezanost dobaviteljem, predvsem v smislu nekega trajnostnega sodelovanja, krepitve odnosov, komunikacije dobre in tako naprej. Optimizacija stroškov in neke ustvarjanja dodane ekonomske vrednosti iz vidika obvladovanja stroškov, LCC smo že omenjali, tega stalno noter spremljamo, tudi stroškov glede porabe javnih virov, tudi to je tukaj mišljeno, osebno voditeljstvo, spet kot eno tako gonilo, zgled najvišjega vodstva in potem po verigi dol do vseh zaposlenih in na koncu tudi sama kultura organizacije oziroma naša organizacijska etika, ki naj bo nekje usmerjena v to trajnost. Še nekaj o ključnih vidikih, zelo na kratko, trajnostnega naročanja. Definitivno so to upravljanje tveganj in priložnosti vezanih na trajnost, obravnavanje negativnih vplivov preko skrbnega delovanja. Pri vzpostavljanju teh smernic trajnostnega naročanja lahko pride tudi do negativnih vplivov. Mi, ko postavljamo politike, ko določamo cilje, na drugi strani pri naših dobaviteljih lahko sprožamo določene negativne vplive. Tudi o tem bo mogoče v nadaljevanju kaj več govora, če nam bo čas dopuščal. In tukaj je ta tako imenovan due diligence kot skrbno delovanje, ki je neka taka varovalka, da lahko te negativne vplive odstranjujemo oziroma obravnavamo. Potem je sigurno postavljanje prioritet pri dejavnikih trajnosti, izvajanje vpliva, ki ga imamo po dobavni verigi do naših dobaviteljev skozi komunikacijo, skozi gradnjo te naših partnerskih odnosov, sodelovanja in na koncu tudi izogibanje sokrivdi. Kaj je to izogibanje sokrivdi? Lahko je to tiha sokrivda, lahko je to sokrivda iz koristoljubja, Zapravi, ali pa še kakšna druga, to, ko zavestno, če smo vpleteni, vemo za neko kršenje ali pa mi izvajamo neko kršenje zahtev, bodisi so to zakonodajne, regulativne, kakršnekoli, nosimo odgovornost in tudi, ko spremljamo dobavitelje, da neke stvari kršijo, ne pač ne smemo ostati tiho, ne. To je kot tudi nek vidik trajnostnega tega naročanja in potem naprej izboljševanja. S tem smo pokrili tiste osnove, ki naj bi jih poznali nekje vsi zaposleni ali pa vsi, ki se ukvarjajo z nabavo. Zdaj gremo pa na tisti top management, ko smo rekli, na najvišje vodstvo. Zakaj so oni tukaj pomembni za vključitev teh trajnostnih nabavnih politik v obstoječe sisteme, v obstoječe politike, se pravi, to je zdaj treba nekje izintegrirati. In najvišje vodstvo je tisto, ki mora postaviti ta pravila igre in prepoznati, kaj v podjetju imamo in kako bomo to zintegrirali. Seveda, samo izvajanje bo naprej v naslednjih korakih. Tukaj je ključno, imamo 5 nekje takih področij, podtočk, ki jih smernice omenjajo. Prva, tista najpomembnejša, kot jih vidimo tudi v ostalih sistemih, ali pa pri ostalih ISO publikacijah, gre vedno za zavezanost najvišjega vodstva trajnostnemu naročanju. Vedno se pričakuje, da od vrha dol najvišje vodstvo promovira, odraža, je odgovorno in zna to sporočati in promovirati in implementirati v celotno podjetje. Brez tega žal pač ne bo šlo. Potem eno področje razumevanja odgovornosti, kdo na katerem nivoju, koliko globoko, uskladitev nabave z organizacijskimi cilji, razumevanje obstoječih nabavnih praks, naših delovnih navad v naročanju v procesu nabave in seveda tudi vseh celotne dobavne verige. In na koncu v tej točki najdemo še kot neko upravljanje izvajanja, na kaj naj bo najvišje vodstvo nekje fokusirano ali pa nekje daje nek pomen. Ta zavezanost trajnostnemu naročanju, če se zdaj zelo na hitro pogledamo, samo vsako točko posebej kaj pokriva, ne, omenjali smo, da je ključna. Smernice pravijo, da brez te aktivne zavezanosti, vključenosti vodstva imamo nabavo trajnostno, ki je neka ad hoc aktivnost, nimamo zagotovljenih virov, nimamo prepoznavnosti, nimamo te zavezanosti, nimamo promocije naprej pri zaposlenih in po dobavni verigi proti vsem dobaviteljem, katerega pač reda so. Tukaj se pojavljata, nekje omenjata 2 ključna dokumenta, ki naj bi bila vzpostavljena. Zdaj, ko govorimo, ali je to dokumentirana informacija ali dokument, to je še vedno nekaj, kar bo nekje zapisano v nekih strateških dokumentih. Eno je politika, ki združuje od namena, ciljev, vrednot, vizije, poslanstva. Drugo je pa plan oziroma strategija, kakorkoli temu rečemo, to je pa nek dokumentacija, zapisano, kakšni cilji so, da bomo mi to našo politiko nekje dosegali. Ta 2 dokumenta, smernice pravijo, sta lahko združena, lahko sta posamezno, v kakršnikoli obliki. Cilj je samo to, da trajnost vključimo v že obstoječe dokumente nabave. Zdaj, spet, če se navežemo mogoče na druge sisteme, te smernice trajnostnemu naročanju prvenstveno, kot vidimo v praksi, recimo, ali pa če sem jaz na hitro majčkeno pogledal, zato se odločajo velika podjetja, korporacije, tisti, ki to trajnost vidijo bolj ne samo kot izboljšanje nekega dobrega imena, kot nekega imidž podjetja, ampak kjer imajo že to družbeno naravnanost na toliko visokem nivoju, imajo že vpeljane druge standarde, druge sisteme vodenja in vsekakor take smernice je veliko lažje zintegrirati in jih upoštevati, ker vse te stvari že imamo. Politike so že napisane, treba samo te zaveze trajnosti, o katerih govorimo, nekje prepoznati, kakšne so in jih smotrno, smiselno nekje vključiti. To je kot en tak sprotjena taka ideja, kako te stvari boljše zintegrirati, da so v praksi lažje uporabne. Naslednjo poglavje oziroma naslednja podtočka, ki govori o razumevanju odgovornosti, pa če si pogledamo sliko iz samih smernic, samega vodila 20400, imamo nekje 3 nivoje. Nivo najvišjega vodstva, srednji nivo oziroma kot middle management oziroma kot direktorji vodstvo nabave ali pa našega procesa nabave, nabavne funkcije in imamo tisti izvedbeni nivo, nabavnike, ki dejansko vsakodnevno vršijo nabavo, naročila in tako dalje. termina se v angleščini tukaj pojavljate, ki jih v slovenščini, ne vem, če smo jih sposobni prevesti, da so najvišje vodstvo pa direktorji nabav, da so accountable, izvedbeni so pa responsible. Zakaj gre? Jaz si to razlagam kot delitev odgovornosti za vodenje kot strateški nivo, pa za izvajanje operativni nivo, tega pa potem pokriva v nadaljevanju točka 7. Točka 6 se nekje nanaša še na drugi nivo, se pravi na vodenje procesov nabave, 7. točka, kako dejansko to izvajati, pa potem v vsakodnevni sklepanju pogodb z dobavitelji, obvladovanju dobaviteljev, pa nekje na nivoju nabavnikov. Ko govorimo o uskladitvi nabave z organizacijskimi cilji pri najvišjem vodstvu, treba je razumeti, kakšni so naši cilji, kakšne bo odločitve, kaj imamo recimo outsourcano, kje imamo podizvajalce, imamo v tujini, bo treba upoštevati tudi zakonodajo v tujini, smernice dobre prakse, razna partnerstva, združitve, pripojitve, karkoli za vzpostavitev teh naših trajnostnih ciljev. Tukaj se omenja SMART metoda, ki je nekje po teh smernicah priporočljiva, mislim, da jo vsi poznate, kaj pomeni kratice, da je cilj specifičen, specific, measurable kot merljiv, attainable oziroma dosegljiv, kot realističen ali pa tak smotren in na koncu time bound kot časovno vezan. Kjerkoli si postavljamo cilj, je ta metoda, ali je to kakovost, ali so to okolje ali karkoli drugi standardi, je dobra za preverjanje in tukaj v smernicah pravi, da naj bi preko te metode preverjali trajnost ciljev, ali so smiselni ali ne. Potem pa smernice vodila govorijo naprej, kaj naj bi ta trajnostna nabavna politika odražala, vsekakor, oziroma kako naj bo sestavljena, kaj naj bo noter vključeno. Odražati mora organizacijske vrednote, načela in naše cilje, mora vključiti to zavezanost k trajnosti, da bo usklajena z politikami, 3 stebre nekje mora upoštevati, to so okoljski, socialni, ekonomski in seveda načela, ki smo jih že spoznali. Pri razumevanju nabavnih praks in dobavnih verig gre predvsem za to, da je preko upravljanja s tveganji pa priložnostmi posledično pridemo tudi do tega, katere so prioritete, s katerimi si bomo ukvarjali, in ključno tukaj je to našo poznavanje praks, navad in seveda dobavnih verig. Tukaj gre lahko tudi za negativne vplive na trajnost pri našem obstoječih navadah nabave, tudi tukaj se je treba vprašati, kaj bi to bilo pa kako tukaj jih reševati. Pri samem upravljanju izvajanja pa to, da najvišje vodstvo, kaj more pri tem svojem zavezanosti ali pa pri vzpostavljanju trajnostne politike strategije upoštevati oziroma narediti, potrditi strateške cilje, določiti smart cilje, pridobiti priporočila, razna sponzorstva, prepoznavnost tudi, če je nekje še neko lastniške strukture oziroma še višje vodstvo, uspešno komunicirati z vsemi deležniki, vzpostavljati politike, strategije, nadzorovati in ocenjevati izvajanje, seveda to bojo naprej v 7. točki nabavniki izvajali ali pa vodje funkcij. Tukaj gre za to, da se postavi nek sistem. Sporočanje zavezanosti in na koncu seveda fokus na to, da se bojo te naši sistemi tudi izboljševali. 6. točka, organiziranje nabavne funkcije v smeri trajnosti, pa pokriva krovno upravljanje ali pa vodenje naročanja kot funkcije, kot procesa. Zelo pomembna točka, vključevanje zaposlenih, upoštevanje deležnikov, te kot stakeholdersov, ki se nam pojavljajo noter, določanje, vzpostavitev prioritet, s čimer se bo najprej ukvarjali, samomerjenje in mehanizem za pritožbe. To samo vodenje, da smo pozorni na proces nabave, kako je organiziran, zdaj to je že nam znano, kako trajnost prepoznati vgraditi v obstoječe sisteme, je izziv, s katerim se vedno srečujemo, zato imamo tukaj vedno na voljo neka pravila, orodja, postopke, ki že obstajajo in ki jih lahko tudi tukaj upoštevamo. To samo vključevanje zaposlenih je pa zelo pomembno, ker brez tega pa nekje te naše trajnosti ne bo oziroma ne bo prišla do takega odraza. Tukaj noter smernice govorijo, da je treba razumeti pomen, da je treba to integrirati v organizacijsko kulturo, ta nov koncept, kako mora biti postavljen zelo previdno. Operativno delovanje mora biti vpet ravno zato, da pač vsi to sledimo in prepoznavamo. Deležnike smo že omenjali, Prioritete za trajnostne naročanje pa na podlagi tveganj, iz teh tveganj upoštevamo različne pristope in jih nekje za določanje prioritet upoštevamo. Samo merjenje, izboljševanje delovanja govori pač o tem, kako postavljamo cilje, kako jih preverjamo, kako določamo tudi neke kazalnike. In na koncu še ta pomembna stvar, vzpostavitev mehanizma za pritožbe, da imajo te šibkejši deležniki kot naši dobavitelji možnost se aktivno vključevati. Zdaj, ker nas že majčkeno čas preganja, še zelo na hitro o 7. točki, kjer je pa zdaj vključevanje trajnosti. Imamo par slik, ki nam to lažje ponazorijo skozi sam standard. Seveda treba je, tukaj je najlažje si to ponazoriti z PDCA krogom kot nenehnim izboljševanjem od planiranja do integriranja v konkretno specifikacije naročila, izbiro dobavitelja, upravljanje pogodbe in nekje potem samega izboljševanja. To je nekje zajeto v sami točki planiranja, ki je tukaj ne bomo šli v detajle razlagati. Kaj upoštevati od te naše trajnosti v specifikaciji? Gre pa za to, da določamo kriterije, da upoštevamo, katere vrste zahtev so za nas pomembne pri tej trajnosti, da vzpostavljamo preko nekih standardov znak certifikatov in na koncu nekje tudi ocenjujemo. Sama izbira dobaviteljev nam je tudi že poznana, ni problem, nek postopek predkvalifikacije na koncu izbire. Tukaj je predvsem pomembno, da tudi dobaviteljem dajemo možnost, da dobijo feedback. Upravljanje pogodbe tudi ne bomo šli v detajle, gre za to, da upoštevamo zaveze, da jih spremljamo, ali se izpolnjujejo ali ne, in da ukrepamo spet v smislu nenehnega izboljševanja, da se izboljšujemo in da sledimo tem našim zavezam. To je tudi zadnja točka, spremljanja pogodbe in izboljševanje, ki nas spet skozi ta PDCA krog sili v naše napredovanje napram trajnosti. Zdaj, kaj tisto si za zapomniti, neko znanje to go, kot smo temu poimenovali, ne? Glejte, samo to, da imamo prednost za večje, manjše dobavitelje, da vključujemo lokalne dobavitelje, predvsem se je pa treba zapomniti, da je treba aktivno vključiti vodstvo in da je to enostavno integrirati v naše obstoječe smernice. Od politike, ciljev, odgovornosti, PDCA kroga, dokumentacije in tako dalje. To naj bo za danes dovolj. Najlepša hvala za pozornost. Upam, da ste dobili nekaj vpogleda vsaj v te vodila, zahteve, smernice trajnostnega naročanja. Hvala pa lep pozdrav.
Najlepša hvala gospodu Mateju Klesincu za super pregled standarda in njegove porabe tudi v nabavi, trajnostni nabavi. Nadaljujemo z naslednjim predavanjem gospe Jelene Stojanovič. Gospa Stojanovič, ste z nami?
Da, dober dan.
Dober dan, zdravo,
Dobar dan.
pozdrav.
Pozdrav.
Dobrodošli
Hvala.
na virtualnoj platformi Nabavne konference Slovenije. Samo trenutek, dozvolite, da vas predstavim na slovenačkom in onda vam predajem Zoom. Gospa Jelena Stojanovič je certificirana članica CIPS, Chartered Institute of Procurement and Supply, in nosilka zelenega pasu Six Sigma. Je vodja operacij nabavnega oddelka, vodja nabavnih kategorij, soustanoviteljica in interna trenerka na Štada nabavni akademiji. Hemofarm, največji srbski izvoznik zdravil, je namreč del nemške farmacevtske družbe Štada. Gospa Stojanovič, izvolite.
Hvala lepo. Čast mi je da učestvujem na vašoj konferenciji. Veliki pozdrav iz Srbije. Ja sam trenutno u Hemofarmu, mi radimo punom parom i Hemofarm je vodeća farmaceutska kompanija u Srbiji i regionu. Mi brinemo o zdravlju svih ljudi i primarnu delatnost naše kompanije čini proizvodnja kvalitetnih, efikasnih, bezbednih i dostupnih farmaceutskih proizvoda. Samo par reči o Hemofarmu. Znači, Hemofarm je osnovan 1. juna 1960. godine. Od 2006. godine postajemo deo nemačke Štada grupe, jedna od najvećih svetskih generičkih farmaceutskih kompanija. Mi smo lider u Srbiji sa 11,24% udela na tržištu i najveći smo izvoznik lekova iz Srbije sa više od 70% učešća. Imamo i veoma smo ponosni na naših 3.500 zaposlenih i više od 280 miliona pakovanja proizvedenih 2019. godine. Naše osnovne vrednosti koje razvijamo u sklopu štada grupe su naravno agilnosti, preduzetništvo, integritet i one štada pristup, znači globalni pristup i ujedinjenje svih afilijacija na globalnom nivou. Ono što je značajno za nabavku, posebno u Hemofarmu i na globalnom štadinom nivou, jeste, ja ću sad preći na engleski deo prezentacije da se malo bolje razumemo, da je agile purchasing actually the pillar of agile operations. We are very proud that we developed through these years so many projects and to enable sustainable development of Hemofarm, Stada and procurement as well. The flexibility and decisiveness of Hemofarm employees are actually the main drivers of strong industrial development and the ability for strengthening the infrastructure. Agility is a new corporate key value and one of new focuses of Hemofarm is a characteristic of all segments of the company operation. And when production of pharmaceutical products is in question, it starts actually from us, from purchasing division. Of course, the main focus of purchasing is actually the quality and the transparency. So our trip as a sustainable procurement starts in 2015, and until today we achieved to develop several projects of sustainable packaging. So the sustainable packaging remains in the focus of Hemofarm and the purchasing division, while creation of sustainable products and sustainable design are getting more important. The share of recycled primary cartons out of total primary cartons used for packaging of Hemofarm products is at the level of 80%. This practically means that about 200 million of finished products were packed in the recycled packaging material over the course of 2018. Through this year, we achieved significant savings, of course, as a KPI in purchasing department, but of course, the significant savings in electricity, the water savings, and of course, the tree savings. We developed this project for 2 years, and we are very proud that we even include a domestic producer of folding boxes into this project and share this good practice throughout the Stada group. So the replacement of non-recycled cardboard continued to the sustainable development a lot, as well as the reduction of grammage of plastic caps and optimization of PV foils for blistering. So through these years, we tried to find the fields and possibility to further develop sustainable packaging. And when CRC closures are concerned, the reduction of use of plastics as the starting material by about 26.5 continued without compromising the quality and the safety of products. And Hemofarm started to conduct the feasibility studies related to introduction of the same stoppers also to other production plants of Stada Group in Great Britain and other countries. The project of optimization, the CRC closures, had been implemented in Hemofarm production plants in Šabac, Podgorica and Dubovac, and apart from savings of raw materials, it is much more important that negative impact on the environment was reduced through reduction of consumption of plastics in the production and life cycle of products. In developing continuous and sustainability optimization, it is actually the principle of company operation and is reflected also on the activities of purchasing division. One of the such initiatives in centralizing of purchasing is the process at the level of Stada Group, whereby local models are replaced actually by global ones. Digitalization, databases, contract, automatic ordering, etc., and introduction of project principle are only additional actions to improve the purchasing function in order to increase business and competitive performance with the reduction of negative impact on the environment. Regarding import and export activities, Chemofarm has status of the authorized economic operator type F, granted by the custom administration, which enables faster and simpler producers of customs, increase competitiveness and makes business more efficient, thus making the company a long-term and stable partner in the foreign trade of Serbia. So with all these projects that I actually was proud to share with you today, we would like to show that procurement teams should lead rather than follow. All these projects are actually initiated by procurement. We are finding the new fields every day, and by forming the cross-functional teams, we are actually developing these sustainable projects. So the procurement at the macro level, sustainable procurement can deliver better economics, environmental and social outcomes. And of course, at the micro-organization level, sustainable procurement can generate value for money and raise efficiency with organization and lead to cost-effective procurement. We prove that in our cases, and as I emphasized previously, we are very proud of that. Especially, I want to share with you today is one new project that we developed this year, and that is according to people and the team development. Actually, we developed the Stada Procurement Academy within the global purchasing on Stada level. We have 2-year programs that actually will train all the procurement staff in Stada Group. We already conducted the live training in Serbia with our colleagues, and unfortunately we were forced to conduct the online training we were not able to conduct the live training with our colleagues on global level, but we actually conducted the training with our colleagues in India, China, Germany, Russia, UK, Ukraine, Czech Republic, and other affiliates, and it is actually the great opportunity to share the knowledge, to share the best practice, and to improve the purchasing function, and all our colleagues to be aware what is actually the importance of procurement and how can we impact the sustainable growth of the company. Our cluster purchasing director, Vesna Jungic, actually led this project, and with my colleagues Zorana Šubašić and myself also, we actually conduct training for Procurement Academy throughout the Stada Group. We want to develop the purchasing efficiency, and we want to get the real picture of importance as a purchasing function within the organization. So thank you very much for this great opportunity to share all this information regarding our projects and achievement of purchasing department in Chemofarm. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you. Najlepša hvala, gospa Stojanović.
Vama.
Čujemo se?
Čujemo se, da.
Super. S tem smo zaključili s predavanji prvega dne. Najlepša hvala gospe Stojanović in lep pozdrav v Srbijo. Prišli smo do zaključkov prvega dne. Zaključke nam bo podala Marina Lindić, predsednica Združenja nabavnikov Slovenije. Marina, izvoli, predajam ti studio.
Najlepša hvala, Peter. Na kratko, kaj smo vse novega zvedeli in doživeli v današnjem dnevu. Zjutraj smo na samem začetku z gospodom dr. Martinom Wagnerjem pregledali globalne ekonomske trende in njihov vpliv na nabavo. Dr. Wagner je predstavil trenutne COVID-19 in gospodarske razmere ter obete, tako z mednarodnega, evropskega kot tudi slovenskega vidika. Predstavil nam je nekatera glavna tveganja in na podlagi trenutne makroekonomske slike je predstavil 3 scenarije za naprej. Optimističnega, ki je v tej situaciji že nekje manj realen, srednjega in najslabšega za naprej, napovedi rasti bruto družbenega proizvoda, brezposelnosti in inflacije. Te scenarije kasneje podrobneje razdelal na segment nabave in oskrbnih verig gospod Lovro Vrhovšek in tudi gospod Richard d.o.o. Gospod Lovro je predstavil nabavno funkcijo v novi normalnosti in pokazal strateški pogled na nabavo na osnovi raziskave, katero je izvajal Deloitte v obdobju prvega vala med tem in zdaj v jesenskem delu. En del te raziskave smo člani Združenja nabavnikov Slovenije že dobili vpogled 7. aprila letos na webinarju za člane združenja. In sicer nam pogled za nazaj na start same krize kaže, da so bili osnovni scenariji pravilni, ne glede na resnost in zahtevnost le-teh. Ključno je razumeti pozicijo posamezne industrije in direktnega vpliva trenutne krize na naše poslovanje. Glede na pozicijo potem tudi definiramo ključne aktivnosti in ukrepe, tako na posamezni nabavni kategoriji, kot tudi na nivoju podjetja. Pomembno je, da izkoristimo trenutno situacijo in krizo COVID tudi za strateški preboj za naprej. Gospod Richard d.o.o. nam je predstavil nabavo in oskrbne verige v spremenjenem okolju, katero je povzročil COVID-19, in sicer je poudaril na samem začetku to, kar je že prej tudi gospod Lovro predstavil, kako pomembno je v tej situaciji spremljati cash flow v podjetju, da nam tukaj stvari ne uidejo iz rok, in nabava ima pri spremljanju cash flowa izredno pomembno vlogo, saj lahko bistveno vpliva in pripomore k boljšemu cash flowu s pravilnim delovanjem. Kar se mi zdi še posebej pomembno, kar je izpostavil Richard pri svojem predavanju, je, kako pomembno je, da nabavniki vzdržujemo dobre odnose z dobavitelji, imamo dobro komunikacijo, in če so kakršnikoli problemi, to potem rešujemo v naslednji fazi po krizi, ne pa v tej situaciji, ko je kriza problematična in takrat ni čas za zaostrovanje komunikacije z njimi. Ravno tako ista stvar je pomembna tudi na strani kupcev, tudi tam kriza ni čas za zaostrovanje komunikacije. Na okrogli mizi, katero je potem pred pavzo vodil naš predsednik strokovnega sveta združenja Srečko Bukovec, smo te 3 teme še oddelali bolj v detajle, v podrobnosti, in smo lahko še razjasnili vprašanja iz publike, katera so se vmes pojavila. Po odmoru nam je gospod Gangelj iz SAP-a predstavil vpliv umetne inteligence na nabavnikovo vsakodnevno delo, na praktične primere uporabe umetne inteligence in na strateško in operativno nabavo. Meni so se vtisnili v spomin podatki, ki so me nekateri so me kar malo presenetili, na primer, da vsaj 50% velikih globalnih podjetij, da bo uporabilo umetno inteligenco, napredno analitiko, Internet of Things v oskrbnih verigah že do leta 2023, kar je v bistvu pred našimi vrati. Da okrog 60% operativnih nalog v nabavi ima potencial, da se v celoti ali delno avtomatizira, 88% pri kreiranju naročil in kar 93% pri plačevanju naših obveznosti. 76% proizvajalcev po njegovih podatkih že dela na alternativih pametnega podjetja. Vsekakor smo videli tudi v izbruhu covida, da bodočnost gre v smer digitalne nabave, digitalizacije ostalih procesov, inteligentne, avtomatizirane in avtonomne nabave, kar bi naj znižalo stroške nabave od 8 do 12%. Gospod Rene Ahel iz Cirtoa nam je predstavil v nadaljevanju demistificiranje umetne inteligence v nabavi. Zvedeli smo razliko in veliko o tem, kako umetna inteligenca vpliva na vsakodnevno poslovanje in zlasti na nabavo. Umetna inteligenca nas bo oskrbela sposobnosti super človeka, kar pa me veseli, da pa še vedno ne bo umetna inteligenca nadomestila človeka, da na strateškem delu, ki je vitalnega pomena za nabavo, še vedno ostajamo nabavniki in človeški faktor pomemben in tukaj ne bojo računalniki počeli stvari namesto nas. V nadaljevanju nam je Kristjan Bolcon, naš kolega iz sosednjega italijanskega združenja Adači, predstavil razpoložljivost in kvaliteta podatkov ter poslovno analitiko v nabavi. Kot smo videli iz prispevka, so podatki, kvaliteta podatkov in obdelovanje analitično in smiselno teh podatkov zelo pomembno za kvalitetno delo v nabavi. In seveda, če so podatki dobri, pravi in jih smiselno, pravilno uporabljamo, potem seveda tudi na koncu prihranki ne izostanejo. In kot je rekel Edward Deming, brez podatkov smo le še ena oseba s svojim mnenjem. Gospod Jurij Giacomelli nam je prikazal krožne priložnosti v nabavi, in sicer kaj in zakaj sploh je krožno gospodarstvo in vzdržnost v nabavi tako pomembna. Zavedamo se namreč vsi in o tem že dolgo časa govorimo tudi na naših dogodkih, da je Zemlja kot planet omejen vir resursov in je zelo pomembno, da se ukvarjamo vse več s tem in nabava ima pri tem vsekakor vodilno vlogo, da krožno gospodarstvo vključujemo v svoje zahtevke za nabavo, v svoje delo v vsakem dnevu in čim več poudarjamo recikliranje in uporabo omejenih virov. Doktor Vladimir Nikolajevič nam je predstavil trajnostno nabavo, v bistvu primer iz njihovega podjetja. Meni se je zdelo zelo pomembno zaključek, da ustvarjanje notranjega okolja za izvajanje v nabavo v skladu z merili trajnostnega razvoja, da je le ena od poglavitnih prvin prilagajanja naročil sodobnemu poslovanju. Trajnostna nabava ne zmanjšuje le skupnih stroškov materiala in storitev pri njih, temveč kaže tudi analitično, dolgoročno in strateško upravljanje stroškov in seveda s tem povezano tudi bistveno vpliva na poslovanje podjetja. V nadaljevanju nam je gospod Klasinc iz Bureau Veritasa predstavil ISO 20400-2017, v bistvu vpliv ISO-ja in trajnostne nabave in pa uporaba teh kriterijev trajnostne nabave pri našem delu. Izvedeli smo, kaj je namen standarda ISO 20400, kako lahko vodnik k trajnostni nabavi pomaga podjetjem na poti k trajnostnemu razvoju z nabavnega vidika in s kratkim pregledom smernic ISO-ja smo prepoznali, kako integrirati trajnost v nabavne politike in strategije ter kako nabavno funkcijo organizirati na poti k trajnosti in le-to vključiti v sam nabavni proces od planiranja, nadgradnje zahtev, izbire dobavitelja do upravljanja pogodb. Na koncu nas je gospa Jelena Stojanovič iz Hemofarma predstavila še praktični primer, kako v Štadi delajo trajnostno nabavo, kakšen je njihov koncept trajnostne in družbeno odgovorne nabave. Njihova nabava je agilna in fleksibilna, je integrirana v procese podjetja, kar me zelo veseli, saj tudi pri Združenju nabavnikov v Sloveniji imamo vizijo, da bo nabava prišla v uprave vseh podjetij, pomembnejših podjetij v Sloveniji. Zaključila je, kako pomembna je kvaliteta, transparentnost, nenehno optimiranje, vzdržna nabava in kako so njihovi nabavni timi raje tisti, ki vodijo, ki so vodilni člani timov in ne sledilci. Všeč mi je, da imajo svojo stada nabavno akademijo in skozi njo skrbijo za razvoj nabavnikov in njihovih timov. Toliko z moje strani za danes. Sedaj bomo imeli kratko pavzo. 15 čez pa se dobimo na podelitvi priznanja nabavni menedžer leta 2020. Pozdravljeni.
Test. Ena.
prihajamo do finala prvega dne nabavne konference. In sicer razglasitve nabavnega menedžerja leta 2020. Pred vami smo člani komisije, ki bomo podali pojasnilo, obrazložitev in izbor letošnjega nabavnega menedžerja. Strokovno komisijo smo letos sestavljali Marina Lindič, predsednica strokovne komisije za izbor nabavnega menedžerja, predsednica Združenja nabavnikov Slovenije in pa tudi predsednica IFPSM, to je Mednarodna federacija nabavnih združenj. Marina Lindič je sicer direktorica nabave poslovnih enot Adria in poslovne enote Italija v Ursi d.o.o. Drugi član sem Peter Ribarič, direktor podjetja Planet GV, in na levi Srečko Bukovec, direktor podjetja Slopak, sicer pa predsednik strokovnega sveta in član upravnega odbora Združenja nabavnikov Slovenije. Četrti član komisije je Marko Lekše, izvršni direktor nabave v Adria Mobil in podpredsednik Združenja nabavnikov, ki bo ob zaključku z letošnjim dobitnikom priznanja spregovoril tudi nekaj besed, da ga bolje spoznamo. Kaj je torej namen podelitve priznanja in samega priznanja nabavnika leta? Z njim želimo pospešiti profesionalizacijo nabavne funkcije. Želimo spodbujati in negovati skrb za razvoj nabavne stroke. Želimo povezati poslovno strategijo z nabavno strategijo, da so nabavniki vključeni v vse strateške poslovne procese podjetij. Želimo nagraditi nadpovprečne dosežke stanovskih kolegov in delovne uspehe. Želimo povečati pomen in ugled nabavne funkcije v širši družbi in okolju, s tem povečati vpliv nabavnih menedžerjev v organizacijah in pa seveda, kar je ne nazadnje, vendar tudi zelo pomembno, širiti zglede dobrih praks. Na tem mestu predajam besedo Marini Lindič, predsednici strokovne komisije, da predstavi merila izbora.
Hvala lepa, Peter. Merila za izbor nabavnega menedžerja leta so: optimizacija stroškov v nabavi, uporaba kazalnikov poslovanja v nabavi, tisti kazalniki, ki se pogosto uporabljajo, izboljšanje kvalitete izdelkov in storitev, skupen razvoj z dobavitelji, skupni razvojni projekti z njimi, organizacija nabavne službe in procesov na področju nabave, inovacije v nabavi, nove metode in orodja, izboljšave obstoječih procesov, uspešno izpeljani posebni projekti v nabavi ali projekti nabave v povezavi z drugimi oddelki v podjetju, promocijo poslanstva nabavnih menedžerjev in nabavne stroke navzven, delovanje v združenjih, društvih, nagrade in priznanja za delo nabave v zadnjih 3 letih, avtorsko sodelovanje strokovnih člankov in knjig, strokovno sodelovanje na različnih dogodkih in posvetovanjih. Zadnje merilo in ne nazadnje, delovanje v skladu s kodeksom nabavne etike po etičnem kodeksu Združenja nabavnikov Slovenije. Če gremo še malo širše, izven Slovenije, mednarodno udejstvovanje, certifikati in nagrade, tako z nabavnega področja kot tudi z ostalih področji, in pa drugi pomembnejši projekti v podjetju oziroma družbene aktivnosti povezane s podjetji. Letošnji dobitek priznanja Srečo je?
Letos v izjemnem letu 2020 je za prvega med slovenskimi nabavniki izbran gospod Primož Lončar, direktor nabave in kontrolinga v podjetju BSH Hišni aparati d.o.o. iz Nazarij, podjetja, ki je na mnogih področjih vzor odličnosti, in vesel sem, da to odličnost živijo tudi v nabavi. Čestitke dobitniku nagrade, čestitke vodstvu podjetja in kolektivu in prepričan sem, da bodo njihove dobre prakse v prihodnji delili tudi s širšo nabavno skupnostjo v okviru Združenja nabavnikov Slovenije. Čestitam.
Dragi Primož, tudi v mojem imenu iskrene čestitke ob tej pomembni nagradi. Žal letos samo v virtualni obliki, ker nam dane okoliščine niso omogočale, da bi se dobili v živo. Podarjamo
kipec za nabavnega menedžerja leta. Upam, da se bomo lahko kmalu videli v živo in to popravili. Sedaj bi pa še prebrala utemeljitev komisije za izbor nabavnega menedžerja leta 2020. Primož Lončar ima 20 let izkušenj na področju nabavne funkcije, od mesta operativnega nabavnika, strateškega nabavnika, vodje skupine v nabavi, vodenja nabavne funkcije. Kot je komentiral prej v pauzi Marko Lekše, je v bistvu Primožev življenjepis by the book, če bi temu tako rekli, ne? Izkušnje je pridobil tako v Sloveniji kot tudi v tujini. Z delom je pridobil zaupanje vodstva za prevzem vodenja še ene poslovne funkcije. Vodi in razvija nabavno funkcijo v skladu z vodilnimi svetovnimi praksami, organizacija po principu verige vrednosti in spremljanja ključnih kazalnikov poslovanja na operativni, taktični in strateški ravni. Nabavna funkcija v organizaciji se pod njegovim vodstvom razvija skladno z vidika poslovnih procesov, zaposlenih, sodelovanja z dobavitelji, zagotavljanja kakovosti in obvladovanja stroškov. Je aktivno vključen v strateške nabavne odločitve vodstva in aktivno vpet v globalno poslovanje celotne divizije. Deluje v skladu z etičnim kodeksom Združenja nabavnikov Slovenije. Sodeluje na stanovskih dogodkih, med njimi tudi na nabavni konferenci in drugih dogodkih Združenja nabavnikov Slovenije. Pod njegovim vodstvom se je nabava v družbi razvila v močno strateško funkcijo, ki s svojim delovanjem pomembno prispeva k dodani vrednosti družbe, kar je eden izmed odločilnih dejavnikov, da smo ga izbrali za prejemnika letošnjega priznanja. Še enkrat, Primož, iskrene čestitke.
Iskrene čestitke, Primož, tudi v mojem imenu, v imenu Planeta GV. K priznanju smo strani Planet GV dodali še izobraževanje za nadzornike. Upam, da si boste vzeli čas, verjamem, da si boste vzeli čas in pridobili še to znanje in kvalifikacije. Združenje nabavnikov Slovenije pa je za vas.
Ker so v nabavi osnove nabave 3 ponudbe, smo se tudi za nagrajevanje vrhunskih menedžerjev odločili, da bomo uporabili ta princip. In kot tretjo nagrado Združenje nabavnikov Slovenije podeljuje Primožu Lončarju 1- do 2-dnevno izobraževanje v Evropski uniji z področja nabave. Čestitam.
Čestitke, Primož. Zdaj vas pa prosim, da spregovorite par besed in da vas vsi slišimo, udeleženci letošnje konference. Izvolite.
Ja, super. Najlepša hvala za čestitke, pa za vaše priznanje. Jaz se javljam tule iz BSH studija v Nazarih, žal zaradi zdravstvene situacije v družini nisem mogel pripotovati oziroma se udeležiti v živo, ampak mislim, da bomo to tekle zelo uspešno izpeljali. Na podlagi nagrade, katere oziroma kipca, je tudi pri nam v Nazarih sonce posijalo, tako da mislim, da se še ne bo smeje oziroma je navdušeno, da ta nagrada potuje tukaj v našo tovarno. Najprej bi se zahvalil Združenju nabavnikov Slovenije za povabilo, za nominacijo, zagotovo pa tudi komisiji za nagrado oziroma za zaupanje. Ponavadi se ti morajo v življenju kar določene stvari poklopiti, da pride do take nagrade in meni očitno so vse, tako da sem zato zelo hvaležen. Če začnem, tovarna v Nazarih praznuje 50 let v tem letu na tej lokaciji, na kar smo zelo ponosni, ne moramo glih najbolj praznovati, je pač tako leto, kakršno je, ampak vseeno. Istočasno je lastnik te tovarne Bosch zadnjih 27 let, kar pomeni, da je to en lastnik, ki vlaga v nove produkte, v razvoj, v tovarno, v kadre, in ko nekako črto potegneš pa razmišljaš, si rečeš, to je pa res en dober lastnik, tu bi pa želel delati tudi v prihodnje. Imamo eno odlično skupino, ki vodi to našo organizacijo, naše podjetje, Wolfram von Ohain, Matija Petrin, Boštjan Gorjub, ustvarjajo neko pozitivno klimo, odlične pogoje za delo, kar je tudi osnova, da smo uspešni. Sigurno pa nismo uspešni samo zaradi tega, uspešni smo seveda zaradi vseh sodelavcev, ne samo na tej lokaciji, ampak tudi izven te lokacije. Na tej lokaciji, ko sem jaz začel, nas je bilo 400, mislim, da sem poznal vsakega sodelavca in vsako sodelavko, tukaj danes nas je 1600, ampak kljub temu smo ustvarili neko kulturo, vrednote, katere živimo, se pravi komuniciramo, ustrezno sodelujemo, tako da prihajamo do odličnih rezultatov. Odličnih rezultatov pa ponavadi ni brez tudi odličnih dobaviteljev. Odlični dobavitelji pomeni, da imamo res en dober portfelj dobaviteljev, lahko kar rečem, večina izmed njih partnerji, ki razumejo to filozofijo sodelovanja, skupnega sodelovanja pa skupnih dosežkov. Seveda, kdo je ponavadi v voznikomu ali pa kdo je na voznikovem sedežu, kadar se pogovarjamo o dobaviteljih, so sigurno nabavniki oziroma naš nabavni tim tu v Nazarih. Štejemo 45 oseb, zelo različni, polni idej, zelo kompetentni, si pomagamo, se tudi poveselimo. Bi rad naštel vse izmed njih, pa se bom omejil na tiste, ko res dnevno delam z njimi, to so naši vodje naših različnih nabavnih timov, za produkcijske materiale Tomaž Marolt, Jože Richter, za indirektne materiale Mohor Folmajer, kot projektno nabavo vodi Niko Motaln in kvaliteta pri dobaviteljih Uroš Pečnik. Ker je pa moja funkcija tudi malo ali pa povezana s kontrolingom, seveda tudi Tjaša Medved. Vsi našteti, pa še ostali, se pravi, zelo pripadni in res transferirajo vso znanje, katerega imajo na vse sodelavce. Zagotovo se moram tudi spomniti mojih vodij, ki so me vodili v teh letih, mi zaupali, na koncu me nekako zakalili, lahko rečem, pri čemer pa določeni so me veliko naučili, kaj moram narediti, so me pa določeni tudi naučili, kaj ne smem. Najpomembnejše v mojem primeru seveda moja družina, ko mi stoji ob strani, ko me podpira, me razume, vsakič ali pa konec vsakega leta in ne rabi več razlagati, da bom naslednje leto pa manj delal, so nekako razumeli, da res v tem delu jaz uživam in da nekako, kolikor se da, skupaj z mojo ženo pa z obema otrokoma kombiniramo naše življenje skupaj z delom. Saj za mene ta nagrada ni zdaj, je na moje ime, ampak ta nagrada ni samo moja, niti ni od nabavne skupine, ampak je res pripada celi tovarni. Tudi letos smo bili izbrani za tovarno leta 2020, kar pomeni, da nas v tem okrožju slovenskemu spremljate, spoštujete, vidite, da smo uspešni in je to en tak super občutek. Kot je že bilo prej rečeno, čez mesec dni bom dopolnil 20 let znotraj nabave, kar je kar en tak lep jubilej in to priznanje bo kar zelo lepo zaokrožilo to moje delo. Sem pa prinesel, da glede na to, da kipca oziroma tega priznanja ne morem danes fizično dobiti, sem prinesel zraven tukaj en pokal, katerega smo v nogometu osvojili, nabavna skupina pred 3 leti, tako da dokler ne dobim tistega priznanja, me pa ta pokal spominjal na to priznanje. Tako da še enkrat najlepša hvala vsem.
Primož, iskrene čestitke, tudi priznanje ti bomo dostavili, tako da bo lahko krasilo tvojo, bi rekel, pisarno in pa da si boste sodelavci lahko čestitali. V živo si čestitamo, ko bodo razmere to dopuščale. Tako da res hvala lepa za tako srčne besede, pa prisluhnimo besedam vašega vodje. Kaj o Primožu in nabavni funkciji pravi Boštjan Gorjup.
Pozdrav vsem skupaj. Izredno čast mi je nagovoriti ob tej priložnosti vas vse skupaj. Veliko veselje je sprožila novica v Zgornji Savinjski dolini, da je naš Primož najnabavni menedžer v državi v tem letu. Še posebej ob dejstvu, ker letos praznuje naša tovarna in podjetje Abrahama. Pot ni bila lahka in bila posuta z mnogimi trni, bile poplave, osamosvojitev, izguba jugoslovanskega trga, prenos lastništva, najti se v velikem koncernu Bosch ter seveda v branži malih gospodinjskih aparatov, kjer je konkurenca zaradi nižje cene delovne sile šla delno tudi v Azijo. Vendar nam je uspelo. Postavili smo v vseh teh letih največjo in najboljšo tovarno gospodinjskih aparatov v Evropi, eno izmed najuspešnejših v koncernu. Ter seveda smo tradicionalno en izmed največjih izvoznikov razvojnih centrov države. In Primož je vsa ta leta pomemben člen naše ekipe, saj je od študija naprej vseh 20 let pomembno prispeval k tej zgodbi o uspehu. Ni samo menedžer, ki je znan po tem, da spoštuje tim in veljavo tima v uspehu, ni samo menedžer, ki navdihuje svoje zaposlene pri nas podjetju, ampak je pravi prebojnik s svojimi inovativnimi rešitvami ter vztrajnostjo pri realizaciji teh idej. In ima tudi mednarodne izkušnje, kajti bil je 3 leta vodja nabavne skupine v naši tovarni v Nemčiji. Deli načela in vrednote ne samo v podjetju, ampak med vsemi 300 videli, ki so pomemben del našega ekosistema. Na takšen način imamo vsi win-win. Jaz sem izredno ponosen, da ga imamo v ekipi, kajti lahko tudi rečem, da sem sam boljši zaradi njega. Na koncu bi seveda rad povedal, da si želimo vsi skupaj takšnega dela, takšnega navdiha tudi naprej, ter za vse vas uspešno premagovanje teh izzivov glede korona pandemije v tem letu, ter seveda za združenje nabavnikov, ki ima pomembno vlogo pri izmenjavi dobrih praks, seveda da bo poslanstvo še naprej uspešno upravlja, da bomo znali premagovati tudi izzive, ki jih ima slovenska industrija. Hvala lepa.
Najlepša hvala Boštjanu Gorjupu, članu uprave BSH. Najlepša hvala za tako srčne besede. Sedaj je pa čas, da bolje spoznamo nabavnika leta 2020. Pogovor z njim bo vodil član strokovne komisije za izbor Marko Lekše. Čez trenutek sledi pogovor. Najlepša hvala, ostanite z nami.
Primož, dober dan. Iskrene čestitke za prestižno priznanje Nabavni menedžer 2020. Jaz pa ti bom kar malo bolj v žargonu raje rekel nabavnik leta 2020. Kot si sam povedal, nabavnik si že vrsto let in želel bi seveda malo bolje spoznati tvojo pot, tvoje delo, pa tudi kaj misliš o področju nabave. Moj nekdanji šef, takratni direktor nabave v Revozu, mi je enkrat povedal zgodbico, kako je njegova 6-letna hčerkica opisala njegovo delo po obisku pri njemu v pisarni. In sicer rekla je: oči, sedaj pa vem, kaj delaš, premikaš papirje. Kako pa bi ti, Primož, opisal poklic nabavnika?
Ja, tudi moja hči pred leti podobna zgodba, kaj pa delaš, pa sem povedal, da imam veliko sestankov, kaj pa delate na sestankih, veliko se pogovarjamo in je enako rekla, to bi pa lahko jaz tu delala, tako da zgleda, da nabavniška funkcija je dostopna marsikomu. Za mene nabavnik ali pa poklic nabavnika je zagotovo neka dinamična funkcija ali pa dinamična vloga, ki jo mora upravljati neka oseba z neko integriteto, z nekim poštenjem. Ti moraš zaupati ali pa biti zaupanja vreden, tisto, kar rečeš, moraš narediti. Glavno, kar pa je, kar vidimo tako v večini podjetij, je pa to povezovanje. Pomeni, nekako nas vidijo, nas kot nabavnike, organizacija kot odvetnike dobaviteljev ali obratno, dobavitelji kot odvetnike organizacije. Nekako tu noter moramo mi plavati ali pa če rečemo v nogometnemu žargonu, mi ne smemo za nobenega navijati. Mi moramo na koncu, ko je vse lepo, se lepo sodeluje, ko prije pa do težav, moramo biti pa tisti res, ko razsodimo, ampak razsodimo na pošten način.
Se pravi, bi ti rekel, da smo kot sodniška organizacija v nogometu?
V velikih primerih drži.
Kaj pa te drži toliko let? Praviš, 20 let boš čez en mesec nabavnik. Kaj pa te drži v tem poklicu? Kako to, da nisi nikoli iz njega zares izstopil in prešel na druga področja?
Mene zelo veseli delo z ljudmi, veselijo me številke, tudi neko tehnika mi je kar blizu, tako da ko to vse skupaj sešteješ, da neko usmeritev, da je pa nabavniška funkcija pa prava. Imam veliko srečo na koncu, da delam v tovarni, ko je lahko rečem knjižnica znanja, kar pomeni, da v nabavni funkciji imaš ti vedno neko rdečo nit. Pomeni tveganja, stroški, kvaliteta in tako naprej, ampak metode, orodja, načini se pa vsako leto spreminjajo. In to je, se pravi, da se, morda lahko celo rečem, da se želim skozi učiti. Pri vsem skupaj, da pa po koncu drži sigurno, pa kakšna pohvalna beseda strani sodelavcev, strani dobaviteljev in tako naprej.
Posluša naju kar nekaj nabavnikov, pa me zanima, iz vsega tega, kar sva že do zdaj omenila, katere so tiste glavne kompetence, ki ločijo odličnega nabavnika, takega, ki prejme to prestižno nagrado, priznanje, od dobrega nabavnika? In katere so tiste lastnosti, ki jih morda iščete pri vas v tvoji skupini za nabavnike, ki jih vključujete v vašo ekipo?
Zdaj, odličen nabavnik, ali pa jaz mislim, da vsak pravi nabavnik, zdaj odličen, vsak pravi nabavnik mora zagotovo veliko več poslušati, pa razmišljati, ko pa govoriti. Se mi zdi, da to je ta osnova, ko je treba dati sploh mladim nabavnikom. Zagotovo mora biti proaktiven, se pravi, ne rabi biti vse napisano, kaj treba narediti, ampak morda je treba še kako stvar več. Se mora tudi, rekel, znati komunicirati, se znajti v teh razmerah, tako so danes, ko vidimo tudi mi smo se reorganizirali iz včeraj na danes, glede moje situacije. In to so vse nekako lastnosti, da ne vržeš puško v koruzo, ampak iščeš rešitve.
Super, odlično. Se pravi, se strinjava oba dva, da slabih nabavnikov ne poznava ta trenutek.
Ne, zaenkrat ne vidim nobenega.
Kaj pa te je pripeljalo na področje, na delo nabave? Kako si sploh padel v ta lonec?
Jaz sem po študiju ali pa med študijem v Mariboru sem zaključil višjo šolo, sem diplomiral, takrat sem se že nekako, sem tudi delal določena priložnostna dela, se že malo spogledoval, kako naprej. Nekako kljub temu, da sem tu domačin, se nisem videl niti v tem podjetju, kljub temu, da sem delal neka počitniška dela, pa različne stvari tu noter, sem se orientiral na Maribor, ker tudi tam sem na strojni fakulteti študiral. Pa je prišla informacija, da rabijo en mlad tehnični kader v nabavi in da morda bi bilo pa primerno, če se jaz prijavim, sem to storil. Po 2 razgovorih me je nama poznana gospa Irena Pečnik, ki je bila takrat vodja tukaj, potem kasneje še v Gorenju, me je vzela za sodelavca, tako da z Ireno smo pol takrat začeli pisati neko zgodbo.
Praviš, po osnovni izobrazbi si strojnik. No, to sem sicer tudi sam, tako da očitno smo strojniki univerzalni, da naredim še malo EPP-ja za naš strojnike. Ampak vendarle, nekega posebnega kurikuluma izobraževalnega za področje nabave ali pa za nabavni poklic v Sloveniji niti ni v tem trenutku. Kako si se pa ti izobraževal in razvijal svoja znanja in dosegal vse te kompetence, ki ti omogočajo delo na takem nivoju?
Ja, tako sem že prej rekel, imam srečo, da sem tako organizacijo bil vzet, ki na izobraževanje je že pred leti dala kar veliko. Zagotovo je to izobraževanje na delu ali pa na delovnem mestu ključno, če imaš ti prave mentore, ki ti kažejo pot. Imamo tudi zelo dobro izobraževanja znotraj podjetja. V mojem zadnjem obdobju tudi kar nekaj mednarodnih izobraževanj sem bil deležen. Pa kar se pa tiče, rekel zdaj, v zadnjem času, pa tovarna oziroma podjetje veliko investira na izobraževanje, kar se tiče kulture pa komunikacije.
Kaj bi pa recimo predlagal? V Združenju nabavnikov Slovenije se seveda prizadevamo za razvoj in profesionalizacijo poklica nabavnika. In kaj bi rekel, kaj bi morale izobraževalne inštitucije v Sloveniji ponuditi, da bi lahko v podjetjih, kot je vaše, kot je naše, v katerem sem aktiven jaz in v drugih uspešnih slovenskih podjetjih, čim bolje razvijali poklic nabavnika, kader za naše področje?
Da bi rekel, da sem strokovnjak za usposabljanje, nisem, bi pa zagotovo kakšna minuta več v srednji šoli na to temo oziroma na univerzi zagotovo pomagala kot morda neko usmeritev bodočih kadrov v nabavi. Imamo odlično šolo za podjetništvo na Bledu, tako da tisto pravi, da nimamo možnosti, jih imamo v Sloveniji, obstajajo tudi druge osebe, kateri imajo kar nekaj znanja in nudijo različna izobraževanja. Mislim pa, da je bolj težava je v vodih, da ne omogočijo, bom tako rekel, ne omogočijo časa svojim zaposlenim, da bi se izobraževali. Zaradi tega, ker glih te kapacitete, mislim, da ni tisto denar, ki ga investiraš, težava, ampak bolj kapacitete, kot tiste osebe 3 ali pa 5 dni ni. In to je pa naloga bolj vodi, kot pa tistih, ki se izobražujejo, da to omogočijo.
Se pravi, se strinjava, da je vodja tisti, prav vodja v nabavi, ki mora znati organizirati delo, da lahko razvija svojo ekipo, svoje sodelavce, da lahko investira ustrezna sredstva v razvoj njihovih znanj.
Absolutno.
Koliko denarja pa gre skozi tvoje roke v BSH-ju? Rekel si že, zrasli ste iz 400 na 1600 zaposlenih. Kako pa se to spremeni v nabavne številke? Kakšna je zares merjeno v evrih tvoja odgovornost?
Ja, glede na to, da je nabavniška konferenca, nas glih ta nabavni volumen vsi poznamo zelo dobro. V produkcijskih materialih obrnemo vsaj v tem letu 250 milijonov evrov, v indirektnih materialih bomo pa obrnili v letošnjem letu 30 milijonov evrov, kar pomeni vse skupaj 280 milijonov evrov gre čez te naše roke. Če pogledam produkcijske materiale, 250 milijonov, nekje 60% namenimo za elektroniko, motorje pa metalne dele, se pravi 40% pa za vse ostalo, pomeni plastične kose, granulati, embalaže in tako naprej. Kar se tiče pa indirektnih materialov, bomo iz teh 30 milijonov v letošnjem letu za investicije porabili pa 20, kar je tudi en lep odstotek za podjetje, kakršno je naše.
Pa to so velike številke, velika odgovornost. A to predstavlja kaj pritiska, stresa, kakšno neprespano urico ali pa podaljšan delovnik?
Pa nekako smo se zdaj navadili, da v podjetju rastemo in sploh nimaš več tistega občutka, da bi rekel, da so to takšne vsote, čeprav se jih vsi zavedamo, pa se vsi zavedamo tudi odgovornosti znotraj nabave. Na tem področju nas dela 23, ki delamo s tem denarjem, kar se tiče nabave same, seveda je pa pol ogromno deležnikov, ki nam pa pri tem pomagajo iz ostalih oddelkov.
Če bi moral izpostaviti katerega od doseženih rezultatov v teh 20 letih, ali pa morda več njih, katere bi izpostavil, pa morda tudi, ali imaš kakšno anekdoto iz preteklih nabavnih pogajanj?
Ja, izpostavim lahko jih kar veliko, pa se bom rekel na neko bližjo preteklo zadnjih 5 let osredotočil. V letu 2017 smo definirali strateško mapo pa strategijo znotraj nabave, kar ni ključno. Ključno je to, da smo jo uskladili z vsemi deležniki znotraj naše tovarne. Pomeni, da so vsi s to strategijo bili seznanjeni, smo določene stvari mogli tudi malo popiliti, ampak na koncu smo jo vsi akceptirali in zdaj se pravi, ta strategija pomeni vedno za naslednjih 5 let in zdaj vsako leto obnavljamo, morda se ladja malo zasuče na levo ali pa na desno, ampak v celoti pa pluje v tisti smeri, kateri želimo. Prav tako ker smo bili zelo produktivni v zadnjih letih, smo na KPI področju veliko stvari postorili, sploh kar se tiče te komunikacije z dobaviteljem. Pomeni, da vsem največjim dobaviteljem vsak kvartal, že od leta 2017 pošiljamo redno njihove kazalnike, kar se tiče nabavnih rezultatov, kar se tiče logističnih, kar se tiče kvalitetnih rezultatov. Tako da na to smo tudi zelo veliko dobrih feedbackov dobili oziroma smo tudi ponosni. Če grem morda na lansko leto, še 2 temi bi bile zanimive. Lani smo zorganizirali tudi, vsako leto naredimo 1 ali pa 2 dogodka za dobavitelje, smo zorganizirali srečanje nabavnikov naših dobaviteljev. Pomeni, da smo tudi 30, celo 35 naših največjih dobaviteljev smo povabili in lastnike in nabavnike tukaj in smo si izmenjevali dobre prakse, delali različne workshope, tako da smo tudi tukaj šli malo drugam, ne vedno key accounte, ampak še koga drugega, da se malo bolj spoznamo, pa da vidimo, na kak način tudi drugi nabavniki, od katerih smo tudi mi, teh 250 milijonov, zelo odvisni, če tako pogledamo. En večjih uspehov je pa to, da smo pa v lanskem letu oziroma z začetkom letošnjega leta vse predizbore dobaviteljev, po vse izbore dobaviteljev podpisuje naš MGS tim, mu pravimo, to je tim za materijale, ki je odgovoren za strategijo in ne več, niti jaz več to ne podpisujem, niti naši GF-i, ampak smo vse, ta empowerment, zaupanje smo res spravili na en drugačen nivo in zaenkrat se še učimo na določenih napakah, ampak mislim, da nam gre kar dobro.
Super, odlično. Lahko samo čestitam tebi in tvoji ekipi. To so res izjemni dosežki v smislu delovanja nabavne ekipe znotraj organizacije.
Super, hvala.
Danes si odgovoren za 2 zelo pomembni funkcije, torej nabavo in controlling v podjetju. To je kar precejšnja sprememba, verjetno, domnevam, zelo različni odgovornosti, katera ti prinaša več obremenitev, katera pa morda tudi več zadovoljstva pri delu. In pa ali se je tvoj pogled na nabavo, odkar si odgovoren tudi za controlling, kaj spremenil in v kateri smeri?
Ja, za controlling sem odgovoren zadnjo leto. V controllingu imamo super eksperte, tako da nimam nekih velikih skrbi na controlling, zagotovo pa vse spremembe prinašajo priložnosti. In tudi v tej smeri nekako povezujemo določene stvari iz nabave ali pa določene stvari iz controllinga skupaj, prenašanje informacij na podoben način, neko sistematizacijo dela, se tudi že malo lotevamo. Eno skupno točko, katero imamo, je digitalizacija. Tam ogromno vlagamo in controlling in nabava, timski dogodki, da ne pozabim, se pravi različne stvari, katere kombiniramo skupaj. Seveda, če sem 20 let v nabavi, da sem nekako po duši sem nabavnik, ampak mi je tudi všeč določene stvari v controllingu, čeprav so zelo definirane, še vedno se najde neka možnost za neke izboljšave oziroma za neko kreativnost, bom jaz temu tako rekel, v kontrolingu.
Ja, super, sliši se odlično. Postajam radoveden, da bi prišel pogledati tudi sam od blizu, kako to delate. Gotovo bi se naučil za svoje lastno delo veliko.
Vabljen.
Pa če se dotakneva še malo letošnjega leta 2020. Leto je prav posebno v vseh ozirih, ne nazadnje tudi to nagrado podeljujemo na povsem drugačen način, tudi najin razgovor teče tako, kot smo pravzaprav navajeni v letošnjem letu, virtualno, digitalno, pa vendarle konkretno. Praviš, v lanskem letu ste imeli srečanje z nabavniki vaših dobaviteljev. Cel dan smo danes že poslušali, da je razumevanje in poznavanje Tier 2, Tier 3 nivoja tisto ključno za obvladovanje supply chain rizika. A ste vi vedeli že lansko leto, da bo letos kriza?
Ne, če bi to vedeli lansko leto, bi se rekel še bolj pripravili na to krizo. Tako da tudi ta kriza nas je zelo presenetila, ampak mi imamo dobre izkušnje s krizami, moram tako reči. Mi že kot podjetje smo že leta 2008-2009 v tej večji krizi smo tudi rasli, tudi letos. Vsak izmed nas ne investira preveč, ne potuje, želiš si investirati v svoj dom in mi kot proizvajalec hišnih aparatov, pomeni za predelavo hrane oziroma kavnih avtomatov, je to voda na mlin za nas. Letos lani smo jih proizvedli, oziroma letos jih bomo celo 1 milijon več proizvedli po lanskem letu, se pravi nekje 7,8 milijona, obeta se nam morda drugo leto že celo 9, ampak to so zdaj te lepe, sladke skrbi, odzadaj je pa točno tisto, kar si sam omenil, je pa oskrbovalna veriga, oziroma so pa riziki, pa tudi koliko energije vložimo v to, pa ogromni. In tako da nas situacija je pozitivna, ampak istočasno je pa ena velika obveza, pa kar je ena velika obremenitev.
Kateri pa so tisti glavni izzivi, ki jih letos srečujete pri vaših dobaviteljih v vaši branži?
Ja, zagotovo. Najprej ko se je vse skupaj začelo, mogli smo spremeniti način informiranja oziroma podajanja informacij ali pa pridobivanja. Veliko bolj proaktivno smo mogli iti v to, kar pomeni, da tudi veliko hitreje ugotavljamo težave, katere imajo naši dobavitelji. V prvi vrsti so tu dobave granulatov, so tu dobave pločevine, elektrokomponent, po mojemu vsakmu izmed nabavnikov, ko danes to gleda, nič novega.
Kaj pa na cenovnem področju pričakujete v letošnjem letu oziroma v letu 2021? Ali bojo trendi navzgor, navzdol? Kaj vi vidite? To mislim, da zanima vsakega od nas, ki je nabavnik.
Ja, glede na to, kakšne informacije imamo ali pa kakšna je situacija, se pravi surovine, kot sem že prej omenil, pločevina, granulati, po vsej verjetnosti navzgor, glede na trenutno stanje, kakršnega imamo. Elektrokomponente celo navzdol, dolar po vsej verjetnosti močnejši, koliko je trenutno, ampak to so neke prognoze, ki izhajajo iz boša. Zadnjič sem pa tudi nekaj prebral, kar se tiče elektrike, da bo glih tako volatilna kot letos, ampak mi s tem nimamo trenutno problema, ko smo jo že zakupili do konca 2023, tako da smo da imamo tukaj stvari stabilne.
Ja. Se pravi, prepoznavaš, da bo delo v prihodnjem letu samo še bolj dinamično in bolj zahtevno in bo zahtevalo približeno in dnevno prisotnost.
Drži.
Zdaj mislim, da prihajava počasi proti koncu najinega razgovora. Zares prestižna nagrada je v tvojih rokah. Kaj bi mlajšim nabavnikom ali pa tistim, ki so nekje na srednji poti karierne poti razvoja na področju nabave, kaj bi jim dal kot nasvet, da bi tudi oni prišli do tega priznanja, ki ga danes držiš v rokah ti?
Verjeti v sebe, mislim, da je to najpomembneje, pa delati korak za korakom. Tukaj tudi jaz sem bil mlad, pa zagnan, pa včasih nepotrpežljiv. ko se pol zavedaš kasneje, ko priješ do nekih izkušenj. Tako da mi tudi v nabavi vedno rečemo, 2 leti, če bo sodelavec držal, ko je prišel k nam, potem ga bomo imeli najbrž za večno. Tako da biti potrpežljiv, pa korak za korakom.
Primož, hvala lepa. Še enkrat iskrene čestitke ob priznanju Nabavnik leta 2020. Zdajle mislim, da si zaslužil horonski aplavz vseh, ki te poslušamo. Žal digitalni, upam, da imaš okoli sebe svoje sodelavce, da ti ploskajo na ves glas in upam, da boste najdli kakšen trenutek, da to priznanje tudi proslavite, tako kot se šika. Na Dolenjskem, z Dolenjske ti bomo poslali pa kakšen liter cvička, da boste to naredili še tako malo po naše.
Z veseljem, najlepša hvala.
Hvala za ta razgovor in zares lep pozdrav v Nazarje.
Hvala.
Hvala lepa, Primož, hvala lepa, Marko, za super pogovor. S tem zaključujemo prvi dan nabavne konference. Iskrene čestitke še enkrat Primožu Lončarju in celi ekipi v BSH, mali gospodinjski aparati. Jutri nadaljujemo drugi dan ob 9:00. Želim vam prijetno popoldne in vidimo se jutri v petek ob 9:00. Lep pozdrav.